I don't know why I'm laughing, y'all. I don't know why I'm laughing. This is not a funny subject. It is funny in a way. Wait a second. I got to take care of it. Hold on. I got to get rid of the screen. Okay, there it is. Better than yesterday when I came on and had my sound muted. Just let me know if everything is good, and we'll proceed. Yes. Thank you for being here. Yvonne, Megan, Sister Yala, Indigo King, D. Griffin, Master Glam. Did I miss anybody? We're all here. Well, we have a few more we know that they're going to be here soon. Yes, we've been talking about this. We've been circling around the topic. We spoke about it in the conference line last night in depth. And that particular conversation is already up on Patreon. I gave it a crazy title, to be attractive. I have to have a way of sharing those particular titles and content instead of having to go over there. So I'm going to rearrange things. I'm being in the process of rearranging a lot of things also. So let me knock off this banner so you can see the whole thing. Yes, I'm taking my time on this one. Demons. Let me read off for you an AI response to what demons are. Let me read it off for you. Let me see if I can find it here. Okay. Artificial intelligence. You have all these different chat bots and chat GPT and different things you can ask questions, right? So I asked a question to this chat. I said, is there any proof that demons exist? And this is what it said. There is no empirical or scientific evidence to support the existence of demons, as they are typically understood as supernatural entities with malevolent intent. Belief in demons is typically based on religious or cultural traditions, which rely on faith and anecdotal evidence rather than scientific proof. While some people may believe in the existence of demons based on personal experiences or religious teachings, these experiences and beliefs are generally considered to be sufficient evidence to support the existence of these entities. Or not generally, I forgot to say not. Anyway, that's how some people will think. Religious? No, because religion is not of a spiritual nature. It's just doing the same thing over and over and over. Like brushing your teeth is not a spiritual thing. It's a religious thing because you religiously do the same thing over again, right? But for those of us who have a higher consciousness and awareness than a programmed chatbot, what do you expect it to say in response? Am I here to convince you of what I already know? I mean, just because a person has an apartment on the first floor of a 10-story building and he never saw the other 9 floors, right? He has some funny entrance that doesn't allow you to see the top floors. Does that mean that those other floors don't exist? This person doesn't have the ability to see the other 9 floors in a 10-story building. So when he hears bumps and noises in the night, what does he tell himself? That's proof enough that somebody's living upstairs if they're making noise. But some people will say, well, it could be the sky, it could be a storm, it could be whatever. We all have our own experiences. And based on those collective experiences and the commonality of it, I'm willing to say that there's more to this existence than meets the eye. We have people who say that there's a supreme being and there are angels and there are good entities out here, but the universe is perfectly balanced. How are you going to have something so positive and so exemplary without the negative, right? You see the tree, you see the trunk, you see the branches, but you don't see the roots, but it doesn't mean it's not there, right? So I'm not going by the Hollywood narrative of something coming at you, although those things, if you can see them through your spiritual eye, are quite ugly. Yeah. And a lot of that stuff, too, is a carbon copy of what happens in certain areas of the spiritual world. It's a different frequency. Some of us can see those frequencies. Some of us can't. You remember when you used to go to a park concert and you were 6 years old, 5 years old, 4 years old, unless a person picked you up and put you on the shoulders, all you heard was music and all you were looking at was butts because you were so short, right? So now you're lifted up to another level and you can see what's going on for real. Do we wait to others who may ridicule us for saying that we know of these things, not even believe in these things? Either you know it or you don't know it. Do we wait for them to get to a certain level of consciousness before, we can move forward? Or if we know something, we know it. Half the time we have to keep it to ourselves. Folks are not going to believe you. They're going to call you crazy when you have these experiences. They're going to say, oh, you're imagining things, or you had too much to drink, or do you do drugs, right? Or maybe it was just a dream, But when you have these things come to you and you understand deeply that there is another level, look, loved ones who have transitioned, where are they, right? Where did they go? There are other levels to this existence. When you were a child and your mother left to go get the bottle in the kitchen, you didn't see it. You thought you were abandoned until you realized repetitiously over time that, oh, this is what she does to bring the bottle. Your consciousness was expanded and you didn't panic anymore. One big thing about this thing called death is that it's the unknown. And because it's the unknown to us, we fear it and we panic. But really, your fear and panic, and I'm not saying or advocate fear, I'm just saying this as a statement. It should be here right where we are. We're afraid of the dark, or like this backdrop behind me, spooky places with cobblestones in the dark. We fear those places, but what about the shopping mall where you're walking amongst demons and demonic energy, right? So we think about the physical and the horns and the ugly face and teeth and all this stuff. But you could be laying in the bed next to a demon and not even know it. Like I said on the banner, if you looked at it closely, I put various forms of people that could be carrying this demonic energy. Could be your coworker, could be your husband, your wife, a daycare worker, your banker, your doctor, your neighbor. It could be a whole lot of things. But we don't think of it that way, and we're distracted, but we feel these things in our everyday life. And we don't want to call it for what it is, a damn demon. You have people around you who are working against you. You have people around you who are pulling against you. What is that? Is that something good? They say when CERN flipped that switch recently and tore through the very fabric from the world of the physical into the world of the spiritual, that so many demons were released on the earth en masse. But look at the world the way it's been in the last couple of years and the things that have been happening in your face that are straight out evil. This thing that made us have to wear the mask. And now you don't hear anything about this thing at all. Where did it go? It knocked off more people than anything else. Let me not talk too much because they love getting rid of me. And if they do get rid of me for a time, just make sure to go to Lancescurv.com. You'll get everything there, or patreon.com/Lancescurv. And I'm gonna give myself a cheap promotion here. Let you see it right in front of you. Boom. There you go. Come on. There it is. Right. Patreon.com Lancescurv. Actually, after this show, I'm going to record some things tonight, and we will do a conference line also tonight if you're not too tired, because I gotta say, those who come into the conference line, y'all are troopers. Y'all put it down. You know what I mean? You all put it down. Yes, this is the topic. Like I said, it could be realtors. It could be doctors. A demon could be a waiter, wives, pastors, children, landlords, jealous in-laws. I know a little bit about that. Online stalkers, co-workers, neighbors, mothers, husbands, friends, lovers, daycare staff, politicians, friendly home wreckers. The ones that come around and they're friendly with you, but they're sleeping with your man or want to. Or the brothers that come around and want to go to bed with your woman and don't give a damn about the repercussions. What's that? That's demonic, right? It's that energy. So let's just get down to it. You know, Christianity speaks to this, but I'm not saying this in a Christian sense. I'm just saying that on that side of town, we have people who pray for unity and pray for the good and pray for this and pray for that. And on the other side, you have Satanists who are praying for other things, but they don't spell it P-R-A-Y. They spell it P-R-E-Y. They prey on things. And people can't seem to get it in their head that there are people like this and they can do nice things for you. They can take you to dinner. They can take you to lunch. They can hang out with you. They can make you laugh. They can be charming and they can dupe you. You'd be surprised how many Satanists you're in contact with. I'm not saying it's 50 people. You go to the family cookout or reunion and it's all of these people. No, I'm not saying that at all. All I'm saying is that there are more people on your job, your neighbors, people you pass by on the street. And they don't all have to wear all black. They don't all have to wear certain charms and amulets around their neck. There are people that call themselves witches. And some say, well, I'm a good witch. Well, that means they're bad witches. There's some people who say, what is that, a spider? A big ass spider, y'all. Hold on a second. Yo, I'm freaked. If I kill this thing and show you, you'll freak out. Let me get over. Let me put this banner on. I'll be right back, y'all. I'm gonna put a little music on, y'all. And those spiders move so fast. Be right back. Now I sprayed this stuff and it's strong, but let me show you something. I got them. And when you kill these spiders, let me know if you can hear me. I came back. I don't know how. I just left. Right? Yeah. It's small now, but when it was spread out, it looked big. I saw it on the floor about 6 feet away from me out the corner of my eye. I got great peripheral vision, y'all, but it shriveled up. So it looks 1/4 the size that it is. And I'm icked out, but I have to always like to show and prove. Look at this thing. You put it in front of me so it could focus. Because I smashed it. It actually looked to be about, like, how could I say it? This why it just congealed up. Let me throw this in the garbage can. Hold on, y'all. Africa, y'all. No, it looks it looks. Where did I put my face rag? I just do everything all the way around. I get a little break and I'll get it, right? Just trying to stop the topic. We're getting on the flow. Look at me, I'm sweating out of nowhere. And I got my fan going. Let me adjust this fan and turn it up a little more. It's like the fan don't feel like it's blowing. What the hell's going on here? I'm going to do this show. Yeah. And the way when I crushed it, it just shriveled up. But it was open It looked like a tarantula running across the floor. It sure did. You couldn't, I mean, if you saw it, it was very frightening. And for some reason, I saw him moving, right? But most of the time, you know, you're talking, you're looking around, whatever, and then all of a sudden you look again, and it's right there somewhere on the wall. It's like you never really see it inching up on you. Now, the smaller spiders, we're going to get back on the topic, the smaller ones that I've seen here, a lot of the folks who grew up here, they're like, oh, that's a dangerous spider, the little tiny ones that will bite you and lay eggs in you. And if you don't know, you know, it'll start to grow and eat away at your flesh. We have those in Florida, right? And let me see here. That's Jack Griffin. Thank you, brother. Thank you. So those are the ones that'll do something to you, but you have the big ones too, but they don't really bother you, right? But the big ones, like that one there, I'm going to try to do a little research on that one, because imagine you're sleeping. Imagine you're fast asleep and something just comes right up on you, just has their way with you, all around your face or whatever. Imagine, no, man, that is crazy, you know? I'm looking at the comments. That's funny, you know? Oh, that orange baboon tarantula? Yeah. Well, that's like I said, you know, Jack Griffin. Yeah, thank you for the birthday wishes, brother. I just saw it. Yeah, let me get my head back into it. Maybe that was a little demon to come and distract me, right? I don't care. We're in the physical, but I'm aware that we have different levels around us, different levels of existence. So, like I said before, and this is from personal experience, whether these people who practice these things or not, you can have people around you for years, right? That you know very well, that you trust, whatever. It might be an in-law, it might be a neighbor, right? And if you're receptive to what's around you, and you're a bit of an empath, in your quiet time, you can feel the energy of people. You can feel their charge, because they have to hide what it is that they do because of your positive energy, but because who you are. You don't necessarily have to be a Christian, right? But you're a person who's a good person who tries to live a good, clean life. You have no malice or no envy or no hate toward anybody, right? And those people know to hide what they do because they know how you're going to feel about it. Well, just as much Christians as you have around the world, or people who profess Christianity, and I'm just using that as a marker because that is a religion, right? You have just as much Satanists out here in the world. And I'm just going to say it from our discussions in the conference line, that, you know, Christianity in Ghana is a dominant relationship, but you have many, many Muslims that count for a sizable percentage of those in the religious community, and very small others, right? But from what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing, the majority of those who claim to be Christians and those who don't claim it, the majority, the Christians will go to church, but the night before they may have gone to the voodoo man. Now, don't misunderstand me when I say voodoo man. There are traditional African practices that many do that are not bad. Let's just take your knowledge of roots and leaves and bark and how to treat yourself and the real things in nature. I'm not knocking that. And much of that is lost, right? But you have other things that are done. And I will say that the majority of what these people believe in on the sly is evil, because they have evil intent with it. And mixed genre faves explained some things to me and to us that were very fascinating. And in a little while, I'm going to open the lines. And if she's here, I would love for her to come in to explain that, if she can. Master Glam, all the whole crew, Oyala, whoever wants to come in, I'm going to open the lines. But I just have a few things I want to get off my chest. I know that demonic energies are real. I know this. I've dealt that way. It's not just a matter of just like the spider appeared and walked across the floor. I'm glad he walked across the floor and not up my leg, and I see it. It's like, ah, right? But they are real, and I know that. And it's not just spooky things that float around towards you. Now, maybe it could be an imagination thing, or imaginary thing, or could be maybe that's the way to bring fear to you. I've had experiences from young here and there. I'll tell you one of them. I'll jumpstart it, right? I remember it wasn't 74. I think it was 1973. And I had an extreme case of the flu. An extreme case. I believe that my temperature was right up on 105 degrees. And right after that, right up in that vicinity, 104, 105, you're cooked. Your brains are cooked. And I could have been having hallucinations at that point because your brain getting cooked, you're going to see all kinds of things. Now, just like I saw that spider, at one point when my folks were working on me, because my temperature shot up. It was doable before. Got to 101. They monitored it. I lay down a little bit. They kept checking back on me. It just shot up. I don't know what stopped it. You know, in my life, I've had a lot of near misses with things and got pulled back from it. I could have died. Well, I remember being so hot. They were debating whether to take me to the hospital, but that would have took a little time to get there, or run into the corner and getting a bunch of ice and put me in a tub. And my father ran to get that. And my temperature began to drop rapidly. But for the time that it was there, I was delusional. I was out of my mind. I was talking out my head. And then I remember seeing myself. I'm in the bed. The light was on. They were over me. But all of a sudden, the ceiling is here in my face. I mean, the ceiling is like this, right? But it was in my face. And we had popcorn, little ceiling. You know, back in the day, that was a popular thing. Folks hate it now. But I'm seeing the ceiling in my face really clear, like somebody put me up on a ladder and the ceiling was in my face. Then in the blink of an eye, I'm turned around looking down at myself. I couldn't comprehend what this was. How am I down there? I didn't think all of this, but in a split second, it crossed my mind in my delirium. And I was just, you know, and I'm looking. And I kind of came down a little bit and looked across through that bedroom. That was a bedroom at the time, because in my home growing up, we have rearranged so many, you know what I mean? If we had tenants, we were on the first floor in the basement. After we stopped having tenants and a lot of stuff went up to the second floor and the first floor was clear. So at that particular time, this was on the first floor. And I remember coming down a little bit and I looked over into the living room, through the dining room, and into the bathroom. And I remember seeing these eyes. It was dark in there. And I saw maybe 4 or 5 sets of eyes. Some were bigger because it was closer to me. And I'm staring, I'm looking. But it was so vivid and they were blinking, just blinking. But they looked evil because they were curved up and you could see nothing else. But you knew those eyes were evil. And then I'm back looking up at my parents again. What was that? Maybe I was hallucinating because my brain was cooked up. But there's other times when, you know, now there was another time when my mother, who had to battle with breast cancer, and this had to be back in 76, early 77, because it was July 77 that she had a breast removed. She had a malignant tumor, and she had it removed just in time at the Sloan Kettering Hospital on the east side. I think it was First Avenue in Manhattan. And what made her take so long is that they had what they found later to be a quack remedy for cancer called Laetrile. It was very popular back in the day. And she was going to Staten Island every week to get these Laetrile treatments. And it was some type of extraction from apricots. So long before we knew, and I had to deal with the thought of my mother's mortality. So when her aunt and uncle came to New York to pay for it, because there was a lot of money to do that, they said if they waited 2 or 3 more hours, she would have been out of here. So that highly affected me in my psyche back in those days, being so young. But before that, I remember her telling me of an experience that she had as she sat on the bed, that she woke up in the middle of the night, and before she would really lay down and sleep, she would prop up pillows and read. My father was always knocked out snoring, but he was working late this night. And she was sitting there, and she felt she was about to doze, and she felt this thing on her shoulder, but she couldn't turn her neck. So this thing started talking to her. She wasn't on any medication or anything. She wasn't insane. And it told her all these negative things with profanity, how she wasn't going to make it, how she was going to die, how she's sick, and if you get that operation, your husband's not going to want you. I mean, it really got down trying to mess with her mind. So she didn't fall into that. The word there we have there, rebuke, right? She kind of rebuked that thing in her mind and thought positive, good thoughts and cursed it back without profanity. And it was gone, right? I had a situation, and I remember I had a cot in my basement. I didn't have the full-size bed because I had my room in the front at one point, and then when I took over the basement, a little more freedom for me. I had my own side door, my own little bathroom and everything like that. I used to slip girls down there, but I'm laying on the cot, and I'm sleeping. All of a sudden, I feel this thing like somebody's knee in my chest. And I couldn't hardly breathe. So I opened my eyes and I looked down at my chest, and there was this thing. It looked just like a pumpkin on Halloween where the eyes are lit up and it was a pumpkin orange glow. But I couldn't really look down. It was right in my face. And it was talking to me. I didn't see the mouth move, but it looked like a pumpkin, but it was not that. But it really looked close to that. So I'm sitting here watching this thing. Now I'm scared. I was scared. I'm not going to lie. And it was telling me all of these negative things, and I couldn't move. All of a sudden, it just lifted off my chest, and you know how you used to have the old TV sets, for those who can remember, that when you cut the TV off, it would still be illuminated and it would shrink down to this little dot that you could see. So it was as if it was like a drone and just flew off glowing far away, and I could see it. And then as soon as I got control of my limbs, I got up out of there. But we have instances like this, and I can go on and on with that. But on the good side, right? Let's just talk about the good side. One night, my father had a couch to bring in because, he refinished floors and landmark properties and stuff. So he was around a lot of affluent people, and people who have money. I bought that TV last year. It's a piece of junk. I want to get the new model. What's wrong with it? Nothing. I think I watched it 3 times. You want it? Take it. It's like, whoa. These people that are millionaires, they throw away stuff like tissue paper. But he had this couch that he brought home in his van. And I was too young to be strong enough to help him lift it because it was a big, heavy black leather couch. I know Jack Griffin, my other brother Kevin, who his full name is there. They've sat on the couch many a time, right? So he's outside. He comes inside. This is like maybe 3 a.m. So his dilemma, because he wasn't going to refuse the couch, was who's going to help him bring it in? Do you leave the van open where they can get to other tools and stuff? And most of it was sticking out the back, and a little red flag on the back. So my father said, well, listen, I'm going to take a little time. We're going to wait, because people walk through the neighborhood, maybe go outside, maybe, hey, man, come on, I'll give you a few dollars to help us inside with this couch. So I'm sitting here. I'm like, Daddy, I could take my time. One of the step of I always thought I was strong. Even before I had muscles, I used to walk like my father. Toward the end, my father lost weight. He got older, whatever. When that time, his arms and tattoos, so that was like a role model for me in a way. So anyway, he's like, hey, son, don't worry. You might hurt yourself. And I was like, you wait, I'm going to be strong like you. So we are sitting inside. We are outside, looked up the block one way, looked down the block another way. We knew that, and this is back in the either like 1971, 1972, maybe even 1970. I was 6, 7, 8 years old, around in there somewhere. So just as we came inside and we had the front door open, everything was dark. We had hedges out in the front, and it wasn't that kind of place. This was pre-crack, long before crack. So as soon as we got into the house and then 2 rooms deep, we hear somebody knock. Because we were going back and forth. We were going to go back outside. So we all looked at each other. My mother looked at, like, who's that? So my father went first, of course. I'm behind him, thinking like you come in here, I'm going to beat you up. You know what I mean? So all of a sudden, it's a man. He said, hey, man, you need help with your couch to bring in? Here, I'll help you. He was friendly. We didn't know him. But back then, people didn't do harm like that. It just didn't do it. Not like that. But how did he know we needed to bring in a couch? I mean, the couch was there, and where did he come from? He didn't live in the block, because we just came in the door, came in the door. How did he know? So we cut the lights on inside, and he's talking to him. So he's like, well, sure, man, I'll give you a couple of dollars. He said, man, don't worry about that. You're a good man. You got a good family here. Come on, let's go. And so I'm watching, and the man was very tall, very strong. They both got the couch in, and he waited to pull out the other couch, moving out the way. We threw that one out, moved the coffee table, put the couch in, all of that stuff. He waited, and he's, listen, family, I'm going to see you all. You have a good night. My father's like, no, man. No, I got to give you something. And it's only right. He said, listen, just pass it on. Just pass it on. You don't owe me anything. So he says, I'll find my way out. So we're walking with him because, still, my father, we know what can happen, but it wasn't that kind of time in general like it is now. So he was walking fast out the door. He got down the steps. We get to the front door. I got there first before my father because the guy was gone. And the guy made a left. Now we then come outside. The guy couldn't have gotten no more than 2 house lengths away. Not even that much. He had to be like by the next door house, and those houses in Queens are close together. So I skipped down quick and I look. I don't see him. Now, I'm not saying this was a demonic thing. All I'm saying is that we have entities that we walk past in the street every single day, and we don't know who they are. Bright daylight. See, you're not scared then. If it's a street that looked like the street behind me and somebody's coming with their hat tipped down, dressed in black, walking slow, you thinking different, like, what the heck? So it can be good and bad. Are they people with a certain energy in them? Yes. Are there manifestations that you see with your spirit eye because you're gifted that way? I feel so. So my father finally got down. He was right behind me. Now I get a phone call during a live show. Let's see something here. Okay. Let me see who it is. It might be a message I'm waiting for. I did ask for someone. Okay. All right. Let me just tell him something. I'm doing a call. Okay. Let me see if I can do this again. Can't make a message. I'm going to have to do this text during the show. I hate it. But anyway, okay. I will send you the link when you're ready. Just call me. Or do I have my WhatsApp open already? I may have to just text me when you're ready. That's Lady J. I wanted her to come on, and she has that energy, and plus everybody else who's here. So what I'm going to have to do during this show is open up my WhatsApp so I could drop the link, and it can go right into, because I can't for some reason open this up. I think maybe I have it open up on my other computer. So let me link this up right now. Excuse me for being so rude. Okay, it's connecting. All right. Let me just do this real quick, family. Okay, invite, copy. Okay, let's get it to her. There it is. And since she has it, let me just go ahead and share it here. Okay. But give it a few. Let me just run my mouth a little bit. I'll drop it again, right? So like I said, there is evil in the world. Look at these shootings. We can blame it on mental illness, and that could be a part of it. But when you really think about it, how people can pick up a gun in a premeditated fashion, load the gun up, knowing they're going to go kill people, and go to a shopping mall and see people living their lives that are not bothering anybody. And they know what they're going to do. And they see a young child, 4 or 5 years old, walking to a mother and pull out the gun and aim it at that child and pull the trigger, knowing exactly what's going to happen. And then kill the mother and just start shooting people randomly. America. I know there are wars, small wars between different countries and disputes where there's always things going on. But that's because, and there's no excuse for that either. Let me just see if this is her. Because I was trying to send her a voicemail. Let me just send her a voice. Can I send her a voicemail now? Lady J, the link I sent you just above, just click on that and come right on in. Click on that and come right on in when you're ready. Okay? Too much information, but she said she had to take a shower, so she won't be coming on a little bit. But what is it that makes a person do something like that? When they never had any prior mental issues, nothing domestic at home, when they had a hard breakup, they caught their mate in the bed with them. And I know women can shoot people too, but these are usually men. And statistically, just to throw it in, and it's not hate speech, but it's typically in America, angry white men. So when they paint those of us in the inner cities as being evil and thugs, yes, these things happen, and that's what they are. But predominantly, this type of behavior is not us, even though you say the hoods are so bad, and there are guns in the so-called hoods. But it's always somebody else en masse. You go to the FBI statistics and tell me that I'm racist. Well, I guess they're racist too, because they tell the facts. And maybe some of those who work there would love to be able to say something different, but they can't. But all races do evil. Yes, I understand that. But we know who's the champ of worldwide evil historically. So when Minister Farrakhan or different people that we know call them devils, haven't they earned it? Haven't they earned it? If there's a certain person that fits the description of someone who is always doing something bad, and you see that type of person coming down the street, well, you're going to think to yourself, well, let me be ready. Historically, look who has done the majority of this stuff to the darker peoples of the world. You're always trying to throw race into it, Lance. Damn it, I like you, but you always got to swing it around that way. No, let's be real with this. And those of us in the hood, if we were, and here's Lady J right now. Let me see. Let me open up her line. Lady J, let me get a sound check on you. Talk to me.
Hello, Sir Lancelot.
How are you?
I'm fine, just a little tired. I was getting ready for
Real
work.
live.
Well, getting ready to go to bed for work in the morning.
Yes. Griffin.
But I'll
Hold
stay
on
with you a little while.
Hold on one second, Lady J. I got to open up some more individuals here, and I'm very happy and elated to see Jack Griffin. Jack Griffin, let me know, like it says device is not connected. There are prompts there that tell you, about open up your camera, which let's keep that out. But your audio, there's certain things you have to hit. So I see you got through, But there's certain things you have to hit on your phone because this is the first time you called in. Sometimes you have to make those adjustments. If you have to come out and come back in again, just do so. Master Glam, mix genre faves. I want to be part of a conversation now. So I would drop the link again and just let everybody come on in. This is going to be a long one. I just wanted to warm it up a little bit and have us, let me see here. I just got another text coming in. Yes. Okay. All right, Jack Griffin. Do something with your phone. It's probably something simple. Text me and let me know if there's an issue because I would really like for you to be here on the show. Everybody else, you can come on in. But since you just got here, Lady G, until that time comes where everybody starts filing in, talk to me on the topic. Anywhere you want to start. I started out real mild, until I want to pick it up a little bit. And I know you can go in, Okay.
Well,
all right, Jack, I see your message.
Well, yes, we are constantly surrounded and amongst demons. There's there's just no getting away from them. The only thing you can do is just, read God's words, claim his promises for his protection, and basically trust and know that he will protect you from them. Because I'm constantly being attacked by demons. And I used to work on checkouts in a supermarket. And even my co-workers would say to me, wow, only you get those kind of customers. And I'm talking about customers that would be nasty, that would attack. I even had this one woman who called me the devil, like everything you could possibly think of that was evil. And if you saw how this woman looked, she looked like the devil. And, I was called up to the office, and the manager, he said, tell me, Lady J, what happened? Because it was so bad. That's why I was called up to the office. I said, well, that happened because I have just recently been baptized. And this is what happens when you dedicate your life to Christ. And I'm not talking about blonde hair, blue eyes, okay? I'm talking about Yeshua. Yeah. And I said, this is what happens. And so, the devil will just attack because he does not want you close to God. And I tell you, my manager, he sat there and he listened intently. We're talking about white English here. And he listened. And he took it very seriously too. And then, when he sat there and thought about it, he then kind of tried to make light of it. And he says, so tell me, so this woman, was she the one that had the crazy, darkened, black eyebrows, like across her forehead? Like he gave the full description of her. And I says, yes, that was the one. And so he said, just go back downstairs. So he didn't write me up or anything because he believed me. And so, I always just get these crazies. And what I've noticed, if I go to work and do not pray and read my Bible, I notice that is when the attack is full on. And it even happened to me last week because I was just really exhausted. So for 2 days straight, of going to work, I didn't read my Bible or pray. And
Let me interject, sister, really quick.
yeah, yes.
Miss Be Nice, there's something else like Jack Griffin that you have to do to come in. I see you, but it's something that some prompt that you have to hit. I don't know what it is that you're not hitting. And if you come out and come back in, it's fine. But there's nothing I could do from this end, and it usually happens a lot, and it's usually something minor. So just look in, and you can hide the camera if you want. You can just have your audio come in, but just look at those different prompts there, and come on in to the actual studio. So just dilly dally with that. But I see you, so don't let it discourage you from coming in. Jack Griffin, where are you, man? Come back. Go ahead, Lady J.
And so, yeah, so I, had not read my Bible or prayed for 2 days straight. And on the Thursday, which would have been the second day that I didn't read my Bible or pray, I was working on this counter where we sell, cooked chicken and what have you. And this woman came, and she was just so rude. So rude. And I just answered her calmly. And I said, you can either pay over there at customer services or on the checkouts. And she was so adamant and rude and forceful about her paying it where I was standing behind the counter. So I repeated myself again. I said, you need to pay either at customer services or at the checkouts. And she did it again. And I said, we do not take money here at this counter. You need to either pay over there or over there. And she just gave me this look, and she stormed off. And I thought, wow, because it just reminded me of when I was at checkouts and that spirit that comes forward, that's in that attack mode. And then I says, yep, that's right. I didn't pray or read my Bible for 2 days. And this is it. They're all coming in. And I tell you, that whole day, that was what I was dealing with. It's serious. This spiritual walk and that spiritual realm that exists where Satan would like you to believe it doesn't, and he would also like to believe that he doesn't exist, is real. Because so many people will say, oh, why does God let bad things happen? Oh, God this, God that. Oh, why does he let my nan die? And then when I say, hey, but there's Satan, did you ever think about him? So people actually never think about the devil. They really don't. Which just amazes me. Like, you can watch a movie with good and bad, evil versus good, but yet in real life, you can't see that there's this other side to things. Explain it.
I know it's hard for most people to comprehend, but when you know what it really is, it doesn't faze you as much. Depending on our upbringing, whether we have, or whether we were taught a deeper level of spiritual awareness, we all have a different journey and a different level of comprehension. Me, I was always a class clown, but I knew better. I knew things, even though I did things diametrically opposed to what I knew was right, in my phase of, being a very amorous individual. But I always knew, and just like Gem Star Goddess said, she says, I know when you drove the bus, you surely witnessed demons. Demons are the worst kind. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. All throughout my life, I have. And let me just, things are popping here. I'm going to try to see if I can get my sister to come on too. Naima, whenever you're ready to come on in, come on in. But as far as the bus is concerned, yes, all day, every day. There were people who, and I'll make this short because I know you're on and I'm going to let everybody else come on in and talk. But I always drove at night. It didn't make a difference because demons around in the day. But there are people who their whole existence, I'm telling you, was to cause chaos. There are people who can read your light by looking at you. We speak about the things of the spirit, discerning spirits. I have a little bit of that. I know Jack Griffin does. I know Lady J does. We all really are born with it, but because we indulge in things and immerse ourselves that are not good, we reduce the level of that awareness. But when, as Christians say, when you fast and pray and you see what I mean? When you stay still and you keep, so before going out in the street at night, which a person could have came up and shot me and killed me. I had an incident where there was a young man who came up to me. He was on the bus stop and I stopped to pick him up. And he confronted me. And he had his hand tucked in under his coat. And he wanted to know why was I hitting on his woman. I said, what are you talking about? Who is this? I said, I treat all the women, ladies with respect. And there's none of that on this bus. They can tell you I have a reputation out here. The people I know I can joke with, we joke with. You know, some women would get on, hey, handsome, I'm like, hey, beautiful, you're looking sexy today, because I can talk with them that way. So this guy, after I spoke with him, I didn't, so please, I didn't do it. I said, man, you go bring her and let her point me out if I'm the one. Because there are a lot of bald, black, lighter complected bus drivers out here. I don't get down like that. And maybe because I talked to him that way, he understood. But there are people who come to disrupt. They come on the bus, some of them, and sit in the back and want to upset you, ask you all kind of crazy questions. I've told you stories numerous times on different shows. Maybe you heard it or not about the bus. I'll tell you one, and I'll let you all continue. Jack Griffin, don't forget us now. I'm driving the 25 bus. That was my go-to route that I would do probably every 2 years or every year and a half. Every 4 months, we had the choice of switching routes. Now, all the routes were posted in the times and how they were arranged, because it wasn't just one route that you did. It might be 3 routes in a day, arranged a certain way. And when you were a rookie, like when I first started out, I had to get what was picked over. The other routes that were in the day and ran straight and had breaks, and you started at 8 o'clock and ended at 5 or something like that, I never got those routes. But as my seniority climbed, I would get that. So I pretty much had my choice now, because while I wasn't at the super top of seniority, because of the way and the nature it is, the years that I put in, I was pretty much in the top 10%. So that was my alternative route to get off of the 21. Which is what I did in Orlando. So if you're watching this show and you say, I knew that guy from somewhere, I'm the best 21 bus route driver in Orlando. They ought to retire that number. Make a long story short, I saw a black woman that I knew very well, get on the bus at the Greyhound station that I was passing by. That's probably like 25% through the whole route. But she looked at me and she didn't say anything. I was ready to speak to her because I was preoccupied with some other things, but I looked up in an open way and she looked at me and kind of rolled her eyes. And I remember she sat right behind me. This was an old bus. And I always kept the internal mirror faced in a way where I can look through the whole bus, even what's going on behind me. A lot of other bus drivers used to keep their mirror tilted, so if a lady with a short dress sat on, they could eye the goodies. That was not what I was doing. I have to see, because you have people that will come up and run behind you and do all kind of things. I've heard of guys getting stabbed up with screwdrivers. They come up behind them with a blade and cut their neck. You know, not on my company, but it was different transportation companies that warn you of this thing. Then there was a white man that got on, right? And he got on and went right to the back so I could see him. So the woman that I knew very well, she sat where I can see her. Now the bus began to empty out. And so this was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was bright and sunny. You know, the sun's going down soon, but it was bright and sunny, and I'm driving. So the last stop really that anybody would get off on, aside from the base of Links, my company, nobody really got off there unless they worked there because the route looped around to retrace its steps. So usually the last stop was at Walmart. Okay. So after I passed the second to the last stop, sometimes they get off before. They didn't pull it. So I'm driving, getting close to Walmart. I'm thinking people would pull the bell. So I start to even stop the bus. Maybe they fell asleep. I didn't look back. I look back, and those two people, the one that didn't speak to me, maybe she had an attitude. I don't know why. I kind of know why, right? But the white guy, they were gone. I didn't let them off. They were gone. So a lady got on at Walmart because I was going to sit by the Links base where we park our cars. That's just one of the routes that went through there. It was the only route that went through there. I was upset. I called Mrs. Scurv immediately because she was at work already, right? I was almost hysterical. This was broad daylight. I'm looking at these people. What happened? I'm telling y'all, I'm not crazy. They didn't do anything to me. They didn't, nothing. There are people who come on, and I'll tell you one more. I'll let you talk. And like I said, Naima, you can come back on when you're ready. That there was this guy. He had one leg cut off at the knee. So he always walked with crutches. And I don't know where he got his energy from. He had to be about maybe a bad 50. Like he was 50 years old, but he did not look good. He had a rough life. I don't know the origin of his situation, but all I know, this man was evil incarnate. This guy, no matter where you saw him, this wasn't just a bus thing too now. Because remember, me driving the bus, it just wasn't that I saw the people who are on the bus. I'm driving up and down neighborhoods. So I'm seeing people that I knew off the bus most of the time walking down the street with their groceries. Sometimes they're in neighborhoods they ain't supposed to be in. Sometimes they're with people they ain't supposed to be in. You drive by and you look down and see a car and what's going on. Like, whoa, that lady's always carrying a Bible coming out of church. Whoa, what is she doing? That kind of thing. So you get pretty much a general consensus of the neighborhoods and communities that you drive through, right? This guy was always out at night, like he would sleep in the day. Was he homeless? Possibly, but I don't think so. He had to have the way he wasn't groomed, but he was always healthy and rested, but he'd be out at night. It seemed to be one of those situations where you can live here, you're our uncle, but we don't want to see you here at night. Like when we're at work, fine, but get out of here at night. And if you can't deal with that, you get out altogether. This guy had a look on him. He looked like Jack Johnson, the heavyweight champ, boxing champ of the world. You know, they see the old films of him like this. But he wasn't, he looked evil. Jack Johnson never really had an evil look on his face. This guy would get on the bus, swipe the card, and I believe he may have gotten the card from some program because of his disability, but he would always try to sit in the front. See, the old buses had a seat that was right next to the front door, and that person sitting there would be right up in your face if they chose to do. So you had people who wanted to do that to bug the bus drivers. Because see, in Orlando, in the middle class and lower class of Orlando, you know, driving a bus, it's like, well, you're not making like $1 million, but that's a damn good job, right? So there's a lot of envy with that going on. Now you're out in the muck and the mire of the streets and you don't know what you're going to get. So you don't want to have too many altercations with people, because when they see you, they can stand off to the side and throw a rock. They can shoot at you and everything. Yeah, I was just looking at the private chat. So he would sit down in the front, and he would always catch me when I first started on these long routes. There was a route called the 4 that went from downtown Orlando all the way out to Kissimmee and back. I think it's the 108 now, and it doesn't go to Kissimmee. It stops at the Florida Mall. See, my memory serves me right. It might still be that way, but it's still a nasty route going down Orange Blossom Trail. This guy would sit there and stare at me. He'd sit here and stare at me. You mother, I hate you. I'm going to see you suffer. It wasn't even like this man was a demon. I mean, it wasn't like, I'm going to see you and stab you. I'm going to shoot you. I'm going to knock you down. I'm going to punch you. He said things on some old, I can't say higher, but he was like, I'm going to see you suffer. I'll be there the whole time you suffer. What does he talk about? Hell? And he was mad at me. So he kind of frightened everybody, but they couldn't do anything about it. And he was sitting, and he wouldn't talk loud. He would talk low and constant. It never stopped. So you had to ignore this guy. And when you're looking at the mirror, you're looking around. You know, I have a way of tuning people out. You can be right next to me. I'm tuning you out. I don't see you. You don't exist. But this guy here consistently got under my skin. You'd see him at a bus stop, and you're supposed to pick up everybody. I ain't gonna lie. There's certain nights I didn't want to be bothered, because that's all he was gonna do. He wasn't going anywhere. I'd slow down. He'd get up and come hopping on the thing, and I'm out of there. And you see, I remember one time, and I'll shut up after this. He was on, where was this, man? Oh man, I forgot the street. I'm looking at it. It was on Orange Blossom Trail. And it was right there where you drive down the Orange Center, right? And I was heading south. And this was one night he was there, and he was getting up, and there were other people on the bus. They might report you if you do something like that. So he was getting ready to come on to the bus. He was getting close. And so this kid ran up and snatched the crutches out of his hand. And he was almost falling, but he was hopping on one leg, and he was cussing and then, and it sounded louder than normal. This guy had some kind of energy on him. So I kept going. But every time I would see him, it was that thing. And I'll tell more about that later on. I just want other people to come on right now. Lady J, I see Naima left, but Lady J, come on in. And I'll drop the link again for whoever wants to come on in. Lady J, you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still here. Well, you know, it's real. And I think right now, spirituality is on the rise to deceive people. And people are now, you know, are going deeper into their tarot cards, witchcraft, playing with the Ouija board. There was something that I saw where they spoke about 28 girls was taken to hospital after playing on the Ouija board. I think it happened on a college campus.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. And so there's lots of these things that are happening. And I even had an experience with this friend where he had met up with me, and I went, picked up my son, and, you know, he had helped us bring our shopping home. But for some reason, I left him outside. Like, I took my bags and brought them in. put them inside. And then I said, I need to go to my grandmother's place. And so me, him, and my son, we walked it to my grandmother's place. Now, my grandmother lives in a flat, self-contained flat, they call them here. And so in the hallways, they've got these wooden rails for the whole old people to hold on to as they're walking. And so we're walking, down the corridors, because we had to walk down 2 long corridors before we got to my grandmother's flat. And there was just this constant knocking on the rails. So me and my son would turn around and look at him, and he's right behind us in the middle of the hallway. So me and my son just looked at each other and we continued walking. And it happened again. And we turned around and looked at him like, what is that? What's going on? And he actually said, I think that's me, as in him. Anyway, so we got to my grandmother's flat. And you know what? Because I know I was going to be there for a while, I didn't want to be rude. But now, in hindsight, I wish I had not allowed him to even come into my grandmother's flat. And so, we stayed there for a while. So when we left, he then started telling me, because even when we were leaving, it happened again. The knocks on the wooden rails. And so when we got outside, he says, things like that happen around me all the time. And it's even worse when I'm at home. He says, ever since I played on the Ouija board, this is what's been happening. So I said, so where is it now? He said, under his bed. I says, well, you need to take that thing out from under your bed and burn it. Now, I never spoke to him again after that, so I don't know if he did or not. But, when you play with these things, you are opening up portals and all sorts. And you will have these familiar spirits that you've tried to get in touch with follow you and just causing havoc around you in your home or wherever you go. So, we really have to be mindful and stay away from these things. And, even in the Bible, it talks about these things. And yet, people just don't take heed because, someone becoming demon possessed can actually happen from playing with these things. And I even remember a friend of mine, I should say, an ex-friend of mine, we were talking over the phone and she just said, oh, let me give you a reading. I said, a reading? What kind of reading? And she's like, oh, with my tarot cards. I said, tarot cards? Now, I've known this woman for like a good, at that point, a good 20 years. And I said, tarot cards? I said, you do tarot cards? She said, yeah. I said, so what? When did you start doing that? Or have you always done it? She actually says she's always, used them, had them. And I couldn't believe it. Because I would never have allowed her to like come into my home or what have you. And the thing is, when we first met, I actually didn't like her. Like I didn't, you know that old saying, like my spirit don't take to that person.
Right.
That's what it was. My spirit just did not take to her. And she would always be inviting herself over, always want to invite herself over into my home. And I was very territorial where I didn't like people just inviting themselves and coming into
I'm the
my home.
same way. I'm the same
Yeah,
way.
didn't like it. And I'm talking about this was when I was like 18.
Yeah.
So I was quite young and just didn't like people invading my boundaries. And and I allowed her to come over, you know, and being friends with someone that deals with that stuff, unknowingly, it invites bad things into your life. So you know, so when she asked me, this is 20 years later now, about giving me, you know what, I cut her off. I cut her off. And the reason why I just cut her off cold turkey, just clean, was because she had did something to me. Um, Now, because we used to work together in Macy's. I used to work in Macy's, 34th Street.
You know
And
I know it well. Most
huh?
Sampagans. You know I know it well.
Yes, you do. So that was where I met her. And and so when I left the US and came back home to England, it would have been about maybe about 2 years or 3 years after me being here, where she sent me an email. And I was in the library. And when I opened when I opened her email, I screamed so loud and like, I don't even know what happened to me, like whether I fell off the chair or what. But then I like, scampered to try and close it, and delete. She sent me, can you imagine? And I'm in the library. So do you know what she had sent? So when you clicked on the email and when it opened, it was that gory face of the girl from The Exorcist. Who does that? That's not, you can pull pranks, but that's not even funny. So with that, and then with her talking about giving me a tarot card reading, and then just lots of other things about her. Like when I was living in New Jersey, my grandmother had left and she went and, well, she moved to Florida and left me in the apartment. And so I thought, okay, let me look for a housemate. So she needed somewhere to live. So I said, okay, well, you know, because my grandmother, what she did, she had given me the bedroom and she had partitioned part of the living room off. So she had that area. So I said to her, um, I'm reading the comment. um, um, and so I said, you can come and look. So when she came, I says, look, because you sew and do all of that, you know, you can just have the living room too. besides that partitioned off section, which was a decent sized room, you know, for a bedroom. I says, but you can just have the whole lot, because I just stay in my room. The only thing I'll need to come out for will be food or to go bathroom. Do you know that she said, no, I want the bedroom? And I said, no, that's what I'm giving you, which is even way bigger than my bedroom. So it was, I tell you, being friends with that girl, I think brought a lot of bad energy, if you want to call it that, or just, as we say in Jamaica, crosses, you know, because through her, I also met my son's father. She brought him and his cousin to my birthday party. And of course, that did not work out. When I lived in Canada, she came to visit me. You know, it's like wherever I've gone and this girl has come, it's not worked out. Or do you see what I'm saying? It's so it's like, you know, people like that, it's best to cut ties. But then I did get back in touch with her because I had seen a mutual friend of ours had died. And plus, my evil dad actually encouraged me to get back in touch with her. And this is the thing. Evil people will keep you connected to evil people. So, you know, I reconnected with her, and I ended up having to, like, this time, tell her about herself. I can't even remember what it was she said or did, but it was like, that's it. But because now I know the word of God, I just sent her a verse. And I had to just let it be known. If I had known that this is all, you know, your tarot reading and all that crap that you were into, that was what you were into, I would have never kept you on as a friend, you know. And I just had to let it be known. I had to just get it off my chest. But now I'm very wary. Anyone that wants to make friends with me and like a pushing it, like how I remembered she did, I just push them right back. Like push them back and just draw that line, and it's like a no. And not even, you know, have any sort of friendly communication relationship with nothing. Because now we're in a different era where it's like evil has just taken over and is ruling. So, you know, I see it as the devil. And as the Bible says, the devil is like a roaring lion seeking whom he may devour, for he knows that his time is short. So he's going to use as many people to take down God's people. You know, it is like being on a chess game, on a chess set game, where we're the pieces being maneuvered. But the devil is striking, thinking he can put God into checkmate. And God is saying, look here, I'm going to take you out. and without having any of my children be taken out of my hand by you. So, and this is why I have to have such faith in God, because the times are evil, dark, and wicked.
Yeah.
And we cannot protect ourselves. I'm sorry. You can go and buy a gun. It's not going to help you in a spiritual situation. It's
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
just not.
Yep.
Go ahead,
So,
Matthew Lynn. Or
yes, so I leave
I
it
just want to
there.
say, Harriet and Master Glam, your lines are open. Come on in when you want to come on in. When you
Hello,
make
Mr. Lancescurv, better say.
yes, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. How about you?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
That's good.
Enjoying a new decade of life.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. I'd just like to add a bit of my own input. I mean, since up until 2015, I wasn't really aware of, let's say, the spiritual realm, the devil, evil. I was just living my life as normal. I think a year prior to that, I had found a Bible on the train and tried to find the owner, but I didn't get the owner. I tried to call several times. I didn't find the person. So I kept the Bible for myself. And then 1 year later, which is 2015, things just started really hitting off. A girl in my let's say social circle, I wasn't really aware that she was that envious of my situation, because I was about to finish school. I was about to get married to this so-called fantastic guy. So she then one day called me, and the thing is, I was away from him quite a bit. And so she one day called me. She said that she's, starting a relationship with him, because prior to that, she had been telling people that she was in a relationship with this great guy, but she wouldn't say the person's name. And I was thinking, why wouldn't she say her name? But then later on, I found out that she was dating the guy that I was dating. Okay, fair enough. Our relationship broke up, dissolved. And as once it dissolved, initially I thought that it was the depression from the relationship breakup, but it wasn't. It was more than that. It was as if there was a heavy brain fog. Something has been, something was stopping me from even thinking from day to day. It was as if somebody had done, I was sorry to use the word, witchcraft on me. And on from day to day, it was very difficult to even do the simplest things. So I had a degree in my hand, but I couldn't work. And the thing is, I couldn't even go to the psychiatrist, because I felt as though if I went, the stigma attached to that would then affect my future job prospects. I also knew in my heart that it was something spiritual. So taking medication for it was a no-no for me. It continued. Year one came by, 2016 came by, 2017 came by, 2018, 2019 is when I first started reading the Bible and trying to get out of this, because I felt as though I was bounded. But even though I could walk around, go around, do whatever I had to do, but mentally I was blocked. Mentally, I felt as though something was trying, and what the outcome of what that thing wanted was for me to even, it's almost as if something wanted, it's almost as if something wanted to take me out of my body at times. And it was the hardest times. Those 4 years were the hardest times of my life. But once I started reading the Bible, getting into scriptures, getting into the word, I learned about demons. I learned about the Bible, reading the Psalms every day. And then suddenly, slowly but surely, the brain fog started lifting. So then I realized that there is something there. Now, this is a person who never believed in, didn't really read the Bible. So to have gotten to that point, I was just like, wow, what must have happened? And the thing is, as you pray, or as for people who believe in the universe or whatever, as you pray and ask God or the universe or whatever spirituality you believe in, you start to realize what actually happened. And it appears that sometimes there are people who become very envious of your relationship, become envious of your situation. Something as simple as a relationship. I never thought this was ever even possible. But there are people who become envious of it and put witchcraft attacks on you because they see you as a rival, to take you out the way, have a relationship with whoever, whether your husband or your wife or your significant other. Yes, this is what they want. And the thing is, if you, the person, and to everybody else, it comes across as depression because you've come out of a relationship, but it's not. It's something far more sinister than that.
Wow. You know,
And
can I just say, sorry, not to
yes,
cut you, but everything you're saying is so right and true. And one of the comments spoke about jealousy making
yes,
you a witch. And I'm telling you, the friend I was telling you about was very envious of me. Very.
yes, yes. And it's almost as if they meditate on you day and night. And these conjures up
Yes.
spirits, whether the person realizes it or not. It conjures up spirits, and these spirits then go and do the bidding for the person. Again, whether the person intends for it to happen or not. So in my case, when that happened, it appeared that the spirits, the things that they had even left in me, I had to then do spiritual warfare on a regular basis to get out of me. From
Mm-hmm.
2015 to 2019, I was unemployed. Like I said, I had a degree, I could not work. Now, from 2019, end of 2019, I got a job. I started work. In fact, I was supposed to have employed for just 4 months. But since then, I've been employed in the same workplace up until now. And I'm so grateful for that. But like I said, this experience really opened my eyes up to the spirit realm. Let's not joke about it at all. Because even if you're not fighting, even if you don't want to be part of it, you have to be. Because there are people walking around doing evildoers' bidding, Satan's bidding. So that's my 2 cents.
It's true. Very true. You have to be so very careful. And I believe that the only weapon really is the word of God. But someone
Yes.
said that God created the devil. So should we be angry at God instead of the devil? Well, God has given us free will, and all the angels have free will. But God also has laws that governs his heavenly realm. And
Yes.
Satan, coveted God's throne and power.
Yes.
So hence, that's why he was thrown out of heaven, because he coveted, he broke one of the
Yes.
laws. So,
Absolutely.
and he was so filled with pride
Yes.
because God made him absolutely beautiful. And you can read about that in Isaiah and in the book of Ezekiel, you know.
Yeah.
And so, no, we should not blame God, because Satan chose to go his own way.
Mm-hmm.
So, people that practice witchcraft and all this rubbish, they are going their own way because they want to be powerful and above everyone else, but siding with Satan, whether they realize it or not.
It's true. It's true. It's the whole thing is it's really sad that somebody has to go to extent of witchcraft just to get something. Or I mean, it's yeah,
Or to ruin your
it's
life.
not crazy, but it's there. And if you don't go as far as to protect yourself, at the very least protect yourself, or be protective of the types of people who come around you, you will fall victim.
Yeah, definitely. Because I listened to something not too long ago where, you know, like with these tarot cards and these Ouija boards and all these things, you know, they can bring evil attachments into your life where,
Absolutely.
you know, things will go wrong for you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I even heard of people who go to church in the day and then in the evening they worship Satan. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
definitely. Oh,
That's
there's
it.
a lot of witchcraft practices in church, a lot. Even a friend and I were talking about that yesterday. A lot.
wow. The whole thing is mad. It's really, really, really mad.
But, you know,
It's
it's just having discernment to know
it's key.
that
This
when
is
a person
very
is
key.
trying to befriend you, you
Yes.
know, that you just pray and ask God, you know, like who and what is this person?
Yes. 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 I believe it's really, 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 really important to do that, because I also believe that the people who are practicing witchcraft, not all of them are ignorant. Some of them are very aware of what they are doing and the pain it causes and the distraction it causes, but they don't care. And
Yeah,
they go
yeah.
ahead and do it anyway.
See, this is why that friend of mine wanted to give me a tarot card reading. See,
Yeah,
because the minute that I would have said yes, then that would have given her and her demons permission
exactly.
to have done whatever she wanted
Exactly.
to have done to me.
Exactly. It's very, very clever.
Very clever. And you
It's
know, with
very
you
clever.
saying that she was dating, because you said that your friend was dating your fiance,
Yeah. So, like I said,
right?
yeah.
Well, you know, with that situation there, when eh, because
But those things do not work out.
sex is also used as a witchcraft tool. And
Oh,
this
yeah.
is what people don't understand. When you are fornicating left and right, you are picking up STDs, you know, as in demons.
Yeah. I agree. I agree. Sex is used not just as that, it's also used as a form of mind control.
Yeah,
So, like, let's say, for example, I wanted Mr. X and I felt Mr. X would be a good husband material, or I'm a man and I want Miss Y. And I think Miss Y would be a good wife material. All I have to do is to convince them to have a sexual relation with me. And then once they have a sexual relation, that person is thinking they're having sex because they are getting pleasure out of it. I know what I'm doing with that, because that energy, I can use it to transmute it into something and then use that to control that person. And
yeah,
this is the whole basis of, I think, sex magic. That,
yes,
again, it's really, really, really rampant in this day and age, and even in the new age.
exactly. Oh, there's just so many things, you know, down to even eating from people, you're taking a
Yeah,
chance.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Like I said, up until 2015, I never knew any of these things even existed. If somebody told me, I would just be like, this sounds ridiculous. This sounds like it's from, I don't know, it's from the fairy tales, movies. But no, it's actually real. And I also realized that a lot of these so-called children's fairy tale books are actually spirits and demonic entities and things of the occult that they've put in, like, let's say, children's cartoons. Things like the mermaid is from the marine kingdom,
Yes.
and all of that, mermaid, merman. And have you realized that most Disney films is all about witchcraft?
Oh yeah. You
Oh,
know,
there's always a witch. There's always a witch or a wizard who was jealous of somebody for her youth or beauty or whatever. It's always
yes.
it's always the same themes.
You know, and this is the thing, I knew these things existed, but I
Yeah.
didn't know to the depth of how they existed. And I also, like yourself, didn't really know about these things until, I would say, starting in 2015, actually.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Yeah, 2015 did I start learning about these things on a deeper level
Yeah.
through church. Um, you know, and I was just blown over, because then it made me look back
Mm.
over certain friendships I've had, relationships, and then it's like, so that's why.
Yes. 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 Yes.
So until you know about these things, you won't ever be able to figure out, well, how comes that, when I tried to start that business, why didn't it take off?
Yeah.
Or why didn't that relationship work out? Or
Yeah.
because you didn't realize that there was some connection
To
to the other side of things, the demonic.
yes. Yes. I could even go as far as to tell you guys the once. This was, I think, last year, sometime last year. One of my friends introduced me to a guy who seemed like a really nice guy, goes to church. I've known this person for many years, but there are certain people you just overlook. You're just like, yeah, I've known this person for many years, but I never thought of him in that way. So you get to know them. As you're getting to know them, they seem really nice. You think, okay, this could be a potential. So I start praying about it, and then bam, everything ends. And I was like, what's this? I mean, I really wanted to know this person. He seems like a really, really nice guy. But later on, I got to find out that he plays for the other team. Now he's looking for a cover, basically.
Oh.
Yes. So then he can go to the Ghanaian church is going to be, you will eat him up for him to come out like that. So what he has to do is to come to church, get somebody who would agree to that. But with me, as I prayed about it, he got to know that I wouldn't, because I'm a Christian at church and at home. So that's not going to fly with me. So once he knew that I wasn't going to accept that, he completely cut it off. But like I said, I got to later on know, because I was like, God, why? What is this? But after I prayed and asked God why, it was revealed to me. So sometimes rejection is God's protection. It's actually very, very true.
Yes.
It's so true.
Yeah. So Lance, there was a comment right prior to Raw Reality where it talked about the 7 cardinal sins.
You would have pulled that up?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
The 7 deadly sins, also known as the capital vices or cardinal sins, is a grouping and classification of vices within Christian teachings: pride, envy, wrath, gluttony, lust, sloth, and greed. And we can see that all those characteristics are very prominent in today's society.
Absolutely.
In the highest concentrations, for
Yeah.
sure. Let me just say, Ms. D Nice, if you want to try again, I saw you come in, but there's certain things you have to do on your side to come in all the way. But you were successful in coming in. It's just the little glitches there sometime. But if you want to try again, I just dropped the link. But carry on, everybody. Carry on.
Was there a third person on?
Well, we have Brother Kwame on, and Harriet, yourself. Master Glam has been coming in and out, and whoever else wants to come in, come in. I'm gonna open up your line, Kwame. You had some background noise in the back, but continue on talking, lady and Harriet.
Yeah, so
Sorry.
the whole thing is just being aware, and I like talks like this because it just means that it makes me I learn more from everybody's experience, and it also shows me that I'm going down the right direction. Because sometimes you have people who absolutely don't believe in any of these things, yet they call themselves Christians. So I'm just like, what do you go to church for?
That's a great statement,
Well,
though.
yeah, because it's just amazing. Well, half of the people that sit in church, do they even read their Bible though?
No,
That's
they're not
true.
into it. They're really not into it. You see, I'm not going to say the stereotypical comment where, well, they're all hypocrites. I'm not going to say that, but I will say this, just like Sister Harriet said, that you can meet somebody that looks to be quite favorable and you get interested in them because they have the characteristics of a good mate. And you find out they're playing for the other team. And I kind of want to clarify that, but I don't know if it's a satanic thing or a gender thing, a preference thing, a lifestyle rainbow thing, or maybe
Yeah,
we'll
it's
leave
a
it.
rainbow coalition.
Whoa, Rainbow Coalition. Wow.
Yeah.
And that is so many of us have so many reasons in this thing that it's like you can't even trust the facade. You can't even trust the exterior. I mean, why would you immediately? And this is why you prayed on it, and the answer came to you in the fact that everything stopped. But I think the very reason that many people see Christianity, that outwardly they see something good, right? They figure something good. Like, okay, I'm a regular guy. The Christianity thing would be a good fit in a cover to cover what I really want to be about.
Yeah.
So I'm not just going to say they're all hypocritical, because we're all on a journey. And some journeys may go through that before they ascend to a higher level.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to knock them where they are. Yeah. But all I'm going to say is that I would say the majority, whether it's 51% or 99%, 99% might be too high. But the majority of those who are there are using it for the shield and cover that it is to hide their dirt. Yeah. Because you have people like Joel Osteen who will not come out and say what it is. You have people in the business of Jesus like T.D. Jakes who ain't going to insult the people who are bringing in money, always leaving them a door cracked. You know, God forgives. So you playing God in your sin, right? Oh, you forgive, right? It's a nice looking woman over there. I'm going to try to talk to her and get her in my bedroom tonight, but you forgive. Oh, I got this on my mind, but I know God forgives. I'm going to have some fun tonight. That's what we're dealing with. And that's the most of what's there. Because churches I've gone to visit or just gone to because I may have gone out of town and this is what they do. And they say, come on, Lance. I'm like, okay, I'm coming. And I'm sitting there not looking for stuff, but I'm seeing stuff jumping out on me more than what I see in the street. Not jumping on me like I'm going to get down with it, but when they, let me tell you something. Notice the next time if you do or are a person who will go to a church and I'm going to say it this way, new meat. They don't know you and you're new. Watch their eyes. When you first come in, the eyes will tell you everything. If you can discern the spirits, it'll be an instant download that you know what it is before they put their guard back up again. If they're lusting after you, you'll see it. If they're envious of you, you'll see it. If they have all this jealousy in their heart and there's something about you that they don't like, you'll see it. But you got to catch it at first before people reset themselves where they can deceive you now. Okay. But that first initial thing tells you everything you need to know. And I feel, I can't say I know, but deep down I know. But to be politically correct, I have to say I feel that most even those who are there who may not have a devious intention, but they're there because somebody told them that they're supposed to be there. They don't absorb it all the way, but this is what you're supposed to do. I'll fulfill the parental what's the word I'm looking for? You owe somebody something. So I'm going to go there because I'm under your roof. But as soon as I get out on my own, I'm going to raise hell. I'll still show up, but I'm free to do all the things that I want to do. And going back to the whole witchcraft thing, which was brilliant, what mixed genre faves said. Okay, let me see. Let me just go back up to that comment because I was like, whoa, that is something. Let me go back.
Well, I tell you, that list is actually in the Bible. Pride, envy, wrath, gluttony, lust, slothfulness, and greed. It's in the Bible.
Oh,
but
yeah.
While you're,
what she said about the three things of witchcraft.
Oh, yes. That was a good comment.
Yeah. I wanted to just say something about that real quick.
Yeah, that was a good comment.
I've known that in many intimate ways in my private life, whether it be private life or online life, these entities who indulge in this thing, it's hard for them to hide the envy. There's also that thing where they want to control you.
Yes. Yes.
It's like a snake tightening up around your neck. And for some reason, and it starts out so slow, but they're on you morning, noon, and night. And when you get hip to who they are, they can't stand it. When you really get hip to what they're doing and what they are and how they want to manipulate you, and they disappear in the thin air because they keep knowing what they are. And
it's
so,
true. And sorry, Salat, because when you just said the envy, it just brought back another memory with that ex-friend. We had went to eat in a restaurant and we came out, and I remember it was bright and sunny, beautiful. And we came outside and the girl just burst into tears.
Really?
And I said, what's wrong? What's the matter? And she was just sobbing and sobbing. And then she actually said, oh, I'm not beautiful like you are. I don't look like you. She was just sobbing over the way I looked. And I felt so bad. I know we don't look alike, but I had to say, please don't cry. Don't feel that way. I says, of course, look. I says, we look alike. That's the worst thing I could have ever have done, because I don't know what I had opened myself up to at that point in doing that to appease her, It was just so with what you were saying, Lance, they try and control you, but they'll do it in ways that you're not even thinking they're controlling you. You know what I mean?
And
you're mute.
That is so, at first they come so gentle. At first they come so non-threatening, helpful. And they show such a wonderful side, but it's all by design, because the snake that is behind the facade is licking his chops. Even when they want to move in on you and what they think they can get out of you on that spiritual level and control, it's really an envy. They see that you're popular with other people and they want that for themselves. They don't like what it is that you have, and they see the trajectory of where you're going, and so they decide to move in on you full time. Full time.
That's what happened.
Until they have embedded themselves in every area and facet of your life. Even when you have downtime, they're there for you. And you even cherish them because of their deeds that are like a controlled demolition, very manipulative. And when they see your reactions, they're like, I got them now. So I don't have to worry about keeping up this facade. I can take this part of it and put it down. I can take that part of it and put it down. Because even if they wanted to get away from me, they can't. But see, you can because you have the ultimate say-so. Because you've allowed them into your life willingly, thinking that they didn't have this kind of heart to you. And they think that you're so deceived. But when they realize that you know and you ain't going for it, trust me, they have to flee. There are many who come like that. So when you learn these lessons, and then see the witchcraft comes, you know, the spells come. Mm-hmm. They want to buy you a hat. They want to buy you a shirt. They want to send you bracelets like shackles around your wrists. You take all of that stuff when you realize who they are, and you go as far as you can, and you burn it. You see? And then you have tag team people. That one is the one that wants to get into your life, but another one already has a closer proximity, and they work together. See, I know all of these things. I'm not saying I know everything. Don't get me wrong. I say I know of these things because I've experienced it, and I'm telling you, the confusion that those entities thrive off of, that their presence brings to you in your life, it dries up immediately when you get rid of them. You wake up from a fog and you say, what the hell was I doing? Why did I let this person manipulate me into overdoing stuff here and trying hard? And they sit to the side. You ever see that picture? It was a white lady. It was a painting, and it tried to play demon possession. And it showed this woman laying on the back on her bed, and it was some little monkey-looking demon sitting up on top of her stomach. And that's how they are. They just want to be sucking from you, your every movement. It's like a mother who has a child righteously that's beginning to crawl and wanting to walk, but you keep them close by. They move a little bit, but they pull you back in. So here it is, like when you said that are certain people sent to you to block your destiny. Because see, these kind of people, they know their time is over, which they're brainwashed. They're shut down because they accepted the limitations. So just like when we spoke about the jealousy, when they see younger people and they're older people, they wrote their chapter when they were 25 years old and 37 years old. And here they are in their mid 60s, knowing what they did in those years, but you haven't written that chapter yet. And they're mad at the potential that you have. So they will do purposely things to bring you down on an occultic level, acting as though it's something simple and something innocent, but you're deep in it. And I don't want no parts of you with that foolishness. Because see, behind it, if you can see what they really look like. See, when you talk to these people in real life, or you see them on a FaceTime on the phone, something flashes. And you see them for the ugly person that they are. We're not just talking about the physical ugliness, but the spiritual ugliness makes them ugly too.
Yeah.
Because I've seen fine, drop-dead gorgeous women who had evil spirits in them, and they look just as ugly. You give me, let's just say it this way. If I was single, give me an ugly woman with a good spirit as opposed to a drop-dead gorgeous woman with an evil spirit on the inside. I'll shut up. I'll let you talk. Kwame, you've been bouncing in and out, man. What you want to say? You're in. Your line's open. Okay. Lady J. Harriet, what you were saying was interesting. Carry on. Carry on.
Well, I want to say this also with this friend.
Doing?
Say we would go out, be hanging out. Like, this is a real situation. There was you know, there used to be people that would sell jewelry on the street, like real silver jewelry.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they still do it in New York now, but
Yeah.
you know, and so there was this guy selling jewelry, and so I picked up a ring, and I says, "Oh man, I really like this. I'm gonna get it." Do you know she got so upset that I was buying myself this ring? So I'm the kind of person, you know, if I buy something and you want it too, just go ahead. I couldn't care less. So I said to her, I said, look, he's got tons of them. So if you don't buy one, someone else is going to buy one. I said, just buy it if you want it. I just thought, what were you throwing a tantrum for because I'm buying myself something? It's like, if you want one, go ahead. But do you know she bought the same ring?
I know
But
somebody like
it's
that.
not, you know, for me, it's not even about her wanting the ring also. It was the attitude and the getting upset. It's like, look here, you're not a child. You're an adult. Just go ahead and buy it. Like, so that was another thing that, you know, like, for me, I just thought, I didn't pinpoint as to where that was coming from. Because, you know, I was young then, really wasn't into these things. But I mean, we were, I think she might have been maybe like 3 years older than me. It's not like she was that much older, or 5 years. But, you know, it's the attitude of some of these people when they're practicing. Like, some of them, I think that when they're practicing, they're given whatever demons or whatever, it's hard for them to kind of hold them down. So they get exposed. So unless you, as the other person, can recognize, well, this must be a practicer, you know, she can't contain her demons. Then you just think, well, okay, she's just got issues.
Yes. Real Reality just said it too. That person wanted your life from what you're saying. They wanted to be you. And when you really think about it, these people who take so much energy, and I'm going to tell you, we know that you don't have to physically be right next to a person to want to cast spells and take over their life and do whatever, you know, but there is no mastery over stuff like that. People are led to believe that when they may have had some cheap wins early on in their occultic career, it sucks you in like that person who went to the casino the first time with friends and put in very little money and came out with a whole lot. Now for the rest of their life, they're stuck. Now they're bringing their mortgage money, their rent money. Now they're taking money to pay the car note. They just know they're going to hit again and never do. And that casino gets everything back. So this is the way I feel it is with the occultic, I won't call it art, indulgences, that people are sold out because really it's not based on the emotion of love and wanting to uplift your people. See, I wrote an article. No, it wasn't an article. It was a video I did. And I forgot exactly how I titled it, but it was to the effect of, for many, African spirituality is a cover for the occult in those people's lives. I'm not saying African spirituality or whatever, all of it, But the majority of what people say they're doing when they put that as a cap, they're into the occult. I've seen it. I've come here to Ghana and have experienced and heard that many sacrifices were done in my name, not in my name like, oh yeah, this is a good thing, but to do me harm.
Oh.
So all I ask is that, how do the people feel who talk a good word online, but secretly have it in for me to go somewhere like a jackass to a practitioner who 99% of them don't even know what they're doing, to spend money to do harm to me? What kind of torment do you have in your mind while I'm continuing to do what I do, live in my lane, and go into my destiny without any hesitation at all? That's got to be miserable when you invest so much time, whether it be a few weeks or a month or 2 years, 3 years into somebody's life, and now you've fallen off and realize you were just wasting your time. See, I don't let things bother me personally. I'm not saying I'm so strong that anything that comes against me, I can just knock it down. But when you mess with me, right, the way I feel, there's a power back in me that's not going to let you stop me from doing what I'm doing, as long as I'm righteous in what I'm doing. If I turn away now and become a fraud like so many others, then I'll fall by the wayside. But this way of wanting to suck your energy, this way of not wanting to see you succeed in what you're supposed to succeed in, and this thing is very real now. But you can't let it sink into your mind. You got to constantly remind yourself that you were put on this earth and on this journey and in this life for a certain reason. And you have the right to curse them back, not by their methods, the same way they do, but to look at them and say, I'm stepping on you right now. I have a legal right to do so because I don't have any time to waste in what I'm doing here. How dare you, you negative entity who is hopeless, turning away from the seeds of greatness that were put in you that you ignored because you didn't want your batch. You didn't want the hand that was dealt to you out of the deck of cards of life, symbolically I'm saying. I'm not talking about no tarot cards, because there's been times I've allowed all people to come onto the show and do what they do. And after a while, I'm like, wait a second. Nah, I can't do this no more. I can't just to be nice guy. Oh yeah, you come on in, you just come on in. What does that make of me? Right? So we got to understand what energies we're dealing with and discard them properly. And whatever little baubles and rubies and props and necklaces and bracelets and things, and we'll put this here and do this there, you just putting a noose around your neck for them so they can destroy your life. But anybody who has been through that before it even actually happened, because they always try to be so nice to everybody, and they always want to take over every facet of your life. Oh, that's your friend. Oh, I want to talk to them. Oh, reach out to me. Yes, I'm so, and everybody loves this person until they have to run for the hills once you describe who they are and you know who they are. I'm bold-faced with it. Y'all know.
Something.
Go ahead, sister.
And with you saying that now, I remember her saying to me, oh, you always put your men before your friends. I was like, but of course. And if you are my friend, you should know that when I am dating my man, that you need to take the back seat, because that is who I might possibly marry, buy a house with, have children with. So yeah, they come before you do. And as a good friend, what you're supposed to do, take the back seat. And if things go wrong, just be there. Because when my friends are dating, I get in the back seat. And if anything should go wrong or whatever, then I'm there. you know, and it was like, boy, she's something else. And then one time, yes, my grandmother had passed, and I was telling her, oh, my aunt is here from Jamaica. Do you know, she wanted like my aunt's number to contact. I says, no, no, no. My aunt is a very private person. She don't take on people like, no, she doesn't know you. She's never met, no. So where one of the comments was, she wanted your life. She wanted to be you. Yeah, because this girl just wanted to move in on everything. Taking my bedroom, wanting to be first before my man, moving in on my family that she don't know. It's like, boy, if ever I met a witchcraft practicer, it was her. I couldn't believe it. So yeah.
So crazy. Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Hello? Yeah.
Yes,
So
yes.
what if you know of an elderly lady who, let's say she's old enough to be, let's say, your mother. She's got her family, she's got her kids, everything, but she seems very envious of people your age group, like her daughter's age group, but she's not envious of her own daughter, but people around that same age group always commenting on their dressing, on the people they are dating. It's just too much involvement for somebody her age. It's very strange. Do I still associate with that type of person because we are related, or shall I take that as a hint to kind of back
No,
off?
no, no. You deal with them on what energy they have. Positioning and proximity in this day and age, to me, I mean, you can take what I say with a grain of salt, but it's those people who are closest to you and people who you
Yeah.
allow in your energy and in your
Yeah.
area. See, you know,
Mm.
when I used to do a little bouncing after working in the jail, you'd have guys who are on the other side. After you pulled them and broke up a fight, they're mad at you now. And so they're all across the other side of the dance floor making threats. I'm going to get you. I'm going to beat you. I'm going to punch you. I'm going to do this. They can't touch you from the other side of the room. They can't punch you from the other side of the room. They got to get close to you and in position to do you harm. So what does that tell you? These people, these spirits, energies jump also. So, you can be around a certain set of people where some of them or find out or discern that they're no good for you, so you pull away. You may have others who you feel safe with, and one or two of them together, and one's no good. You pull away, and then you make up your mind. You said, I'm not going to be around anybody. So you're sitting in your yard by yourself, and the tree falls on you. Things will happen regardless, but you have to, it's true. I'm watching everything. That spider, I caught him out the corner of my eye and I got him before he got up on my leg and bit me. That doesn't mean you have to be paranoid. And see, we have to stop apologizing for us being aware when other people say we're paranoid, because when people tell you you're paranoid, usually they're the ones in position to come to try to do something to you. You know what I mean? So when you have somebody who is always criticizing the younger generations who are your daughter's age or her daughter's, was it your daughter or her daughter? It was
Her
her daughter.
daughter's age, which is
Right.
my age group, but like she doesn't get envious of me. She's very nice to me, absolutely nice to me. But it seems people my age mates, like I will talk about someone's dressing because it's very, very nice, and she gets really worked up. Why is she dressing like that? Why? And I'm just like, but this person is my age mate, and not just that, that person is not even your child. That's somebody else's child. You see what I'm
Well,
saying? For a woman that age, it's just really weird, and it makes me wonder, like, is she? I mean, is she doing witchcraft or what is it? You know, because I'm just, like I said, I'm just discovering this whole witchcraft things myself. So when
mhm.
anytime someone shows that jealous spirit, I'm kind of a bit standoffish with them.
It's
But what
just a
about
matter before it comes around to you directly. Naima, you're
exactly,
in. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly?
yeah, yeah. Naima,
Sir
jump on in.
Lancelot, Sir Lancelot, there was a comment right before Misty Nice, Know Your
Mm-hmm.
Circle.
Mm-hmm.
No, not that one.
This one.
No.
What was the gist of
Yes,
it?
that one. That one.
Okay.
Oleas, she says, or there's those people who try and take over your entire life and so-called replace you and then push you to the back. Yeah,
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
she was.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that ex-friend was trying to do that to me because guess what? She then wanted to get in touch with my son. And I said, no, do not contact him, through his Facebook. I said, no, he has his friends, his own age. So no, but I know what that was about because she
Listen,
even asked me, oh, is your son still a virgin? And I thought, no, I'm not even going to answer you. Do
Oh,
you, who asks that? I would never ever ask one of my friends about, oh, is so and so your child still a virgin? What that's none of my business. What do you
there
want to know for?
because there's this thing called sexual vampirism where some
Ah,
people, like, I think we discussed it a little earlier, which is
yeah.
similar to sex magic, where people take away people's virtues, blessings, anything that is meant to be for them, they can take it away by through sex, basically. So sometimes it's much older people who try it on
oh,
younger
yeah.
people, or vice versa. It depends on the person who's doing the magic, black magic, basically.
You see, there's the evidence. That there's the I mean, it's like this woman. Like I am so glad to be rid of her now, honestly. And it took a long time to get rid of her, actually. For years, I was trying to get rid of her,
It's the
even though
reason
I've
why,
moved.
yeah, it's the reason why molested people, like people who suffer pedophilia and molestation, they grow up to become dysfunctional adults because something has been taken away from them. Things,
Yes.
certain blessings has been taken away from them. The
Mhm.
path to success is not straight for them, so they latch on to drugs, alcohol, addictions, because their virtues that was supposed to be there has been replaced. And usually the person who did the witchcraft, black magic, is using it to prosper themselves, whether or not that virtue can be used as a currency to buy a good marriage, a currency to buy a good career, a currency to buy long life. That's what they use it for.
Right. Right. That's so
Wow.
true. Naima has been waiting for a while. Naima, come on in
Yes.
to the conversation.
No, I didn't went and ran around and
Hi.
everything. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Loud
we
and
hear
clear.
you well.
Okay, yeah. I had to get off early because my son started calling, my cousin started calling, I ran around to run some errands. But yeah, uh, but what I've been struggling with for oh my God, since I guess people call it awakening, but since I just became more aware, I just for my whole life couldn't figure out what the heck was going on. So it's like when you figure out that it's family, friends, the closest people to you,
Mm,
and it makes it very difficult because you know, a few of them I struggle with when I've told them over and over again, I'm focusing on myself. As much free time as I have, you know, away from work and whatnot, I need to focus on myself and work through my own issues, and they'll keep wanting me to focus on them, doing stuff for them. And I'm like, and I realize this is what they've been doing, and this is what I've been getting aggravated with. And then my son pointed out to me that that a lot of women, what they do to women like me is that they basically make us the men in their lives, because we are basically self-sufficient. We'll just do whatever needs to be done. If a man around, great. If one not around, we just do what we need to do. And so then they want us to come and do it for them, you know. So it's like, like, you know, they want me to come and hang their stuff up, come and I'm like, you got a man sitting there, what are you calling me for? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I mean, it just didn't make any sense to me. But when I left the religion, they started acting a fool. When I started to travel, they started acting a fool. I'm like, what in the world is going on? Don't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. But I started to realize all these people were literally piggybacking and parasiting off of me. And I'm one of those people, I don't change too much as far as my basic routines, you know, my phone number and whatnot. I had the same phone number for about 20 years maybe. And I just recently changed it. Oh my God, that was like a big deal to everybody. I'm like, what's the problem? My niece wanted me to go get the number turned back on so she could, I'm like, you know, I'm like, and then, you know, it's like, you know, everything I want to do, something starts to like try to get in the way of what I want to do. It is just really, it's been really weird. But once I start to notice it, I start to be able to maneuver through it. And basically, you know, I cut some people off, but some people, it's kind of difficult to do that because, you know, they old. So, and they need assistance. But yeah. Yeah, I say demons are just energetics, whether they be in the body or out the body. It's just, however, I even see some people call angels, you know, positive. I don't always see those as positive. Some of those people, it doesn't matter the energy you're in. Somebody can cut your throat with a smile on their face. So it doesn't matter if they're in a what they consider a positive or a happy space or whatever. They can disguise themselves behind any kind of energy. So being aware, being more conscientious of what's going on and paying attention and listening to your first mind is what I suggested, you know, of the start. At least that's what I've been starting to do.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, go ahead.
Intuition
Yes,
is
I
very
totally,
important.
sorry.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, you know, you have to follow your mind. And when your spirit doesn't take to someone, you know, you just have to just really not have any involvement with them. That's what I've learned.
Yeah, being in Christianity, they taught us the opposite. Because my first
Yes,
instinct was no. Then they tell you mean and you're not being Christ-like. But every time after time goes on, my first instinct was always correct.
Yeah, I think in Christianity we are taught to even turn the other cheek when they slap you. So it's almost as if you're always pandering to evil. You could have an evil person right in front of you, and they're always telling you, oh, people are not always the same. They will change eventually. But some people just don't.
And it's not my responsibility to change them. They have to want to change.
So yeah,
exactly.
some people don't. Some people cannot change. I think Psalm 58 verse 3 says that some people are born wicked from the womb. They
Yes.
go about speaking lies like their father, Satan. Psalm 58 verse 3 says that.
Yeah.
So even the Bible acknowledges that there are some people who can never be rehabilitated.
That's true. That is true. And because, you know, the word also says, what has light to do with darkness? And one of the comments talked about light. So you know, when you see that darkness in someone, you know, at some point you have to stop giving them the other cheek. And
And
this
they know
is
who we
why,
are. And they know who we are.
yeah,
Just
Well,
like
well, well, like
they
with
know.
my I've only been married once. I got married at 18. That was part of the Christian church encouraged me to do that. But that was people when I could. It made me recognize there was a part of myself that was not that just I just can't turn the other cheek as far as just being like, oh, I forgive you and leave it. No, I mean, it's like I was literally going into full, I'm gonna take you out before you take me out mode. And that's what I did not like, being in that energy, but it was like I was feeling like I was left with not much of an option.
Mm-hmm.
So and knowing that I hadn't done anything uh, uh, harmful to him, and he's acknowledging I has not done anything to him, but he's just evil. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and when everybody around me encouraging me to stay, encourage, when I leave, hide, they know, they let him in. You know, all, even the shelters let them come in. I'm like, what in the world? I'm in the, and I'm like, I had to literally shut down in myself. So it's like I stepped back in myself and close off all energetic, you know what I'm saying? And even though I was in Christianity, this is what I did. Once I go dead and take all emotion out of it and don't care, then outside things start to shift. So it's like once I get out of that mode of love and hate and fear and whatever the emotion is, and just step back into nothing, then everything started to shift. And then I was able to get away with no problem. But long as they can tag in or tap in or hook into your energy, that's what I noticed. That's when they, can just keep a hold of you and keep, even love, they can just hook in there and just, wherever you at, they just, all of a sudden they popping up and yeah. Once I go dead, it ain't no finding me.
yes, that's interesting, because what I find, I have to literally just cut the person off, because for me there's no in between.
Yeah, we have a
I'm
son. We
either,
have a son, so I couldn't just, completely do that. But when
oh
I didn't give him
I'm
access to me, though, I didn't give him any more access to me.
oh 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 I was referring to like just friends, not
Yeah,
your partner
yeah,
or husband or spouse.
yeah.
But yeah, I just find now, and I just wish that I could have been the way I am now then when I was younger, and just like not like you said, church has taught us a lot in turning the other cheek and be forgiving and be patient. All those qualities are good, but I don't think, and just like Harriet said, some people just cannot change. So you need to walk away and not look back,
The preacher
because
literally turned his back to me. I went to the preacher. My sister-in-law took me to the minister. I told him what was going on because she was trying to get him to help me because I had no money or nothing. And he turned his whole chair around on me and said, well, maybe you need to leave town. And didn't say another word to me.
wow.
So it's like when these energies, these entities, I'm gonna call them, start to show themselves. And when we're under the delusion, we don't really realize it. We just be wondering what's going on. But they actually do and have been showing themselves. And we just been being willfully subservient to them because of what we were taught and what we believe.
Absolutely. 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 That's why the Bible says we have to be
church is the
vigilant.
norm, but we don't realize it until we cut down to the quick to see what it really is. It's
Yeah.
the business of Jesus, and it's a social club replacement. And it's not what it was back in the day when we had no choice for those who had to endure the evil travesties of slavery, when our very lives revolved around the church, because although the threat of death was over our heads 7 days a week, or rather 8 days a week, that was a day where Massa kind of eased off of us a little bit. He still had his knee in our neck, but he shifted his weight a little bit, and even still he was in the church watching over us to make sure that we didn't speak any revolutionary jargon. So we networked. We spoke on things that were preserving of life, as long as it wasn't threatening the slave master. We cherished our time in the church to the point that even to this day, or even several decades ago, when there was a semblance of what it used to be, as a child, you would say, listen, I've been in church from early this morning. I got up at the crack of dawn. We left after the morning service to go on and get something to eat. We came back for an evening service. I'm tired. I'm hungry again. When are we going to leave? Because you didn't want to leave, because you knew that once that Sunday was over in a time of slavery, that you're going to go back to business as usual, with the hard work, the disrespect, the punishment, lynchings, hangings, and death. So that's something that is just put into us, and we expect so much out of it. But now in the present day manifestation, you can hang that up. If it's not narcissistic, sociopathic hero or celebrity worship, it's being a part of a cult that is a cult. I didn't say a cult, because it is still a cult going strong through there. The control that the pastor wants to have over the lives of the people. And when you come there as a new member, all of a sudden they want to send their imps to you to see what's inside your house, to see what you got going on. You understand? So it's something different. And it's to suck your energy. That's exactly what it is, to suck your energy on so many different levels. Okay, she's married. Okay, she has a husband. But we found out that they have issues in the marriage. Send them both over to me so we can do a little counseling. And maybe the wife with her pretty big legs, she can come over and talk to me, and I'll counsel her. You see what I mean? So it's superficial now. It's a business. At one time, they passed around the collection plate once. Now it's 5 and 6 times. So if you show up to the service late, thinking you got away from the collection plate, here they come with it. 5 minutes before the service is going to be over. I see we have Kwame in. Talk to me, brother.
Hey, Kojo, how are you?
Say it again.
How you doing?
Oh, I'm good. At 60 years old.
Good man, good man. Happy birthday, my brother. Big 60. Well done. Well done.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah. I mean, everything you said, man, is so true. I mean, we have people who are so jealous, by the way. And once they have their jealousy, they're capable of anything, even kill. Even kill, Kojo. Because the jealousy that we have is more than frightening. I mean, say for instance, if you've got a Mercedes, right, and your friend is so jealous of you, he's capable of anything. He can go behind your back. That's like because Lance has got this Mercedes. Yeah, I mean, who does he think he's now a big man? It's all these sort of childish things we say that leads into jealousy and can lead into kill.
Right. You speak nothing but the truth.
Well, it is true. And also, I mean, you're in Ghana, are people going to, it's true what, I mean, Harriet said, we even go to church even at night. Day and night, you see people going to Ghana, people in Ghana go to church day and night. Yeah, I mean, it's just way over the top. But if you tell them that, they'll feel like you're insulting them, you're insulting their religion. But listen, no one's saying you shouldn't believe in God, but don't take it too far. Don't take it too far, my friend, because you don't know what could happen. Too much religion is dangerous. It is.
Not just too much, just a little bit too. You don't need too much poison to kill somebody now, do you?
Oh, man, can you imagine? Every day, I mean, day and night, I'm sure Harriet agrees with me, and also the others from Ghana, the extent we go to church every year, it's too much. It's too much. And by the way, as well, with Lady J, I mean, I don't know her that well, you have to be very careful things when you come to what the people you hang around with, because yes, it's true, they're so evilly possessed. They're capable of anything behind your back. They could just destroy you, just like the click of my finger. Kojo, all the best, my brother, yeah?
Thank you so much. Thank you, brother. Yeah. But like as far as the whole people behind your back doing something to you, now it's like I've realized that you got to watch out for them, because these are the same people who would try to wipe you off the face of the earth. I'm adding someone else to the screen now. Your line is open. I guess maybe you had covered your screen. You're muted right now. But Che Learsley, your line is open. But everybody else, come on and chime in the same way. We're going to just roll out. We're going to roll out tonight with some serious something. And I already came up with the title of tomorrow's show, but it's going to be a continuation in spirit of this show, because I like these types of conversations, because we need to have these types of conversations. We don't have enough of these type of conversations. But those entities who are sold out to doing you wrong, it's almost where their actions are an admission of inferiority. Now, yes, we all we're not created equal. We're not, because we're not equal. Are we equally created? Mm-mm.
No, it's true.
Is a 6'8" American man created equally with a 5'2" Korean, and they both want to play basketball? No, but they're to be treated equal under the law, but they're not created equally, right? So all this type of thing where we want to give these demons fair treatment, no, get the hell out of my face. You see what I mean? When you realize who they are, you treat them accordingly, and you'll get nothing back bad to you, because they have called that on themselves. You see, we got this turn the other cheek type thing. For the people who are innocent, for the people who don't mean anything, you can work with them. But these people who definitely are evil and focus on destroying your life, you have the legal right to destroy them once you find out. You see, before they destroy you, you're going to sit there and let them do that? You mean you're going to talk bad about me, run all up and down the town and run your damn mouth and act like you don't do this? Throw people under the bus and want to come out and stretch your hand and be cool and we live together as one? You better hope I don't knock all the teeth out your mouth and make your dentist rich. You see, because we play around with these demons too much, putting them on our knee like a little kid. You little demon. I know you want to kill me, but it's only right that I treat you right, because all of God's children need equal treatment. You'll come around. Who's to say they are? Like it was said earlier, some of us were born wicked from the womb. Born wicked from the womb. I'm not no equal opportunity taker inner. Let's make up words. Oh, come everybody. I'm going to open my doors. If I find you near me where you're not supposed to go, I'm hurting you. You'll have fair warning. because you have the right, because you were put here on this planet to fulfill your destiny, and these people want to stop it. They're born to come around you to block it. No, you're not. You're going to get a broken arm, a broken leg, or a busted nose. I mean, I'm not a violent person, but it makes me think that way toward these people who want to come around and suck from you. Like Master Glam said on one of the shows, all creatures are not created the same. Look at mosquitoes. They're bloodsuckers. They can spread diseases. They're created, yes, but that don't mean you have to tolerate them, because for the most part, when they come in your presence, they want something from you. They're going to leave you something bad.
Yeah.
Get outside too much in the pretty smile, or where they are. I met them in church. Well, you'll meet more hell in church than you will in the whorehouse. I've never purchased anybody's vagina, but I've been in a couple of whorehouses with friends who did in my time. And I've seen more godliness aside from what they were doing in a whorehouse, sitting around, and how they treated each other with respect. They know what they were doing wasn't the ultimate of what you should be doing. And then I turn around and go in a church and see how people cutting their eyes and sitting there. Yeah, let me tell you something. I'm going to say it because I'm kind of pissed off retroactively, and I'll shut up after this. And I don't care who's watching. I don't care who don't like it. I'm not one of them people to keep my mouth shut when I see something. Here you go. Let's make some more enemies. And if you don't like it, you can come on the show and talk with me. And you'll be glad that I'm over here on the other side of the Atlantic. The church that I was married in with Mrs. Scurv, the name of it is Emmanuel. You hear that? Emmanuel, a Seventh-day Adventist church. I have never seen so many dysfunctional people who, when you walk in, they look at you up and down, evil. They spend more time in the parking lot after the service. And you know how some of the old, and I'm gonna say it, old, like we were saying how we have these old women, and there's some old men too, right? But the old men are okay. You fill their stomach, you give them a little sex, they're all right. You keep the stomach full of the balls empty, they ain't no problem. But it's some of these church old ass women. They can be American, but a lot of them got that old Caribbean demon in them. I'm not calling people demons from the Caribbean. My father's from Jamaica, but those who understand. They would line up in the parking lot, and you knew the one that was talking to somebody who had their back turned to you. That one who could see was relaying where you were. Oh, they're getting ready to go now. Who she thinks she is with these new shoes. And some of them were so envious of Mrs. Scurv. I didn't go. Before I met her, she was going just to go. You know, she wasn't what she is now, honestly. And when I got up in there to go a couple times, okay, I'm dealing with you, but what you into, whatever. See, when I started rubbing off on her, they didn't like it. And they didn't like me. And one time they found some of the things that I did online. And so they asked me, they said, oh, we would like for you to come and speak one day. See, y'all never heard this story. I said, me speak? Well, we see how you write and we see how you express yourself. We think it would be something nice. Okay. What do you want me to talk about? Well, something biblical. Well, Pastor Scurv got up on that pulpit that day and put down some word. I spoke about King James, the real King James. By the time I was coming with the punchline, they had to pull me off. Oh, we're running out of time, whatever. They don't want to hear that. But what I'm saying is that how can people call themselves in a church, membership, fake faces, hating on you, the gossip that's going along, because nothing but phone calls on a Saturday after that. Phone calls, and this one said this, and this one said that. And you had one of the sneaking deacons who was screwing about 4 or 5 of the women, but nobody said anything because it's not our place. The Lord would not like us to say those things. They better be glad I wasn't up in there. And you're going to put yourself and be up in a position in that hierarchy and come into the church with your Army Reserve outfit on. That tells who it is. I don't care who don't like it. Come see me. And you go there when nobody's there. You go into one of the little rooms where they have a computer. You got 5 women to empty out into their wombs as you please because they thought you was the best thing in the world. But you go in there, in the church, lock the doors with your jaw Vaseline and put on some porn and begin to relieve yourself in the church. That's why there's so much in me that I can tell. But Emmanuel Seventh-day Adventist Church in Orlando, you don't like it? You come see me. And these people, I've never seen a bunch of dysfunctional people like that in my life. And I've been to a lot of churches. And there's some other names I will drop later on. I'm going to do it on a separate show. And I'm going to reach out to some of them. They don't talk to me really, but I'm going to shoot it out where they hear about it. And I'm going to get them. Anyway, I had a little brain fart there. I kind of had a spasm. So I'll let you all continue on.
Well, the Bible don't even tell people to worship Jesus. But that's all they do every Sunday is Jesus, 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 Jesus. And the Bible never tells you to worship Jesus.
Sure did.
According to the so-called words of Christ in the book, he told you to worship God, not him.
That's right.
So I appreciate what I learned while I was in there, but you couldn't pay me to go back.
That's crazy. I mean, the experiences you have, and nobody calls it out. Nobody. I'm not saying nobody, but you get up in there like right now, they don't want me to come to America. I'm not going to be up in a place like that anyway. I'm just saying that let them call me out. Let them call me out. Let them. I invite any one of them that have crossed through in my path. These fraudulent people who are wasting the lives of other people and messing up the minds of their children with this foolishness. Pastors who receive this treatment, this narcissistic foolishness that they do. Nah, it ain't happening around me. Like I said, I'd be doing all kind of things with video if I was still in America right now. As creative as I am, I'd be busting them left and right.
Lance, it's so much blatant ignorance of number one, pedophilia is ridiculous in the church and out the church. And all they do is tell people to pray about it. Just pray about it. And I'm like, and when I ask them, how can I tell a child to pray to Jesus when that person is violating them is praying to Jesus? How can I explain that to me? How does that make sense? And nobody can answer you. Nobody can answer you. My mama and uncle thought I was possessed by a demon when I started just rejecting it all. And I started saying, oh, let's pray. I said, no. I'm yelling no. You know what I'm saying? They thought I was possessed. I said, well, thank you, minister. You can't help me. Evidently, if you thought I was possessed by a demon, you can't cast it out. You just sitting there looking and whispering. I'm tired of all these thoughts and prayers, and nothing's getting done. And most people being harmed is the children, and those children have now become adults that are trying to find some way to heal.
Yes, absolutely. I co-sign what you're saying, because like I said, last year, the guy that I met who was trying to court me into marriage and everything was within the church. But what he was looking for, initially I wasn't aware of it, but later on I found out what he was into was, the opposite, the same-sex relationship behind closed doors, possibly men 20 years younger than himself. And so we will have, like, let's say a normal heterosexual relationship at church. This will give him access to, let's say, roles within the church. So in my church, I'm a Seventh-day Adventist as well. You cannot be an elder if you don't have a wife. So he needed that. And also, it's almost like people respect you more when you're married and you look more wholesome. So he wanted that kind of facade to then continue living that shady lifestyle. But when I got into like getting to know him and stuff, I recognized this. And I even believe that he doesn't practice those things within this country. He goes to like poorer countries to go and do it and then come back. So he doesn't get caught, because his work, he works in social work, but he works with young delinquent boys. So if he's ever caught sleeping with like younger guys, it could get him in trouble in terms of his work as well. So I believe he goes abroad to go and do this. And these types of lifestyle, once you get into it, once a man gets into it, it's extremely difficult for them to come out of it. So they find ways to bring people into their lives that would maintain their image and keep things going as it is. So the pedophilia or whatever keeps growing, let's say within the church, let's say within the communities. And like I said before, those people who are molested, whether at the age of 20 or 15 or 10, they can't seem to get their lives together. It's always something missing in them.
You know why? Because it is a spirit. It's a demonic spirit.
Yeah.
And even, and you know, it's not just Christian churches, but it's religious
settings
across the board. I mean, look at what's been breaking out all over the internet.
The Dalai Lama.
The Dalai Lama. I mean, you know, what happened to the two people that were sitting on both sides of him? And where was the child's parents? I mean, you're gonna ask a child to suck your tongue.
What's next?
Come on. And he's now saying that was just a joke. I don't think so. When your face is in that child's face.
Yeah, and he said it was not only to say it was a joke, he apologized for his words, not what he did.
Yeah.
So I guess he's going to get an honorary invitation to be a Catholic priest now that he shows that he can behave in such a manner. And I'm telling you, where was the man? Where was the kid's father? Where was the mother?
That's what I said.
They under the spell. They under the spell.
Look at them.
Groomers also groom their parents as well. They don't just groom the child. They groom the parents initially. Because I know this because of the person I was involved with. They groom the parents first. So they get around the parents, you know, the child needs this, he needs that, he needs this, so the parents then build this trust for the person before they make a move onto the child.
You know what she's talking about is called charm. That's really what it is. It's the person acting in a charming way. You know, they're able to be very cunning. And what it is for them to keep up this this facade of who they present themselves as. So when other people see you and hear about things that you're going through and you're telling them the experiences that you've had with this person, it's a way for you to look crazy, which really is gaslighting. If people don't know what gaslighting is, that's what it is. It's when someone is constantly doing something to you and they either turn it around and blame it on you, or they deny that some of these things that you're saying happened never happened. So then you start doubting yourself and thinking, did this really happen? Or, you know, is it just me? Or, you know, am I perceiving this the wrong way? This is what they do, and they're skilled at it. They're skilled at it because, like she said, this is a spirit. This is a demon. So like I was saying yesterday, some people, they have demons. They have demons that visit them every now and then, different things, different vices, different issues. But there are some people who they've been possessed for so long. They've been sick for so long that they literally become consumed to the
with
point
it.
where they become the demon.
Yes.
And
Yes.
a lot of us sisters, whether you're religious or whether you go to church or not, I'm so glad that you guys are talking about this, because I was thinking to myself, what is it that we miss from church? Because my father's a pastor, and my father always spoke about these things. But like the sister said, they teach us to forgive. And I'm not passing blame, because um there's always accountability. You have to accept accountability in every situation that
Yes.
you're in,
Yes.
because this life is a lesson. And it doesn't matter, it's something that you just have to learn. You have to learn the lesson. And I know sometimes, like, we seem like we don't it does, like, we don't understand, or why are we experiencing this. There was many times where I asked, why was I experiencing these things? But it was certain things that I had done that I had to look within myself. And I'm not saying that everyone has done that, but your situation might be that you're being used as a tool, you're being used as a vessel, you're being used to help abuse children. You're being used, you know by God, the higher power. We all have a calling. We all have a calling. And us chosen ones, we're the ones that recognize that we have a calling. We might not know what the calling is. We might not realize we have a calling. And it could be the smallest thing, because your impact, the things that you do, when you touch 1, 2, 3, 4, 20 people, it is something. And you never know who that child can be that you touch, or that person. They could be the next, dare I say, Malcolm X, or you know Lancescurv. you know it's it's all about the love that we really need. And these people, these demons, they see the light within us. They
Yes.
see the light, and a lot of them, they see the gift that you have. It's like Mix Genre said the other night. It's like they see something that you can't. It's like you don't see. A lot of us don't see the gift, but they see it. And they're, like I said, they've been this demon for so long. They're good at this. That's why they can charm people. Even your family members will say, this person, are you sure that this happened? I would never think that this person did this. And that's their
Yes.
role. That's their job. That's their job description. It is to do these things, to make people believe that they're so great. And that's usually one of the first signals. When you meet people, especially if you get into an intimate relationship, you'll see that they try to act like they're perfect, like this perfect person. But every now and then, these little red flags will stick out.
Yeah.
These little
Yeah.
red flags will stick out, and a lot of us, we don't pay attention. And it's easy for some people to say, well, you didn't see this, you didn't see that. But we don't understand that everything is energy, and we all operate differently. So that energy of illusion that I might have had, you know Lance might not have that, that same strength of illusion that I had. He may be able to see things and call them out as they are. Everything is all about energy. And these are the things that they don't want us to talk about. And the word occult means, the
Hidden.
it's what's hidden. It's
Yeah.
what's hidden. So why are they hiding these things from us? Like I said, it's just like when you're hiding something from a child, or you tell a child not to do this. Like, how can they be prepared in the future if they really don't know what it is, if they have no clue? Especially if you couldn't. It's just crazy, how some of our parents, some of us parents, choose to raise our children into what we make them believe. And it's like we don't prepare them out in this world. We don't really prepare them the way that we should. And I mean, I've seen demons. I've laid down with demons. And they present themselves so well that even you yourself, you will start to doubt your own sanity. And there was one time where, you know, I was laying with this person, and I told myself that I would never go back. I would not be in this relationship anymore. And I mean, it, like, honest, I mean, we're all adults here, hopefully, but you know, it was one of those, you know, lazy sessions, very lazy and very quick, which that's not what I was expecting. But if you know it's quick, you know, it's like, you know, you didn't do much. But you know, after they finished doing whatever they did to me, like I could feel my heart racing. And it was like that race, like if you were running from a dog, you know, you're running from this dog that's barking behind you, and you're running trying to get home. It was like one of those type of beating of the heart. And it's like I felt it, and I was like, because a lot of us, we don't even pay attention to our body. We don't pay attention to how we feel when we eat certain things. We don't pay attention to, you know, how we feel when someone comes around. And these are our senses, you know, telling us, you know, be careful. This is how our body was created. All of these things are to protect us. And some of us, we don't listen. We don't pay attention. And there was times where I didn't pay attention. I didn't pay attention to that. But at that night, my heart was just racing, and I couldn't, it's like I couldn't breathe. It's like someone was sitting on my chest, and my heart was literally racing. And you know what it really was? What I came to find out very briefly after is that person was literally sucking my energy. I said that I would not return, you know, to that relationship, and I broke a vow to my own self. And they had to get me back in check. And that's what these demons do. These demons, these narcissistic people, they show these narcissistic traits. These demons, they have to do things to keep you in line. And unless you stop them, they will continue to do the things that they do, because they need you. They need your energy. They need your energy. They can't go on without your energy. And when they see something in you, they see a light in you. They see, you know, your future. They literally see who you're going to be. I had this same person, this demon who I'm speaking about, this same person, you know, I forget what the conversation was about, but they said to me that their grandfather came to them in a dream and said that, yes, this is the one. She's the one.
Wow.
And with this person, and he told me this person, he definitely couldn't have been the one for me. Maybe I was the one for him, but he definitely wasn't the one for me. This man was so sick that, you know, and these are the red flags that I'm talking about if you're listening all throughout this story, because these things are happening and I'm not listening, and I'm going deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper into this entanglement, into this soul tie. And I'm just not paying attention. You know, I'm thinking to myself, you know, no, I don't think so. Literally going mentally insane to the point where I had a mental breakdown. We don't pay attention to those red flags. It's all an illusion. It's like like when you come outside and it's a foggy day. And some of us, it's like, do I really see that? And you have to really understand that these things, these entities are real. They are real, and they are looking to feed off of you.
Yep.
This demon told me once, it's so crazy. It was this huge situation, situation that happened between us, and I caught him, you know, with this other woman, and I honestly was kind of relieved. I was kind of relieved. And I'm thinking that, oh, okay, you know, I'm going to get my things and I'm going to go. And this person, you know, they were begging me and begging me. And I started to talk about the person that they were with. And they said to me, they was like, you know, man, I could get anything I want from this girl. That, like, this girl was about to buy me a car. She has a Benz another Benz that she has, and she was going to give it to me. Like, and in my mind, I'm saying, like, why is this person telling me this? And it's like, that's a slap in the face, that you should know that this person is a manipulator. This person is a user. This person is a vampire. And, you know, you may not experience blatant things like I did, or like I've just given examples of, but a lot of times we experience these situations with these demons and we don't rebuke them. Like Lance was saying, you have to rebuke them, because if you don't give them your energy, I'm telling you, it's a slow death for them. It is a slow death for them. You'll literally start to smell them. They smell terrible. Because they're dying. You'll see them even, they'll start to lose weight. It's like terrible things just start happening to them. You know, ticket after ticket, this after this, you know, arrested here, this, there, you know, kicked out of their home. Why? Because now they don't have you anymore. They were draining you. They were absorbing your energy and using you. And we have to wake up. We have to wake up and realize that these things are real. It's nothing no one's going to come save us. There's no amount of praying that's going to work. We have to be prepared and know that this is real. And once you realize this and know that you are chosen, you know that you can fight back. You have to fight back, and you can't give in, because these people are out here working every day. This is their job. It's their job.
I totally agree with everything you said just now. Because yeah, these people, they just try and drain you of your energy, and that is exactly what they're feeding on, which is you.
Yep. Yep. And they can attach all types of entities into you as well. There is a medical term called delusional parasitosis, which is just basically, it's called delusional parasitosis. I'll just put the spelling on there. Perhaps maybe I'm not saying it properly, but it's just basically a mental disorder. Well, they claim it's a mental disorder where the person starts to feel as though he's been infested by bugs from the inside. This is after a sexual intercourse with somebody.
Oh my God.
Read it. It's got a Wikipedia page on it. There are medications for it. However, the first case of it that I heard about was in apparently there was one in Nigeria. There was a case in Nigeria where there was a rich man who lived in a village, and the rich man would often go and take young boys in the area and do things with them. And then a couple of months later, the young boy would die. And there was one case, it was a case where he did it and the boy survived. But when he survived, he said he felt as though there were snakes in his stomach and he wanted the snakes to come out. And he felt really, really uncomfortable. And the thing is, in Western societies, in this situation, when something like this happens, they give them medications. These medications will only allow the person to sleep a couple of hours, wake up, feel the same symptoms, sleep a couple of hours. It can last up to 3 years in a person, if the person doesn't die, that is. So we have to be very, 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 very careful and be protective of the people we even sleep with.
Well, this is the problem, you see, because without being married, you have no protection.
Even if you're married, you have to be married to a person who is not going to put you out there. What I mean by that is, recently, and the thing is, it's just a recent thing because I had been in a relationship like that. Recently, we had a colleague of ours who went back home and got married to somebody he had met 3 times. And everybody was questioning, why? Come to find out, again, he was on the other side. So such a person, you're going to be married to them and they'll be bringing all types of spirits in. And the thing is, he went back home to do that because he knows that if he goes back home from, let's say, a British or American country, And when it's flashed his passport, every woman will say yes. And brought the woman here. And obviously, he's still going to be living his life out there, doing whatever he's doing, and bringing things back home. So marriage necessarily doesn't even save you. It's about getting somebody who's right.
Well, I'm talking about on the basis of that person being right, you know, because you don't want to be unevenly yoked either. But
yes,
but what you said is very valid, because so many men are on the down low. And if you marry one of them that's on the down low, I mean, you're also going to get the physical sickness from sleeping with them, besides the spiritual sickness. So, you know, this is why I'm still single.
I don't blame you.
And you know, forget about if I was to meet someone tomorrow and it's like, oh yeah, I'm going to try the goods before we walk to the altar. Hell no. Hell no. If I have to remain absent, it's late for me, Salat. If I have to, you know, remain, what's
celibate.
the word when celibate? So be it. So be it. There ain't no man touching me, even though I'm not a virgin, but there's no man touching me knowing what I know in God's word before I marry them. Not even a little taster. Forget that. No, it's just not going to happen.
One prayer that I feel always has always worked for me, is for God to reveal this person to me, for God to reveal the person's true intentions. There's no perfect person out there. And yes, you may find somebody who maybe a white lie or two, you can get over that. But a whole sexual orientation, a whole family, maybe even marriage, those things I feel as though are deal breakers. And you need to cut that off.
Some people are really, some men are fine until that you create the sexual bond, and then they lose their mind. They become very obsessive and possessive and controlling, and I mean it is. That's why I haven't gotten married yet. It's just you know, people just tend to, for some reason, I don't know if I've got the spirit attached to me or what. Because my mama said my daddy was into that stuff when I was, not gay stuff, but I'm talking about the spiritual stuff. He was a Baptist preacher, but he was into the spiritual stuff under the guise of Christianity. I didn't really know him. I only met him a couple of times, but it seems, you know, when men get attached to me, they're fine until they get attached to me, and then they start to freaking act like they don't have no sense.
Well,
and I see it when it come out, and then that's when I'm ready to go.
Well, you know, curses are passed down. So wherever our parents, our grandparents, our great-grandparents whatever they might have done, like if they dabbled in the occult world or idolatry or whatever, those curses can land on us.
I think the energies most definitely attach. By me recognizing now what actually is going on in the world, so many of these quote unquote churches are not what people think they are. And that's actually what they do. They are occult practitioners. And it's basically just a money thing, you know. They do the sun ritual in the day, which is Sunday worship, which is Christian church, you know, church worship. And then the nighttime, they do the moon rituals, which is your Eastern Star and Masonic things. So, you know, it's different variations of different what people call occult or secret spiritual practices. But me recognize, you know, me being aware of this now, of what people are actually doing, is one thing that actually did help me start to come out of a lot of this stuff, because you start to recognize it and see what's actually, because you can't quite put your finger on it while you're in it, because you're just trying to, you know, bond with people, enjoy praise and worship and help out the community and whatnot, and you're not realizing actually what's going on, even though you know something's very wrong. And they seem to be in a blind haze. and my thing now is how to remove it, how to get, you know what I'm saying, completely remove it, and overcome it, because it's so much of it, to the degree when I go places, I can recognize people in it. I went to the bank, and the white lady, and just the energy in the room, I knew, and she thought I was, and I'm like, and you know, I didn't tell her, but I'm like, so many people, because I can sense the energy. I always have, even as a little girl, sense the energy, and seeing a lot of these entities. So, and I don't mean in people, I mean out of people. So, when, you know, I know a lot of, especially Black women nowadays, keep talking about that. Now they saying they're witches or whatever, and my spirit emphatically goes, no, I am not a witch. I don't know what, I see that as something else. I see that as the really extreme juju form, where they doing like I mean, they'll offer up their own kid if they have to, you know what I'm saying. So I don't do any of those things, but I can sense all of these energies. I literally can sense all these energies, and sometimes it's like I can see through the eyes of the other people. So I don't, you know, and because I don't fully understand all these things or what's going on with me, I just basically have withdrawn for the most part from most people, because I have no idea. Even though I've been aware of it all my life, even as a little girl. I mean, I literally saw stuff I had never seen before in my life. It scared. I would scream every single night, waking everybody up in the house because of what I would see. Because I wake up and see stuff in the mirror. I saw this sword with two look like live snakes around it. It looked like a reef out of the graveyard. You know what I mean? It was, and I didn't know what all that stuff was. And I would just scream, but I recognized later, because my mother found some stuff in the attic of that house. It was an old house we lived in, that evidently the people that lived there before was practicing in occult stuff. So I was picking up on that as a small child. So I stopped ignoring it now. In Christianity, I started ignoring the stuff, but now I stopped ignoring it and started paying closer attention, because I realized now, you know, I'm not in that religious I view of the world anymore. I'm starting to really pay attention and see things for what they really are. But I'll consent even something as simple as going to the grocery store, and then somebody else you don't know will stop and speak. But the way they speak and look at you, you can see the entity like pop up in them, and you be like, "What?" You know what I'm saying? It's just really weird. It's really weird.
I think because sometimes I can also pick up things, and if I'm having a conversation with someone, and especially when I know that that person doesn't like me, it's almost at a certain point, you know, that's when whatever it is has just now stepped into you.
Yeah, it's like the whole energy shifts, and then they say
Yes.
something really kind of odd, and you're like,
Or
where did
or
that
they're
come
just
from?
or they'll just be really horrible from that point on,
Yeah,
and very sharp and short with you. So I know what you mean. And then like sometimes when I would be at church, I'd see just little things, almost as though time was so slowed down so that I could spot that one thing that was going on. So, I think sometimes we're given gifts, and as the Bible says, we're given gifts, and I think we don't know how to operate them, as in to maybe stop the wickedness.
to do it on to utilize them, to recognize them for what they are and utilize them properly.
Yes.
Things can
Yes.
happen like randomly out the blue, and you like, how did I do that? Where did that come from? Stuff like that. But
Yes,
yeah,
exactly. Because sometimes, like a few days ago, I ate my last mango, and I was like, oh, that was my last mango. And I went out shopping, and what did I see in all the reduced stuff? 3 mangoes reduced. Very cheap. I'm talking about 40 pence each. Anyway, I walked away, and then something in my basket was crushed. So I went back to put it back. And what did I find? Another mango. It was as though God said, my child, I don't want you to have just 3. In fact, I want you to have 4. And I went back and there was the other one. So, and just the fact that there was mangoes there that I could afford, it was like, wow. And so it's like that thought process that you will have in mind, not that you're wishing or hoping to find mangoes reduced, but it's something that you have done in your head where the universe has heard it, and then there it is, provides it. If that
yeah,
makes any sense as to what I just said.
it happens to me all the time. I'll be like, oh,
Yeah.
I want this, and then I'll be like, well, that I'll look at it like, nope, that costs too much. I'm not buying that. And then a couple of weeks later, I'll go be like, okay, go in Menards. I'll go in Menards, and then there it is. I go directly to where it is. It's reduced down, and, and
Well,
then
I
I buy
give you
it
a
and take it
better
home.
one than that. It's when you see something that is expensive and you just say, well, it's going to break my budget, but you know what? I'm going to get it anyway. And you go to the till and it's less than half price. Have you ever had
Yeah,
that happen to you?
yeah,
So,
yeah.
so those are the kind of things where, I think that is like using your faith. Like you can have faith, but if you don't do things out of that faith, then you don't gain or you don't accomplish.
I have the same abilities, but I use it more in my workplace. So I work in healthcare, and
Okay.
sometimes we may have patients who are very, very, like, I think COVID time, we had a patient who was very, very difficult to treat. And I overheard the consultant, who's like the head doctor, said, I think if we cannot treat him any further, we might make him end of life. End of life just means that we will stop treatment and let nature take its course. Basically, he's going to die. And when I overheard that, I started thinking, my gosh, this man is so young. He's in his 40s. He's got wife and children. And the thing is, I think also because he was Ghanaian like myself, and we used to talk when I would go to his room, we used to speak my language. I felt so sorry for him. And he had no idea that the doctors were planning to make him end of life. And what I did was I would just literally come home and just be thinking about him and thinking, oh my God, how is his wife and his two children going to manage without him? And he was, because he was earlier, he was telling me about how he's the breadwinner of their home, and him and his wife has a business, but he's the main breadwinner and things like that. So literally, sometimes I would come home and I would say a prayer for him. I would say a prayer. And then suddenly, I think about a week or two later, it's almost as if the trajectory of his treatment started turning. I overheard the doctor saying that, oh, his bloods are improving. Perhaps we should give it one more shot. And with time, and that gave me the, let's say, the confidence to come.
Yes.
Yes, because I knew what was behind the scenes. I was doing something behind the scenes. So I will again come home, pray. And his wife, because she wasn't allowed on the wards, she'll meet me outside the ward and I'll update her about what was happening with her husband and everything. And eventually he got better and we discharged him home. But one day, I think about 1 month or 2 months later, I was walking in the hospital canteen and his wife saw me, came up to me and was like, Harriet, I'm so thankful for you. And I was like, why? I mean, the doctors and the nurses were the one who looked after you're supposed to be thanking them. She was like, no, you were still part of the team, aren't you? And I was like, yeah, but they did the majority of the work. He said, no, God brought you to us. It's as if spiritually she knew I was interceding for her husband. I never told her that I prayed for them, but it's as if spiritually she knew I was doing something behind the scenes. When she said that, it really touched me. So yes, I think our minds is much more powerful than we realize.
Yes,
And our
very much
faith,
so.
yes, our faith in God, or whatever faith you put if you put your faith in God, that this thing is going to work out, this thing is going to go as perhaps maybe God has planned it, then it will go that way and have a positive outcome.
Definitely,
So then
because
once I discovered that I do that for selective patients, and it works. It really does work. I love it when
amen.
it happens. Yeah, it's a nice feeling because it means I can always go up to them and check up on them as I'm going home and praying and seeing the improvements and progress, and it helps me as well because it helps build my faith.
See, and that's your gift.
Yeah, I recognize that. Yeah, it helps build my faith.
Wow. And this is the thing. People now are so politically correct that, when you say God, people will be so quick to correct you.
Yeah, you cannot discuss God in a hospital setting.
Oh,
You will be in UK. I don't know about US or other countries, but in the UK, you cannot discuss any religious thing with a patient in a hospital.
I know. I live in the UK, so yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's not good. Because I mean, and in a way, it kind of proves that they recognize that religion plays a role in the well-being, or let's say, someone getting better
Uh-huh.
from sickness. I think they recognize that, but
if if if
Ah,
if if you're
sorry.
able to if you're able to tap into the proper energetic, and it really doesn't have much to do with the particular religion that you picking, but if you're able to tap into a particular energetic, um, um, you know, then yeah, and they do recognize that this is the reason why we choose the religions that we do for the most part, and practice the spiritual practice that we practice in, because we are, uh, um, it's like exercising your muscles. You're exercising your spiritual muscles to be able to, you know, tap into those energetics, to develop those skills and abilities to accomplish the goals that you want. Because I learned because of who I am. You know what I'm saying? I learned based on how I perceived Christianity to be. So I did get strong, you know, spiritually in it. But once I reached a certain point, it was, you know, I couldn't no longer just keep ignoring the lies like everybody else. I just can't keep, you know, I couldn't keep doing that. So um, uh, it is it. I recognize that there are, like, I learned how to, no matter what, if I choose to stand in love, I can do so. It's not nobody else. It's love. The love is coming from me. Each individual has the ability to love if they so choose. And so if I love and love through things, that's me choosing to do so. And nobody can take that away from me. If I come out of love, that's me choosing to come out of that energetic in myself. But my love hasn't went anywhere. I just come in it and step out of it. You know what I mean? So you know, so I do recognize that in a lot of those areas I am stronger than a lot of, you know, people, because I basically, you know, I exercise it, because that's what my spiritual guides kept telling me when I would get upset. They'd be like, "Do you love them?" I go, "Yes." They go, "Okay, love them through it." You know what I'm saying? And so I would just keep standing in that love, in that love space, and then trying to figure out how to not get harmed, not get, you know what I'm saying? You know, and so I got really good at that. So it ain't gonna do it. Don't mean I don't love you no more because I've removed myself from harm's way. I love you, but I can't, you know, just let you treat me any kind of way.
Yeah, exactly. But as I was saying, you know, when talking about God or mentioning the name Jesus, people have this preconception or this image of what they think you are talking about. And, you know, these days, I mean, there's so many things that are being unearthed and revealed, and, you know, it's like you have to be so mindful when you're talking about God, because before anyone sees or knows what religious sect I am, which is also an Adventist, they see me first of all, before I even open my mouth, that I'm a Black woman. So now, you know, I've thought about my Adventist title, and I think now, you know, I am a child of God. First and foremost, I worship the God of the Bible, because an atheist will say to you, "Oh," which I have had said to me before, "Oh, so you worship the God of the Bible." So, you know, people, it's best to listen to them than to even say anything, because, you know, when
People have
people,
been people have been hurt and people have been harmed
Yeah.
speaking the language that you speak. And
Yeah.
I just go by a case by case basis, which I always have. And so when I
Yeah.
hear you speak, I understand the language, but I can feel the energy behind it, and it's not that it's not you're not trying to harm anybody, you're not trying to deceive anybody, you're coming from the perception that you earnestly believe in, and it's in a and it's like I said, it's coming from an honest, earnest place, and you're not trying to control anybody, which that's a big problem with people in any kind of Christian faith. They try to control others with it, and don't
Yeah.
respect others' wishes. Even you tell them, they go, "Can I pray for you?" You say, "No, thank you," and they go praying anyway. Yeah, and that's rude. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so a lot of people
Exactly.
have been turned off by it, but I'm not turned off by it because I understand the language. And so, like I said, when I listen with that part of myself. And so I hear a certain frequency within you that it doesn't make me feel like, oh, she's trying, so I personally am not, offended or bothered by, because I
Ex-
understand the language.
Exactly. And this is the thing. And that is what I even thought about last week. I says, because I listen to a lot of different groups, and what came to my mind was they're pretty much all saying the same thing at this point, because we know where we are in time concerning world events and everything that's taking place right now. And I says, they're all pretty much saying the same thing, but the issue is the language. Like you're saying, is the language. Because some people, they will mix the holy with the profane. And I'm like, okay, well, they're rough and tumble. So God has to use someone to reach and speak the language of the rough and tumble. So, in between their preaching and giving out the word, they're also going to be cussing. And then there's other groups where, while they're preaching and teaching, they'll have like jokes going here and there. I'm like, okay. And that is set for yet another set of people. And I just see it as, well, everyone is speaking their own language in getting the message across. And so, when you join in on talks with other people who don't necessarily speak the same language as you do, you then have to kind of try and learn their lingo in order to participate in that group. And I think this is where, when people say, don't judge me, this is where we can now say, don't judge. Because it's about understanding each other's language. And I think as long as we base everything out of the word itself, out of the Bible, I think then we can come together. But when people don't even open the Bible and they just talk on and on and on and say, well, it's this way, it's that way, but yet they're not giving you any proof or evidence, I think that's where the issues come in. the problems, I should say?
The issues come from a lot of different places. And I'm trying to choose my words wisely because I don't want to, you know, it's everybody has different perceptions and different levels of understanding, and when certain parts of the brain kick in, and when you speak the language that you do in the religious terms, then it brings up more questions rather than answers, and then it doesn't make any sense. So you get a lot of pushback because it doesn't make any sense. And then, you know, and like where me and my mother clash since I shifted is because when I ask her basic questions, she cannot answer those questions. And then she thinks I'm browbeating her and aggravated because I'm asking all these hard questions that she cannot answer. And so you cannot tell me to believe something that you yourself have no clue about. You don't know. You've memorized the Bible, most definitely. You've learned the words in it, but you do not understand it, and you cannot even explain it. And so there's a level of what they call blind faith, but it's very dangerous when it goes into willful ignorance. And so and that's where I am. I cannot stay in willful ignorance. So like I said, I understand you and I understand what you're saying. And it takes, and a lot of people have to do with the Bible. So, you know, I kept mine, but I don't really pick it up too much no more because, you know, I was shown spiritually the lies in it, you know, so.
Oh, wow.
And it has nothing to do, even the Bible tells you it's an inward thing. Righteousness is an inward thing. Christ is an inward thing. All of those things, the kingdom of heaven is within you. It does not tell you to worship Jesus. It does not, you know what I'm saying? These things that people do religiously is not what the Bible says. And then the New Testament is a contradiction to the Old Testament. So you're dealing with two different energetics. One where they're very, if you don't obey me, I'm going to destroy and kill. To, love everything and everybody. That's two different energies. You know what I mean? So, you know, and so it's deeper meanings to all of it. So that's where you're getting a lot of pushback. I just say don't take things too personally, try not to. And when people start to bug back a little bit, if you're trying to share or just trying to communicate, then just ease up a little bit, you know what I'm saying, and just respect it. It's just a lot of people just hurt. And I was like that for about 3 years. You know what I'm saying? People get talking to me and I just start in on them and I start asking them questions. They can't answer them questions. They get away from me, you know? So I understand them too, you know what I mean? But I'm to a point now where I'm okay, you know what I'm saying? As long as they're not trying to force, like people sliding stuff under my door and wanting to pray for me when I say, please don't. You know what I mean? Because you don't know what you're praying for. You don't know what you're praying against. You know what I'm saying? I didn't give you nothing specific to come into spiritual union with me, in agreement with me. Then don't infuse yourself into myself, my aura, please. You know, so people, you know, that is very offensive to a lot of people. And like I said, a lot of people are very hurt by being in their religion, and they're just not ready or come to that that point of being understanding. Because you got a lot of people praying. You got a lot of people praying, and their intentions, they think they're doing good. but they're literally praying against you. They're praying against you because they think it's the Lord's will. My mother put us with some horrible men because she believed it was the Lord's will. All the Lord said. And the man, darn it, 2 weeks after getting married, tried to choke me to death because he was jealous. My sister gave me some money, told me to go to the store and I could buy what I wanted. You know, I don't blame her, you know what I'm saying? But that's the willful ignorance that I'm talking about. Everything is whatever the people want. They think God got something to do with getting them a car, money, women, men, whatever, and it ain't got nothing to do with that. Those are things of the flesh. That's just things you just want while you in the flesh. So you know, it's these things people are praying for constantly. And like I said, doing their little spiritual rituals and not only praying to God, but, you know, doing their juju or whatever they're doing to get people, try to get people's spouses away from them, all kind of stuff going on, get your kids taken away, killing people, all kind of stuff spiritually in the name of Jesus. You know, it's a hot mess. So at this point, whatever you call it, whatever you know, I just hope it's right. That's you know, so I ain't tripping on what people call them, whatever. I just hope they, you know, on the up and up and doing and trying to do the best by people that, you know, from earnest part, you know, earnest point in their spirit.
Well, it's, you know, I just see it as this life that we're living is definitely more than just a physical fight. It's very much a spiritual one. You know, as the word says, we do not fight flesh and blood, but spiritual wickedness in high places.
Yeah, but the spiritual wickedness in low places, high places, in between spaces, every places, all the places.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
You know,
it's everywhere.
they walking around in white white and smile and bright and shiny and look beautiful and say all the right things and got everything you think. They some of the most vile, filthy, I mean, just creatures walking around in the body. So, you know, it's just, you know, that's where I can't stay there. You know what I'm saying? Of course, we are spirits. We are the energy within the body. The body is just an extension of ourselves, as a vessel. So anything, like I said, that's why I say demons are inside the body and outside the body. So whatever that demon doing outside is demons inside the body doing the same crap. You saying spiritual parasites, they're people physically feeding off, they're people taking people money, you know what I'm saying, working to death and taking their money, you know what I'm saying? It's the same thing. So you got levels to things. And yeah, I just can't. Like I said, I just couldn't. I couldn't do it no more. The blinders came off my eyes in the church, and I couldn't unsee it. I couldn't do it no more. It's too much for my life. I couldn't.
But having said that, it's also important to anchor onto God, onto a divine, somebody who can fight for you in the spirit.
Which is hard to do right now, with everybody being in a flux. Because, like I said, people are not in agreement. The language is even, everybody's speaking a different language and a different code and a different belief, and everybody want to control everybody and no, we should do it this way, and no, we should say it this way, and no, we should do.
That's exactly what the enemy wants. We are in a spiritual battle. We are in a spiritual warfare. Ephesians 6 verse 10 talks about being in a spiritual warfare with principalities.
Spiritual wickedness in high places.
They want us confused. That way they can take us out very, very easily. And
I don't consider them in high places. I consider them in low places with the illusion of them being in a high place.
Well, you know why when I read that verse and it says in high places, It's in a high place, as in a dimension that is beyond the dimension that we're in now. That's how I
Yes.
see it. Why I see it as high places. They're in another dimension when they're doing their wickedness. And this is what happened to me, where a so-called church sister had met someone. This is what she says. She met someone on the street and he reads all these other books, and I know that you read them too. Could you talk to him? So I said, okay, fine, give him my number, because she was very much the kind of person that went out witnessing and all sorts constantly. Anyway, I said, fine. So he called me up and we would have like few hours of an evening, a conversation about God and these other books and what have you. But then I did notice he was getting a little too attached for my liking. And then he said that he is going to come all the way from Manchester to come and see me. And I thought, oh. And so I made it very clear, well, if you want to come from Manchester down here, well, there's a hotel on the corner there. And he did. He had to go book himself a room. And a few days to him prior coming down to London, I was attacked in my sleep, almost to the point of being raped in my sleep. And when I woke up out of it, I instantly knew that was him. So when he came down, I went and met him in front of the hotel. And I knew, no way is he coming in my place. I don't care how far he's driven from. So I took him to very public places, and I could see it was annoying him. And you know, the Bible says, test the spirit, test the spirit. And funny enough, the dress I was wearing was very warm, and it was just so hot, because this was during summertime. And I said to him, I says, oh, you know, I need to go and change. I says, you know, you can come with me. So I brought him into my lobby, checked my letterbox, and then was going to go through the other door to come up and get the lift up to my place. And he instantly followed me. I says, oh, no, stay here. You can have a seat there, because we've got some leather couches there, and I left him there. So I went, got changed, came back down, and then I took him. It's a very public area, like a field. So we were sitting there talking, and I asked him, I said, so tell me. And I forgot if I said, so you know how to astro project? Like, I forgot how I asked him, but he just looked at me like, and I could tell he now knew that I knew that that was him. So, you know, so high places, that's a whole nother dimension. And a lot of them will attack when you're in your sleep. And to give you more proof how I knew it was him, he actually said to me, like, I wasn't talking to him about relationships or men or anything, or that I wanted a relationship, you know. And he said, so when are you going to get married? Like, who are you waiting for? And I was like, wow. So, you know, these entities and the things that people practice, they are in high places because they are in another dimension. And they seem to be able to attack you when, I mean, you'll physically feel the attack when they're in
Why
that
did
other
you?
dimension when you're asleep for some reason.
It happens a lot in the between, like, I say between 12 and 4 a.m. Is when they like really active. But I'm curious as to why you met up with him after the spiritual attack, and you said you knew it was him.
Well, it was to prove a point to him that I'm a child of God and how dare you, basically.
Okay, so I understand you see that as a strength.
So it was basically physically facing the enemy, because for me it was like telling him, you're a coward.
Yeah, I understand you see that as a strength, but do you see how you opened the door? You felt it the moment that you opened up, and the moment he spiritually connected to you, you felt it. When you said he was getting too close, where it made you uncomfortable, that's when you felt it.
Yeah.
Okay, so then he made access, so he gained entry at that moment. So then when you're asleep and you don't have all your walls up when you're asleep, then
Exactly.
he spiritually attacks you first, because they try to kill the spirit first in order to gain access physically.
Yeah. So
Okay,
this
so
was why.
where the thing is, where my issue is where I'm losing, and it's not just you particularly. Like I said, how do we protect ourselves spiritually? Because I've been getting attacked since I was little in my sleep. It's always in my sleep. It's always waking me
Well,
up in the middle of the night.
well, for me, like, I mean, that was an attack, a full out attack, that I've never experienced before. And so when he left to go back, what I then had to do was block him from my phone, literally block him. And I even told my friend, I said, no, you're gonna have to deal with him. And the thing is, sometimes I kind of think she sent him, because she knows a lot about witchcraft and Obi and all them things, because her mother used to practice it, like her family practiced it. So I believe she was in on that.
But when
And
you
so it was
start to
also
go ahead.
to let her know, yeah, he can come all the way to Manchester, but watch, because God protects me and he will deal with him. So, it was also to prove to her, whoever you send can't harm or hurt me. But I used to get night terrors where it's like you're pinned down on the bed, and it's like
Mhm.
there's something, it almost feels like you're being scanned, because this thing
Mhm.
is from your top of your head working down, but you can't scream, and it's like you're awake, but yet you think you're asleep, and you can't scream, and you can't move. And the only way that I would get out of that was when I would call the name of Jesus, then it would leave. And then I started, using the name Yeshua. Like, you know, I've read my Bible and God has revealed to me the name Yeshua. And that happened when this frenemy opened a portal in my place, because I was talking to her on the phone and she says, oh, you know, I can see your grandmother looking down on you. I says, no, stop. My grandmother is not looking down on me because she's dead in her grave asleep. So no, she's not looking down on me. And that night when I went to sleep, it was like someone was touching my arm. And I actually said, Mom. And then I said, Yeshua. And then it left.
Okay, so do you really believe it was the name? Because like I said, when I was younger, yeah, that kind of stuff
Yes.
worked when I would have night sleep paralysis and stuff like that, or spiritual attacks, and you know what I'm saying? So I say that, but as I grew, when you reach a certain level, that does not work, because like I said, demons, it will say the name of Jesus with no problem. So
Can I ask you, have you been baptized?
Yes, I got baptized at 15 years old.
Since you were 10 years old, you were baptized.
I got baptized at 15 years old.
15. Well, you know, sometimes we need to recommit ourselves, because I was first
I don't need to
baptized.
recommit myself to that demon. I saw it. I will not. I will not. I will not. Like I said, the Bible does not tell you to worship or pray to Jesus, Yeshua, none of that. So where that comes from, I don't know.
Well, so who do you pray to? Who do you?
Well,
who do you get
let me just say, sorry. Let me just say this. I was baptized at the age of 21, and then shortly after, I backslid, and I you know, I just stayed backslidden.
I ain't backslid nowhere. Matter of fact, I've been more devoted.
I'm talking about me.
Since I left.
I'm talking about me. I'm talking about me. And yeah. I was just backslidden up until, so I was backslidden for what? Like 20 years. No, I'm going to say 25 years. And then it was in 2013. Yeah. I decided to get baptized again. But in between that period of 2013 and going all the way back to when I was 21, you know, and after I'd backslidden from the first time I got baptized, yeah, I would have these night terrors every so often and nightmares, and because I was exposed at the age of 12 to watch that movie, The Exorcist, so that had an attachment to me. And when I got baptized in baptized in 2013, it was like all of that had left.
Yeah. And well, all I know is, like I said, when I was younger, you know what I'm saying, when I used to have a lot of that, yeah, I didn't know anything else to do. That's what my mother taught me to do. So yeah, I would call Jesus, and it would just let go, and that it, you know, and then once I had a really major spiritual attack where I was very aware of a spiritual attack as an adult, and call that Jesus, them things will say Jesus right along with you. Them things will keep right on doing what they're doing. Just same as the people who say Jesus is doing all kind of filth and dirt. So it's not the name that's powerful, but the Bible don't tell you to do that. So I don't know where that comes from. I don't know why all these churches doing that when it does not tell you to do that. But and this is just where I am, and this is my own personal experience. What started to help me, because like I said, no Christian, no preacher, no nothing could help me, when I started going through what I was going through, because I went and I asked, and none of them could do anything. What started to help me was starting to face and stop ignoring what the religion taught me to ignore. So when I start to look at it and look the demons in the face and see what's actually going on and understand that if you allow them to get you in the ego trying to prove something to them, that weakens you. It does not strengthen you, it actually weakens you. And if they so choose, if you meet the right one that's strong enough, they can do harm to you. The key is to not give them access at all. But some of them are very subtle. They are very subtle. But people, some of these people literally kill people with these spiritual practices. And a lot of them, when I say a lot of them, use that same Bible, use those same scriptures, and is doing a lot of filth and foul out here. So it's not the power in the name. It's not the power. I don't know what, the good side and the bad side is just, they just, I guess, going head to head. But it's something going on there. And Satanists will use the same book. So, it ain't the book. It ain't the name. I'm not quite sure what it is. It ain't the book and it ain't the name. And I'm saying I was born and raised in Christianity. So I know the Bible ain't told nobody to pray to Jesus. And according to the words of Jesus, he didn't say pray to him. He said pray to God, pray to the Father. Yeah,
which is Matthew chapter 6 verse 9.
So adding in to where you're praying to Jesus, I don't know where that comes from. That's not coming from the Most High, according to your religion. So I don't know where it's coming from. Because all them praying ain't stopping people from molesting them children in the name of Jesus. That's what I want to see. Somebody want me to believe in the name of Jesus? Show me all these kids stop getting molested in the name of Jesus.
So are you saying just because someone is sinning, you're going to not...
What do you mean by sinning? What do you mean by sinning?
You're talking about child molestation.
That's a deviancy. That's not a sin. That's a freaking deviancy.
Yes, just because somebody is doing that, it doesn't stop you from also getting into a relationship with God.
What do you mean? I didn't say I had no relationship with the Most High. I said what y'all talking about and called on the name of Jesus and all that, that does not work at a certain level. I'm telling you that right now. This is why these things are happening to certain people who call on Jesus all the time. Because that same demon will speak it right along with you. You want to shuck and buck and shout, it'll jump right along with you.
But have you had, because in my case, and I think the other lady mentioned it, that sometimes you may have what we call paralysis, sleep paralysis. And I've had it a couple of times where I could not speak. I felt as though somebody was holding me down. And I was absolutely terrified. But I mentioned the name of Jesus in my head, right? In my mind. And it stopped all completely.
I'm telling you, I've experienced that. And I'm telling you, you reach a certain point where that does not work anymore. And what stops it now when it happens is me recognizing in my sleep, exactly becoming conscious in my sleep and dismissing it. That's it. I literally have become conscious in my dreams when stuff starts to attack me in my dreams and feeling things feeding off of me in my sleep And I'm telling you, the name of Jesus wasn't working, and the Bible wasn't working, because the major attack is when I was, you know what I'm saying, reading the book was when the major attack started coming. But the only thing started to stop is when I started to face it. I had to get to a place and recognize that none of these people could help me, because I'm asking. Nobody had no answers. Nobody. So I had to rely on myself, rely on my own energy, rely on my own intuition, rely on, that, I guess that's the next stage of development. But the name of Jesus, I'm telling you, at a certain level, ain't gonna work.
Your line is open, Lady J.
Yes, I know. I got booted out and I've made it back in. Thanks.
When I was a teenager, I
Let
was
me ask
walking on our.
have you tried to read spiritual warfare books on your own without, let's say, any pastors, or have you done your own research on spiritual warfare and perhaps getting a one-to-one relationship with God?
What do you mean? I told you I spent my whole life in it. I've only been out of it not even a full 10 years. I had to stop thinking of it and seeing it through the eyes of the religion, like a child. I had to stop looking at it like a little child and see it for what it is. And recognize the majority of these people, if you see a demon, you ain't even gonna try. You explain to me why Jesus wasn't there in the first place to stop the demon from coming. Why wasn't you protected already while you were sleeping? Why did Jesus allow the thing to paralyze you in your sleep?
Did you ask God? Did you me in my?
I'm asking you.
In my case, when I had the sleep paralysis, I did not pray that night. In fact, I had not been praying. And a couple of years prior, like I said, I think I said it in my testimony, I had found a Bible on the train. And I think God was trying to get me to kind of start, because I didn't even own a Bible myself. Even though I was raised in a Christian home, I just followed my parents to church, and that was it. So when I was having demonic attacks in 2015, I didn't understand it until I started researching. Even in my church, I had never even heard the term spiritual warfare until I started taking my own journey, until I started reading the Bible for myself.
I'm telling you, I have baby pictures by the Bible, because I'm telling you, I'm from a family full of ministers. My mama married me to my ex-husband.
Yeah, you keep talking about your family being involved in the church and everything, right? So was my family, but I wasn't.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. That's the difference, though. You're saying this because I honestly understand where y'all coming from. But I'm telling you, it's not because I didn't pray. I made it my business to pray every day. It wasn't because I didn't pray. It wasn't because when I got it's. I believe at some point we have to grow up. At some point you have to grow up. And you can't keep acting like closing your eyes to evil and saying, Jesus, fix it. Because according to your Bible, he gave you the power. Not in his name, he gave you the power.
So when
y'all trust a book to where every place where the deity's name would be, They've replaced it with Lord or God. And those are just titles. That is not a name. God just meaning the highest good. The highest good. And then you run around and fight those that you deem to be evil. And y'all clash because they dealing with the negative energy and you dealing with the positive energy. And y'all both in ego, tell them, I'm a child of God, I'm a child of Satan. I'm telling you, I don't know why I had to speak because I was trying not to get all into that. But I'm telling you from experience, at a certain level, you recognize it's not the name, it's not the book. You have to rely on the power that was given to you from the creation. If you came from creation from God before you entered this physical vessel, you were given your spiritual powers at that moment. It's up to you to become aware of it, exercise it, and utilize it. And I don't care which spiritual path you go through, you have to reach that point and realize ain't nobody coming. You, the one, got to get you out of that mess. And guess what? It was me that got me out of that funk. It was me that stopped those spiritual attacks. It was me now that recognizes them when they come. It's me that senses when something enter into my aura and be like, who, what, when, what, why? What do you want and why are you here? And I don't have to do it in the name of Jesus.
I would like to say to Raw Reality, I want to read your comment. The problem is that the other two ladies are still stuck on the lie that white people gave us, that they have been using to mentally enslave us, and that is Jesus. Well, this I will say. One, for me, and I'm going to speak for myself, my Bible is my historical book.
Yes.
This book has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with white people.
Yes.
Because I'm sorry, I read my Bible and I ask God to teach me. Bless me with the Holy Spirit to teach me, to show me what it is that you will me to know and to learn. And
Yes.
He reveals what it is that I need to know. Like, for instance, number one, 2020, the biggest year of them all. Now, I am not defending any church, not even my church, when it comes to 2020. Because one, they should have never locked, especially as far as I'm concerned, our church down, who had the last day message to give, which was Revelations chapter 14, verses 6 to 13. But for those, I'm just going to leave it at 12. And as far as the abomination go, well, my father showed me every verse in his word to say, my child, do not touch that. Do not let that touch that and enter in. Do not drink of that fornicating needle that they are handing out. And furthermore, when it comes to Christ, I have to put both my hands up. I have seen him, and I can tell you this. He is not white, blonde-haired, and blue-eyed. And anyone that says they have seen Christ and gives you that description, they're lying. Because I saw Christ when I was about 7 or 8 years old. And that would take a whole nother show for me to tell you of that experience. And for me, God has always been in my life, no matter how much sinning I have done. He has been there, never let me out of his hand. Because you see, there was things that I had to learn concerning this world and the entities that are in it, and to be able to overcome. This life is about overcoming.
Yes.
And if you do not have instruction to, to be able to overcome, I do not see how you can fully overcome all the
Your
sins that
Bible
are in
say
this world by
say he
yourself.
wrote it. Your Bible said he wrote it where? He didn't say he wrote it in a book. He said he wrote it in the tables of your heart.
Oh, yes. Yes.
So what do you mean
Of course.
instructions? He gave you instructions from creation.
But can
you
because
do
of
you do you
sin,
do you read Hebrew?
do I what?
Do you read Hebrew?
That is one language that I wish I could learn.
Okay, do
But
you
I do own
believe?
a Hebrew Bible in hopes that I'll be able to
Okay, do you
read
see?
Hebrew one day.
Okay. Do you? I'm trying to show you something. Do you see the screens? The screen Lance has up there of Baphomet and the so-called devil or demon or whatever that is, right?
Oh
Do you see
yeah,
the
I know
letters?
all about the
Okay.
Baphomet.
Okay. Do you see what they wrote around there?
It's not earth, wind, and fire.
But they wrote it in what?
In Hebrew.
And this is what I be getting at, because like I said, I understand your language.
I see it.
And I absolutely get it, because like I say, I've been there. And I'm not telling you you're wrong, but I'm telling you you're not 100% complete right. Okay? I'm telling you that them same folk use that same stuff. Them folk you fighting against use that same stuff.
Oh yeah. We
Okay.
know this.
And
we know this.
they don't teach you that in church. So I'm telling you, the devil, when you call the devil and the demons, is calling on the name of Jesus. And I'm telling you that I had to find another way to come out of them spiritual attacks and defend myself from them spiritual attacks than calling on the name of Jesus in that Bible.
Well, the thing is, and as you grow, God will reveal things to you.
Yeah.
For instance, God revealed to me that his son's name, if you want to believe he has a son, is Yeshua. And even if you did not have a Bible, you would know that Christ's name was not Jesus, because J did not even exist when Christ walked the face of this earth.
So why would the name of Jesus work?
Because you were ignorant at that time. I was ignorant at that time. So, God does wink. But when he reveals truth to you, you are now to pick up that new truth.
Exactly. And my new
So I
truth
don't
is,
need to use the name Jesus.
my new truth is stay up out of that. Because like I said, I personally seen the demon, and I'm not playing.
Well, the thing is, like I said, language. There's so many people that are not awake as like how you're awake. And so you've got to talk to them in a language that they understand. Hence why I will say Jesus. Because if I now say Yeshua, they'll be like, well, who's that? Then I'll have to explain to them Yeshua and how, God's name isn't even Jehovah, because no J existed. So then you have to get into the historical context of when J was created. as in the letter J. So, you know, there's so many facets and factors, but one thing I will not do is throw away God's word. I will never throw
How
away
are you?
my
The book,
Bible until they
the
come
book,
in,
the
until
Bible
they
is
come
not.
in,
Oh my God, the Bible is not
until
God's
they come in,
word.
until
It
they
is.
come in through that my front door and take it. And then they're
The
gonna have to fight me
Bible,
for it.
the book is not God's word.
Well, it gives me comfort.
There you go. There you go. That is 100% honesty right there. There you go.
When
I
I
can
read
respect
it,
that.
when
I
I
can
read it,
respect
it
that.
gives me
I can
comfort.
respect that. I can
It
respect
gives
that.
me
That's
peace.
what I'm getting at, because you get an ego a lot. And that's what I'm saying about a lot of Christians. You get an ego because you want to prove that you're a child of God, quote unquote, but you don't admit the truth, which is basically willful ignorance, because you're comfortable and comforted where you are in what you believe. So if it gives you comfort, that's perfectly fine.
So let me
But
ask you, what do you
don't pretend like it's something else, because that is not the word of God. Because the word of God, according to that book, was from the beginning of creation, and that was before a book was ever written.
So can I ask you, what religion are you?
I am of no religion. I am not of no religion. I am not religious. No religion.
Do you read any text at all when you worship God?
Why do I need to read a text to worship them and give thanks to that which created me, myself? People do that. People do that in the bush that never heard of a Bible or a book. They honor their creator all the time, every day. I am not bound to a book.
Well, I can only say that, you know, my Bible doesn't just give me peace and comfort. It keeps me in check.
It does.
Because, you know,
It has
I
Why
moral
don't
value.
God keep you in check?
God
oh, he
Why
speaks.
keeps me in check.
don't your love and passion and will to do God's work keep you in check? You need a book to keep you in check?
Yes, simply because sometimes, you know, if I cannot hear God's voice, I need to come back to the book so that when I read his word, it will put me back in check. So, you know, because if I don't read something of good merit, you know, I could easily end up being one of the monsters that we're talking about, in the
Long
sense of
before, why
in the
did
sense
that?
of I could be horrible.
And I'm honestly trying to understand your thinking. Why do you think so lowly of yourself to where you think that you cannot accomplish that without holding on to their life like a life preserver to that book? That means if they start dropping bombs and some kind of way you lost your book, you mean you done lost your God? You mean you done lost your way?
You know, I think at that point, if I'm running and bobs are falling, I just believe at that point, no, I wouldn't lose my God. I would draw even closer. But while I still have my book, I want to read
You're
it.
not making sense. Never mind. You're not making
You
sense.
know
Never
why?
mind. You're
Because
not making
this
you're not making
there's
sense, because you're
history.
saying you give
There
me
is
every risk.
history
You
in
are
here.
history. You are history.
Listen, I
Every cell in
I
your
do not.
body is history.
I'm going to say this. I do not work with familiar spirits. So
What's a
when I'm
familiar? Yes,
talking
you do.
about,
Yes, you do work with
listen,
familiar
no,
spirits. Every time you walk into
because
that church and you say, "Hey, hello, brother and sister," you're working with familiar, because you're familiar with them spirits.
I'm talking about knowing
And
the
your Jesus is
past.
a familiar spirit, right? You said you met him. He's a familiar spirit, right?
I said, I don't deal with familiar spirits, as in, I'm going to sit here and conjure up the past of this world. No, I don't
Conjure
need
up.
to do
What do you
that.
mean by what do you mean by conjure up? Can you tell me how can you conjure up the past of this world?
See, take for
Because you are
instance.
because that's what history is. It is the past of this world. So can you explain that to me? I'm trying to understand your thinking.
Well, history is written so that we can know our past, and so much of it has been hidden. Hence why Black people
So you
are
want to
in
dig
the
it up then,
position
right?
that we're in,
So you want to dig it up, right?
because
If
we
the
have
truth, if the
forgotten
truth
who
has
we
been hidden,
are.
if the truth has been hidden, then you want to dig it up, right? Because you want to find the truth. If the truth is in the past, which the truth never left, it's a matter of you remembering what the truth is. The truth is that which was, is, and will always be. And it
Well,
ain't went nowhere.
unless history is orally handed down, you're not going to know your past. But at least the Lord has, oh, sorry, you don't like that term.
I didn't say that. I didn't say I didn't like. I never said I didn't like the term.
At least our Creator has left us something
And also,
to
the
tell
Bible,
us of the past and of the future, because
yes, what's coming.
slavery is big in the Bible, only people don't see it.
So it's rape.
Exactly. Oh, it's all in there.
Okay. So listen. The world was before the book was written, and the world will remain after the book. The world does not end in that book, because the world did not begin in that book. I don't care, and I don't have any problem with you utilizing that tool the same as you utilize the money in your pockets. I don't mind. I don't care nothing about that. That's not my issue. I used the book when I was in it. Do you understand? And so it's not about that. It just the concept of what you're saying doesn't make any sense. As far as why you have to, like, that's God's word, and I would be lost without it. That's saying that how you're afraid of yourself. You're afraid that you're gonna go and do things that you deem evil if you don't have that book. And that's more telling of you than anything, of how
Well,
you
I
view
mean,
yourself.
yeah,
do
Because I
because
don't
realize
have to have
now that
I
I've
don't have
read
to have
it,
the book. I'm not gonna go and do something
because
nefarious just because I don't have the book.
you do realize
because
that there's a fine line between good and evil in this world. And
yeah,
there are people who literally sit down in offices in London, and myself, Harriet, has attended one of those meetings where they literally plan how they are going to bring agendas. I
Absolutely.
have been, no,
Absolutely.
listen, I have actually sat in meetings where they have trained us. This is what the Tavistock Institute in London, where they've literally trained us how we are going to move ahead with the T in the transgender movement. Who do you really think is behind that? Giving children hormones at the age of what, 16, 17? Who do you really think is behind that?
Them
And the
people
thing,
you sitting there looking at.
and the
Clearly,
Bible,
them people that sitting there looking at, because them people is the ones that want to do that.
listen,
You
the
ain't the one wanting to do that. They want to do that.
The Bible gives us a clear instructions. It stands for biblical instructions before leaving.
No. That's what you were taught.
It gives us clear
That's
instructions.
what you were taught before that book was ever written. What was their instructions?
Well, before the book was ever written, the book was written. The book, God was communing with man.
And so he can't commune with you now?
He can, but because of the fall of man,
Who let him fall? He let him fall.
It was our fault.
It-
It was our fault, and that's why Jesus came down to die for us.
Jesus
still
came to die for you.
We
And
still-
you know what they say? Do you know what the Catholics say and the Satanists say? Okay, do you know what they say? They say, yeah, Jesus came and died for me, so I can always, I did it, and I can keep doing it because do it out. I got free will, and I did it, and it don't matter because he already paid it all. He already
Well, you see,
paid
and
it
this
all.
is the problem. This is the problem. They are deceiving themselves because Christ did not come and to shed his blood for you to continue in your sin. And for those who believe that Christ is returning, he's coming back for a righteous people,
Amen.
people who do not sin.
Can you
Because if I
define?
was not reading,
Can you give me
if
your
I was
perception
not
of what sin
reading
is?
my Bible, if
Can
I
you
was
give me?
not reading my
Can
Bible,
you?
I would still be out there
Can you?
fornicating.
Yes.
Can you give me your definition of what sin is?
In fact, I didn't even think fornication was a sin when I was growing up. Honestly, I didn't think it was a sin
Exactly. Who
until
did?
my eyes was opened into the spirit realm. How
What
demonic
is
literally
fornication?
fornication is
Having
sex outside
sex
marriage.
without being married.
Okay, and we all established earlier on in the conversation that even if you're married, because I was married. I was married. The church, the priest blessed it and all. And I was married to the damn devil.
But it was not of your choice. You said your mother married you to this person.
No, this is America. I wasn't in y'all. I'm in America. So it was a choice. I was doing what I thought God wanted me to do, according to what people in the church and the religion told me.
But
Absolutely.
that's what they told you. But
No,
did you ask God yourself?
Because they speak the same language you're speaking.
No.
I was
Did
born.
you ask God yourself?
I have a baby picture of me right now. My mother brags on how she turned her life around when she was pregnant with me and how all she did was pray and read her Bible. I have pictures of me as a baby sitting right there by the Bible. She got a big old Bible open next to me. I've been since conception in the womb, born in that wood.
I still don't agree with you. I still think that
I don't. It's not. I'm asking questions. It's not about agreeing or disagreeing with me. I'm asking questions.
Well, you
and when I
asked
ask
the question, what is sin?
the questions, and then you answer, and then I come back with another question, you can't answer the question. You know what I'm saying? Where it makes any sense, and then you go, "Oh, I disagree." You can't disagree with me not understand. It doesn't make any sense to me.
You said
I'm the one asking
what
the
is
question.
Sin? You asked
I
what
asked
is
you
sin?
to give me your definition because many Christians and many churches have different views. So I'm asking you personally, out of respect, what is your definition?
Well, for me, I can give you the answer now, which is the transgression of God's law. Now you can say, "Oh, here we go again," but you
don't put words in my mouth.
break,
I need you to explain. I don't put words in my mouth. I need you to give me a definition. I need you to give me a definition. Don't put words into my brain.
I'm going to explain. Sin is the transgression of God's law.
Tell me God's law.
When you break the law of the land, what happens? You receive punishment. Receive punishment.
Tell me what. I'm going in steps here. Tell me what God's law is.
Well, for me, is the 10 Commandments, which is what He wants written in your heart.
I agree.
And hence why,
that's not what Jesus said. That's not what Jesus said.
And now I am a Sabbath keeper.
Because, that's not what Jesus didn't tell you to follow the 10 Commandments. What? That's not what Jesus said.
Well, actually, he actually said, if you love me, keep my commandments. He kept his father's commandments.
And
So it's the
and
same
there was only
commandments he's talking about.
he didn't no. See, that's how y'all
Oh, it
embellish.
is.
Y'all embellish what's not written in the book.
Embellish? What?
Yeah,
What's
you embellish.
embellished?
Meaning you put in empty spaces out of your mind what you believe should go there, not actually what's written in the book.
Well, the Ten
But yet
Commandments
you will say it's God's word, even though it's
the
got
Ten
big holes in it.
Commandments.
That's why it's holy, because it's got big holes in it.
You know what? I have not slept yet, and I have to be at work, well, leave for work in the next hour and a half. So hence why the holes. But God's 10 Commandments is in Exodus chapter 20.
He also said that he could have more than one wife. He also said that you could, you wasn't supposed to do a whole lot of things. He also, it was blood sacrifices
Yes.
then, and all that kind of
He said
stuff.
a lot of things that you should not do.
That's what they doing. Which people do blood sacrifices still.
Yeah, but that's their choice. That is their choice.
I'm just saying.
Because even God says
it's more than 10 commandments. It's more meaning what God said do, God's law, what he said do and don't do is more than 10.
Well, you know what? Let's not get it confused with what the handwritten laws were of Moses.
I ain't forgot. I'm sorry. I didn't mean. I'm just getting passionate. I'm not angry or anything. I'm just getting passionate about it. That's all. But I appreciate y'all sharing y'all thoughts with me. I really do. Like, cause I honestly, from my heart, I do understand where you're coming from. I was there. I do. But this is what I say. I usually try to be quiet because.
Well, I'm gonna say this.
It starts to come out of me from my core because I don't when I ask the questions, it's the same thing from from different people, and it's like.
This is why you need to read the word for yourself. But
No, I have it right here, and I've read it. And read it. I'm
gonna say this.
And read it. And I fasted and prayed on it and fasted and prayed on it. And when you talk about celibacy, I've went long since matter of fact, right now I've been celibate for 7 years. So if these I go long stints without being sexual with anybody. So even now that I'm not in the Bible, I still don't. So it ain't got nothing to do with that. I am not chained. I am not bound to a book.
I think.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this
because this is I think that's the problem. You sitting up here telling me what I need to do. You keep telling me what I need to do. I haven't told you once what you need to do.
Well.
I just shared my experience and my viewpoint, and not once. And this is what I was saying, why people get turned off by your language, because this is what y'all do. You start to tell us
exactly
what we're supposed to do when we're not Christian. If we were Christian, if I was Christian, or I wanted to be a Christian, I asked you, what do you think I should do about this? Or what do you do? Then yes, absolutely. But if I didn't do that, then why would you tell me to do something?
Well, the thing is, because you keep getting this different answer from this one, from that one, so the best thing for you to do, research it all yourself.
I got you, Lance.
Don't ask questions. Look it up for yourself. And that's
the whole point. That's the whole point. When I'm telling you when I asked, you know what happened? I was shown in the book the lies. I was shown in the church the lies. I was shown. When I asked, I was shown.
What were the lies?
We don't have time today. Today.
Please, we need to know. We need to know, and I'm quite sure Sir Lancelot will do another show for you to show us in the Bible the lies.
Absolutely.
Because we all need to know.
Absolutely.
Be here tomorrow.
This is what I will say. This
We're
this
gonna
is
do it
what I
again.
will say.
I'm not sure if I can be here tomorrow. So it depends. It depends on when you having the show. Because
When will
like
you be?
today,
I just
When
huh?
will you?
I just want to say this. I just want to say this. You know,
Yes, ma'am.
I started going to church on my own at the age of 6. And I started off in a Pentecostal church. And I actually left that church when I was 10 years old. Reason being, pastor stole my money. Then I went on to the Salvation Army due to friends. Didn't stay there long. Then I went to a little Christian church. But then I left this country, went to America. So going to church with my aunties, it was Methodist, Baptist. And then when I ventured out on my own, I was introduced to Scientology through that tarot card reader. Oh, sorry, Science of Mind, which is not Scientology. But then I left that and I started going to the Brooklyn Tabernacle.
Instagram.
And through all of those Sunday churches that I went to, I even studied with the Jehovah Witnesses. And throughout all of those Sunday churches, it did not anchor me and it did not teach me or show me to even read or even come close to reading the Bible for myself. That was my experience. And it didn't anchor me from wanting to step out of the world, doing worldly things, fornicating. It did not stop me or anchor me. But yet I would call myself a Christian. But when the Lord opened my eyes
Amen.
and showed me, not that anyone told me, but showed me the seventh day, the Sabbath, I said, and I felt it in my heart. This is true. This is true. The seventh day. And I walked into a Seventh-day Adventist church. And that's it. I never looked back. But that's a whole nother story. And not saying that it's the Seventh-day Adventist church that has anchored me. No, because I've met more devils in there than I have outside in the world. But what anchored me was reading the Word of God for myself.
Yes.
Let
And
me
that
just
is
could
what
I
anchored
interrupt,
me.
please?
I
That's what brought
got
me
3 of
out
them.
of
I got
wanting
3
to
of them
be in
right
the
here.
world.
I
That's
got
what
3 Bibles
stopped me
right here
from
on my bookshelf.
fornicating.
One I've had since
So,
2009.
you know, that's been my life. And that's my path that God has
Right,
put me on.
right, right. Which that's wonderful. Right.
That's what the Bible is supposed to do for you. It's a tool. It's a tool that you're supposed to use. Just like you go to a book,
And I
go to a
and so why
library,
don't you
you use.
understand? So why don't you understand when I told you I've been there? I went
No,
through
no,
it.
no, no. I'm just
Oh, yeah.
I'm understanding everything that you're saying, and I completely agree with you. And I think Lance needs to give you your own episode because just like you, I grew up in the church, so I definitely understand everything that you're saying. But what I'm saying is the Bible is a tool. So
Right.
the two ladies were saying that you just first of all expecting that, why are you waiting for someone to come back? Nobody is coming back. Nobody is coming back to get you. Then what don't black people understand? Stop doing this to yourself. You have been looking for something outside of yourself. You're reading this book and you're saying that you feel empowered. And please don't feel like I'm attacking you. It's just it's really hard for me to understand. And I know that other people in the chat also feel the same way. It's hard to understand how you can say that a book has been helping you and doing all these, great things for you, and you're expecting that this person to come back to save you, to save you from what? And if you're getting so much help from this book, Why are you experiencing the things that you said that you're experiencing? You didn't pray and you were attacked. I'm sorry. I would not be following this kind of doctrine. That if I forgot to pray one day in my life, I go to work and people are attacking me from the left and the right. We have to understand that you were born with everything that you need. You were born with everything that you need. These stories are allegory. It is for you to use to build up yourself. You've been going from church to church, just like you just said, from place to place, and you haven't been able to find what you were looking for. You said that you found what you were looking for within the book. So you don't need the church. You don't need the people. You really don't even need this Jesus or this Yahshua, whoever it is
I never
that you're
said
saying.
I
You
needed the
don't need
church.
it. You
Now that
don't
I
need
found
it.
my book.
And you don't need it. Everything that you need, you were born with it. You were born with everything that you need. And just like she said, what did the Bible say? That it's written on your heart, on the tabernacles of your heart. So you literally were born with everything that you need. So the Bible tells you this. This isn't just some woke stuff that we just say to talk about. So the Bible literally says this. Why is it that Black people cannot accept that things happen to us and we have to fix them? It's not about, oh, we turned from this evil and this and this and that. No, this is something that happened. We're all here to learn a lesson. We all have each have our own individual lessons. There's things that we need to do. We need to recognize who we are and to heal. Our children cannot heal if they're sitting here waiting for Jesus. Our children cannot heal if when they look at Jesus, they see some other character that doesn't look like them. This Jesus doesn't look like them. So then they go out into the world and they see these people who don't look like them. So if you're going to have a Jesus, why ain't the Jesus Black? And then when you talk to pastors, like I said, because I know many of them personally, when you talk to these pastors and you say, well, why is it that Jesus is white? How come you don't have a Black Jesus in here? They tell you, oh, well, we know that Jesus isn't white. We know that Jesus is Black. We all know that. The Bible says it. So why aren't you telling them? Why aren't you telling them your oppressor? Because they are our oppressor, whether we want to believe it or not. And even if they aren't oppressing you specifically, we see it happening to our brothers and our sisters out here. We see it happening every day. So why is it? What I can't understand. Even she
But the
couldn't
Bible,
understand.
the
And it's like,
Bible,
you
no,
guys aren't getting it. And we're screaming,
no,
Jesus this, hallelujah, amen. What is
no,
that? What is
no.
that?
The Bible, let me tell you something. The Bible, if it's a very powerful spiritual book, and it's sharper than any two-edged sword.
Oh my God. You read, you defending the
Your
Bible
mind.
with
This
the
is
words
not
from it.
something you have made up in
Oh
your
my
I
mind. This
God.
literally,
is something that's
I
been
literally,
implanted in your mind. This is your
no,
belief. Just like
I
I
have,
have my own reality, that is your reality. That with this book, that everything could be as sharp as a tool. If this book was real, all of the things that Black Americans have gone through in the United States, every
mhm.
single where, everywhere you go, Black people are oppressed. How come all of these things are happening? Where is this Jesus? What is it that, so he's coming? What's worse that's gonna happen now, or that didn't happen already, that he couldn't come already? What is it that, what needs to happen for him to come? How bad does it have to get for Jesus to come? Because what I just
The
seen a
Bible
couple of
says,
days ago is a man walk up in some daycare in Brazil with a hatchet and killed a couple of kids in there. That's what I saw. So these things that's going on, it's not worthy of him to come back to save us.
he will come. The Bible
He
says
will
that
come. When?
he will come.
When?
The
That we've
Bible
been
says,
picking cotton. People was picking cotton, getting their ass whipped, getting their back cracked, getting raped.
Bible do say
Watching
that
their
the
children get raped,
devil went to
watching their wives get
heaven
raped,
and come
and that
down
wasn't
and
enough
kick
for him to
their ass
come
and
back.
whatnot and then go back
Y'all
and
got
go
to wake
be talking to
Y'all
God the
really
whole
got to
time
wake
and
up.
God just let him. God just let him. God just let him do what he wants to you while he go back and forth to heaven talking to God. I mean, the Bible give all kind of stories about God, the devil went to heaven and talked to God, and they told him, it does that.
Let me tell you my experience with the Bible. My personal experience with the Bible is that for me, it's a very powerful tool for my mental health. In terms of, like I said, since 2015, I had been experiencing mental attacks. I took no medication for it. Because of the line of work I was in, I felt I was going to get into trouble if I get psychiatric help. I decided to get into the Word. And as I got into the Word, the mental fog just started lifting. Things that were supposed to be for me started falling into place. So I am so grateful to God. And since then, when I started working in a hospital setting, what did I do? Secretly, when a patient is not getting better, I take a copy of their name, come home and pray for them secretly. And it works.
Why?
In my case, I'm never going to deny the Bible. Why?
No, but that's not. I'm not talking about your fellow. I'm not talking about your fellow, the people that believe as you do, and your fellow brothers and sisters in Christ. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about you praying for them. I'm talking about you just doing these things without these people's permission, secretly.
What?
You talk about the occultists and they secret and they speak and hidden stuff. Why are you secret and hiding doing praying for these people? You said what?
They want to get better. So if like
what if they may want to get better, but they may not want you praying for them that way. They're there because they want to. They're there because they didn't come to the church. They came to the hospital where they give the medicines and the IVs and stuff.
The thing is, when I pray for a person, right? I don't go praying for everyone. That's number one. Number two, when I do it, I ask the Holy Spirit. I consult with the Holy Spirit. And in Christianity, we can't speak for other people who are unwell. So the fact that they are in hospital means that they are unwell and they want to get better. So if medical intervention seems not to be working, if I prayed for them, even if they studied the occult or are involved in the occult and they get better, they are going to be thankful to the universe, to whoever. But at least they have gotten out of that.
So regardless of how they feel, regardless of what they want, you just do it on your own in secret.
Because they want to get better. That doesn't. If like let's say I was going behind the scenes and I was doing voodoo or witchcraft on them for them to die, then that would be wrong. But they are there to get better.
But it's not. But it's not wrong even if it gets the person's wishes, and that's the problem I have. That's one huge problem I have, because people have been praying, and you wondering what's wrong, why you can't accomplish what you need to accomplish and move on your way, because people praying and praying. Huh?
What should they accomplish if they don't get better? Tell me.
What do you mean? What they accomplish, they don't get better? How do you know? Do you ask? Do you look? If that demon that you praying for, if that demon that you praying for is a pedophile and they just gonna get up out that bed and go home and molest some more children, was that good?
That's what I'm saying, that when I pray for somebody, I don't think you heard me earlier. When I pray for somebody, I consult the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit guides me. I don't just say, "Oh, I'm gonna pray." I thought you prayed to God.
I thought you prayed to God. I thought you prayed to Jesus.
The Holy Spirit is a conduit. It's a spirit between us and God. So the Holy Spirit.
I thought Christ was supposed to be the one, the intermediator between us and God, according to the Bible.
No, the Holy Spirit. When you pray a lot, the Holy
Show
Spirit.
Me. You know what? I'm not gonna keep Lance, but yeah, I mean, we can talk about this another day. Honestly, I don't have nothing against y'all. I really don't. I always do this. I'd be like this with my own mama.
The Holy Spirit guides all truth. The Holy Spirit will then tell you, okay, pray for that person, pray for this. Not everybody. I've had a Satanist at my workplace as a patient before, and you know them straight away. You don't have to even second guess. This person is a Satanist. I can tell. Intuitively, I can tell. So if I'm doing something for somebody, the Holy Spirit guides me as well. And like I said, there's many areas in my life that God has improved so much. And I'm in I'm a better person for it. And I think that you have to also examine the posture of your heart
I believe
before
you.
to the presence of God.
I believe you from. I believe you. I do not doubt anyone's personal experiences. I really don't. That's your personal experience. I don't doubt them. Like I said, I've been there, so I don't doubt those personal experiences. I don't. It's just it's just the perception of it is off.
You have to remove all.
And I do find it disrespectful. I do find it disrespectful because I do see it the same way as when you're praying. Because when you're praying against somebody's own personal will, that is to me disrespectful. It's no different than the Satanist.
That person's will not to get better.
If they don't honor your God, if they don't honor your Lord, if they don't have no inkling, if they knew you was talking about praying over the name of Jesus, will cuss you out, don't have nothing to do with it. Yes, it is disrespectful. If you ask them, I don't see the point in not asking them. If they unconscious, I understand. But if you can ask them, is it okay? Then I have more respect for that. Because to me, one of the reasons why people do witchcraft, be trying to hoodoo people, man, and all that kind of stuff. To me, that's the equivalent of rape because you're trying to force somebody to do something they don't want.
But
so that's just how my mind. That's how my mind works. That's all. But I'm not trying to shame. I'm not trying to shame you for what you do. I'm really not. My mama do the same thing.
If the person is not trying to get better, to get out of there, then it will make sense. But the person actually does want to get better.
Yeah, but they didn't come there for spiritual. They came there for like I said, for the pharmaceuticals and the IVs and the whatnot.
Working for him. The particular man that I prayed for, the pharmaceuticals was not working for him. And as I said earlier, he was the consultant, the head consultant was deciding whether to make him end of life. End of life just means that we're going to stop all treatments and let nature take its course. He was the breadwinner of their home. So his wife kept on coming to the hospital every single day. In fact, he wouldn't even come on the ward because it was a COVID ward. This was during the pandemic. So at that time, and they had 2 little children, sometimes I would go in and he would have the respiratory masks on. He would have that on and he would just be holding a phone with his wife watching their video. I think their wedding video. And I would just sit there, try to talk to him, try to console him and all of those things. So pharmaceuticals, we had gotten to the point where pharmaceuticals was not working.
And I believe you. My own mother has in the past prayed over a baby, and literally the hole in their heart, in the baby's heart, closed after she did about 3 times. But she can't repeat that to this day. And I don't think that people answer me this. Do you believe that other religions or other cultures have other ways of healing, that not in the name of Jesus, but they have other ways of healing spiritually without your own practices? Do you believe that?
I've never thought of that.
Okay.
It's very possible, but it's not something that I have actually thought of. But I think for me, since I got involved in reading the Bible, getting into the Word, getting to know the Word for myself, and asking God to come into my life. In fact, sometimes anybody who comes into my life who is got evil intentions, bad intentions, I pray about it, and 1, 2, 3, things are just revealed. I don't go looking for the information; it just falls flat in my face, and then I have to make a decision based upon that. And God has removed me from those instances so many times. And let me tell you, I came from a medicine background, right? And in medicine, in psychiatry, we have people who have, and I'm sure you've heard it because the word has been thrown around a lot, narcissistic personality disorder. in medicine, it's not defined as a spiritual illness, right? But it's
Mm-hmm.
more defined as somebody who has a grandiose sense of self, lacks empathy. I think there's about 9 criteria. Out of the 9, you have to meet 5 to be diagnosed as someone with narcissistic personality disorder, right? But when you watch somebody with that disorder, watch somebody a disorder, it's almost as if something is controlling them. They are compelled to do evil round the clock. They are compelled to destroy things round the clock. And the thing is, you really see their evil ways when you look at their victims. Their
So do
victims
you
will,
think? So
their
do you think?
victims,
Do you think it's an illness? Do you think it's an illness, or do you think it's just demonic, or a
I think
combination of both?
I think it's an illness due to moral deficiency. They are
But some of
deficient
it can
moral.
be brought on. Don't you think some of it can be brought on by even like poor nutrition, physical
No,
deformities and issues?
no, because what narcissists do is once they've harmed you, once they've hurt you, they are planning their next one. And spiritually, I prayed about it. I prayed about this, and I wanted to
Mm-hmm.
really find out what's the core of it. What did they actually do to their victims? And what they actually do is they cause. It's almost like harm to your soul. It's almost like they cause trauma initially. First of all, they love bomb you, and then they cause trauma to the soul, right? This creates holes, either through betrayal, either through taking your money, either through something that will cause you pain, emotional pain. This allows the spirits to go into the victim's soul and then start operating from there. If that person, that victim doesn't get deliverance, they also start showing what we call narcissistic traits.
Okay.
So
Thank you for
yes,
sharing. Thank you for sharing your thoughts on that.
evil and the devil does exist. If you don't anchor onto
Oh no,
something,
I never said that. No, evil didn't exist. No,
why
no. It's just the
this
concept
is
of the.
why
Yeah.
in this day and age we need to anchor onto God. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I've done bad things in my life, but once my eyes became open, I am very even telling a white lie. I get this. I get a feeling. I get a horrible feeling inside of me when I tell a white lie. In fact, I feel so guilty. It's the Holy Spirit reprimanding me. Don't tell even a white lie. And
Yeah.
there are people who get to a certain place, right, where they become reprobate minded. This is in Romans 1, chapter 28. It talks about people whose mind have become so calcified against God that all they do is evil. This is the narcissist. So they are not able to self-reflect.
We need to figure out what the spiritual power is to get rid of them, because they've been running too damn long for me.
Yeah. And like I said, we need
And
to
the Bible ain't been doing it. The Bible just hell, they got the Bible in their hand too. So I don't know. So if it's working, if you can get it to work, I'm all yeah. Go ahead. But I need
narcissists are proof that if you lack if you have moral deficiency, you become like one of them. They are proof that you become sick.
Yeah.
You get a personality disorder. It's true. You get a personality disorder where you think you're right. You think everybody else is wrong, right? And you keep going on about your business doing evil continuously. And the thing is, when you anchor onto God and you read the word of God, when somebody comes around you who is not for you, who is not of God, you can tell straight away. In my workplace, I think sometimes we also focus too much on negative people. In my workplace, I have some fantastic people that I work with. I even sometimes say that these are angels of God. I have some wonderful people who I work with. So God opens your mind to who you can, attach to and who you cannot. But the free will, you just use your free will to just hold the Bible, pick it up and open it and read it. Even just reading one psalm a day. Just read one psalm a day. And fast with it and meditate on it and beg and cry out to God. God, this is what I need. God, in your Bible, in the book, you said this, and pray the scriptures. Pray the scriptures to him. Tell him that, God, in Romans chapter blah, 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 you said this. God, I'm crying out to you. And you will see things fall into place. There's more to this life than I think people realize. I've seen people, like I said, I work in a hospital setting. I've seen people on their deathbeds. Some die when they're about to die. Sometimes they want to speak. They want someone standing next to them. Sometimes I'll go and stand next to them. Some people even want to hold hands because they are so terrified. Some of them are excited. There was a lady who died recently in hospital. She was quoting scriptures all day. In fact, the nurses were pissed off. They were saying that this lady needs to be sedated. And I said, no, leave her. She was quoting scriptures all day. It's almost like a peace that surpasses understanding comes over them. It's almost like they are going to a better place and they know it. This life is not as we see it. So anchor onto something. Anchor onto God. Anchor onto the Bible. Yes, they are going to tell you it's the white man's invention, blah, blah, blah. But you go to Central London. I've been to Central London, the Tavistock Institute, where they are literally doing the opposite of what it says in the Bible. They are planning on injecting your children with hormones. Of their opposite sex. And how that thing works is the spirit possesses the child, either through child molestation or the child was born a demon. And once the spirit of the opposite sex possesses that child, the child then believes they are the opposite sex to what they were born. And then they will come and present at the hospital. Give me injections. And then once the child has defiled and destroyed their body, i.e. cut their breast off, have a double mastectomy, remove their genitals, the spirit then leaves. And then the child realizes what they've done to themselves. Who do you think is behind that? I've sat in meetings where they've said, just refer them. Just when they come, don't correct them. Sorry to be so blunt about it, but that's what they are doing. Just refer them. And if you refer them to the psychologist, psychologists will say, yeah, he's great. He's ready to transition. What kind of madness is this? So I think we need to anchor onto something. Anybody else has anything to add?
Does anybody else join in? I'll drop the link.
I'm still here. Well, I can only speak from the experience that I have had with God, Christ, and the Holy Spirit and my Bible. And, you know, God is real. His work is, his word is alive. It's also a testimony. It's his testimony. So I'm not going to ever disrespect the Bible.
Yep.
And, you know, we can sit here and say, oh, it's the white man's book. Ah, you're giving them far too much credit. They're not
Yes.
that smart to have written a book like this. And even though they might be producing their AI, they're not even that smart to produce that either, because they work with Satan to produce what they're producing. So, you know, I am not going to lose respect or reverence for God, Christ, the Holy Spirit, definitely not, or my Bible. And, you know, no one is begging anyone to believe in the Bible, because at the end of the day, everyone on this planet, once you have heard the truth, it's now your choice to make, whether you accept it or you don't. And the only truth that is standing here on this planet right now is God's word. And I've
Yes.
seen I've seen the comments, some of the comments that says, you know, this is to divide and conquer us. Well, this is what I'm saying about history, how important it is. Because yes, the Catholic Church, the Church of Satan, yes, they used God as a weapon to conquer in under the guise of Christian. And those times are coming again. The persecution to accept and worship a false god is coming again. Then we will see who will stand.
Yes.
Because at the end of the day, the Bible tells us the future, because it's also a prophetic word, a prophetic book. Hence why I've forgotten your name. Sorry, Harriet. Hence why Harriet said this book has power, because it does. And like I said, because of my relationship that I have with God and Christ, it was revealed to me about the 2020, even before it got here. So, you know, if I was not trying to be an obedient child to God in keeping his commandments, maybe right now my DNA would, you know, would be being snipped here and there and being changed. But I say this, because our sister that's left the chat now, she wanted to know what is sin. Well, sin is the transgression of God's law.
Yeah.
And when we sin, we bring all kinds of things into our lives, including illness and
Yes.
sickness and disease. And when you read the word of God, it actually keeps you from all of that. Because, you know, and it's not just about sexual things. It's the taking of drugs, the drinking of alcohol. Because there's shown many things concerning alcohol in the Bible. So God is warning you, do not drink alcohol so that you don't bring shame upon yourself, like maybe being taken advantage of or being found naked. These are examples given to us to show us how to live. Because we can say, oh, you know, I've done everything for and by myself. I've protected myself. I've done this, but for those of you that can say that, who have read the Bible, that is what impresses you not to do certain things because you've read it, even though you now say you don't need it anymore. But you need to remember, some of us have just found the truth, the word, God's word, and find it refreshing and where it gives us peace and comfort. So you know what? I beg you, leave me in my Bible. And it's not saying that I don't have a relationship with God. Yes, I do, because he has done so much for me and saved me out of so much bad circumstances and protected me from the devils that would have liked to see my downfall.
Yes.
I cannot take that credit for myself,
Yes.
saying I did it. No, God did it. And as for Christ, yes, that is God's son, and I will not deny him.
Because if you
Because
deny him now, he will deny you on judgment day. He will say, "Depart from me, you workers of iniquity. I never knew you."
amen.
And that's not what you want.
But that's not even the reason why I wouldn't even deny him. It's because he has fought for me, battled
Yes.
for me, literally, and I have seen it with my own two eyes.
Yes.
Because, you know, when you're living a life of sin and God sends his son to step out on a whim to save you, and you can physically see it with your own two eyes as to what he is saving you from, I can't deny him. All I can do is give him thanks and praise. And as for him coming back, yes, I strongly believe he is coming back. And when he returns, or as he is returning, he will be saying to himself, how many will I find with faith? And many a people have no faith whatsoever.
Yes.
And so with what is coming upon this earth, where men's hearts will be failing them for fear for the things that are coming upon this earth, I don't know how you're going to do it.
Yeah.
I don't know how you are going to then save yourselves.
Yes.
Because I believe in the impossible of what man cannot do, but God can do. So if this is all just an allegory and fables and what have you, then, you know, if you have your Bibles still sitting in your houses, leave them on a bus or a train for someone else to get them,
Yes.
so that that soul can be saved.
Yes.
Because, you know, when I became a Seventh-day Adventist and heard the preaching and what was being taught, all of my years of going to Sunday church, I can say I learned nothing, absolutely nothing, compared to what I learned in that first year of being an Adventist, which opened up the Bible to me. Because when I came into the church, whatever pastor was preaching, they would say, read it for yourself. Don't believe me, Don't trust me. Read it for yourself. And that's one thing I have to give thanks to the Adventist Church for. They do encourage you to read for yourself.
Amen.
And that is where you cannot go wrong, in reading God's word for yourself. And when you pray and ask, Father, Abba Father, please teach me, show me what it is I need to know, He will show you and teach you.
Yes.
So that's all I have to say on the matter. And my sister, it's been a pleasure having this talk with you. And,
I've really enjoyed it as well. I'm Adventist too,
yes,
by the way.
I heard when you said,
Yeah.
and,
But yeah, it's been likewise, it's been really nice conversation. And I
so
hope
are you here in the UK?
Yeah, I mean, actually in Kent.
Oh,
Ashford.
wow. I'm in
Yeah.
Essex. We'll
Oh,
have to
okay.
get in touch.
My sister lives in Thurrock,
Okay, I know where that is.
South Ockenden. So I am in Essex quite a bit. But yeah, it's been very interesting talking to you with regards to this religion thing. But for me, I am not backing down. I want more of God. In fact, I don't
Yes,
think I do enough.
exactly. Same
I want
here.
more of him. I'm hungry. I want to feed on more,
Same here. Same here. And it's
Yeah.
though, and now we're in that time period where days are so short. There's not enough hours in the day to get things done and
Yes.
and and eat the word like how you want to eat it, you know.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
this is how I know we are coming to the end of things and Satan is in full reign.
Of course. And it
And
will
I
be like
tell
the
you,
days of Noah. They said when he's coming, it will be like the days of Noah. And people don't realize how much they are preparing behind the scenes. You
yeah.
know, they are really, I mean, transhumanism is next. And
What
they
are
are
you talking about? It's already here.
that's what I'm saying. Transhumanism is next. They will be promoting it, and the very people who will be telling us, "Oh, the white man brought the Bible and blah 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 blah," will be there to take the chip.
This is it. This is it.
Will be ready to take the chip because transhumanism promises you an upgrade of your current body into a new body, either through by augmenting the human body with technology. When you go on the
Yeah.
British government website, there's a document on there. It's called human augmentation. A whole documentation on it. So they are very, very serious about this.
Oh yeah, everything is in place.
And
Everything is in
the
place.
Bible has prophesied all of this. In fact, he said men will seek death and will not find it.
Yes,
There will
that's
be a
right.
time where these very people who are saying, "Oh, it's the white man's book," blah blah blah, they'll be the ones who are going to be begging to know the word of God. And they will seek death because they would have taken the chip. They would have taken something that would make them no longer redeemable. They will no longer be covered by the grace of God. Right now, we can sin and we can repent and God will forgive us. There will be a time where you will take a chip, you will just transform over.
This is it. And this is where the transgenderism comes in.
Of
See,
course,
that's
it's
them practicing.
of
That's the
course,
practice run.
it's transgender and then transhuman. We have people who come to hospital all the time. They will even tell you they are on the spectrum of LGBT, a spectrum of the Rainbow Coalition, but they don't know which one because they don't think they are queer. They are something else. What is all of this? And if people really knew the war we are in, they will anchor onto God. They'll read Revelation like nobody's business. Right now, we have Nephilims, fallen angels, probably even walking among us, pretending
Oh
to be
yeah,
human beings.
definitely. Definitely. And when it comes to the black and white issue, I mean, there's so many black people that do not know the true history. Like they have not, like there's so many black people that are Catholics. And if they knew that it was the Catholic Church that started slavery,
Mm.
but then again, even if they knew, would they still remain or would they come out?
Let me interject something, Lady J, really quick. Hold that point. I'm just going to respond to Robert Mann. I don't take that personal because I do believe that a lot of stuff on YouTube is trash and propaganda. But I will say this. I'm going to read the comment for those who have a phone or just can't see it. Robert Mann says, nobody in here has ever seen each other in person. I beg to differ. This here is pure entertainment. It's nothing on TV. This is why people are looking at this YouTube trash. It's all an illusion. Let me just say, I'm not defending YouTube because YouTube is diametrically opposed to me most of the time anyway. But I try to create thought-provoking topics to make people think. They can go in passionately. Some people may think, well, they're just walking on the treadmill going nowhere. As far as never seeing each other in person, I can say in my 22 years online and the years that I've been on YouTube, which is about half of that, I've met a couple of hundred people, nice people, real people. I have personal connections with many of the people here that are here now in the chat room and who are not here, right? Some have transitioned on to the next level of existence, and some are still here going through positive things, going through trying things, and I have a personal connection to them. So I don't know what other people do on other channels. I live this. This is why I can, I'm retired, but this is why I can, if I see a good topic and we go on with it, I'm not going to say, oh, I want to sleep. Yeah, if you have to get up to go to work, fine. I don't knock you for that. But for some, you can use these platforms and come through with some really good dialogue and really good connections. It's a beautiful thing. You don't always have to agree, but I know for one that I'm real. I know many here have done great things for me, and hopefully I've done things in the past that has edified your life. This is real for us. This is nothing fake. And what you see me say here, do here, this is what I am. But I'm fair to people, right? And like I said, it got very passionate earlier. I have direct connections with all those who are on this show, whether they come every night or once a month or once a year. I will allow people to speak. I will allow people to express themselves in a real way. And that, my friend, is not trash. This is real, and this is what we do. Go ahead, ladies. Thank you so much.
Well, this is real life we're talking about. And when the other sister was talking about slavery and oppression, everyone always thinks it's just the United States, the US of A. No, oppression and slavery was here in England. And let's not forget the Caribbean islands and Africa. And oppression for Black people in the UK is still here, very heavy. I mean, when I lived in the US, I was never called the N-word. But being born and raised here in England, I've been called the N-word twice. Once when I was 6 in school by another child, and last summer by this blonde white woman. As a matter of fact, she called me a dirty black N-G-E-R. So oppression is all over this world for Black people. where we are at the bottom of the totem pole. And I have to give thumbs up to Uganda for standing up to say, no, you don't come and tell us what to accept when we have standards and our culture. Because you see, the tables are now turning. So for those of you who do not want to get into the arc of the book, and you prefer to be on your Facebook, then that's your choice. That is your choice. And I don't care if I'm mocked, jeered, or I can't answer certain questions. Maybe the Spirit of the Lord is on my mouth not to answer certain questions, because maybe God wants you to look deep within yourself to see if you can find the true answer to all your questions. Because He has all the answers for you in His Bible, preferably King James, who in which was a black man. And that's another thing. A lot of people do not know the history, the true history of England, where kings and queens that used to sit on this here throne were black, like Queen Charlotte, King James, and I don't know how many others, but those are the two that we definitely know are black. So you see, it was a black man that gave you the word of God in this country. And
Preach
so,
on.
huh?
I said, preach on.
So, I will stand on God's word, because
Amen.
now that I can read His word and understand it, it is now my foundation and my rock.
Yes.
And for those of you that like to tear down the Son of God, Yeshua, we need to remember why He was sent here. And that is due to our sinful nature, so He has suffered much to take on our sins. But at the same time, you once again have choice to sin or not to sin. And those of you who believe, well, He ain't coming back, no one's going to save you, you believe that for yourself. But as for me, I would rather put my faith and trust in God, knowing that He is going to send His Son back to get me when the time is right. And, we all need peace. We all need our resting place. And it certainly is not in this system that the white man has created. Because we're still slaves and we're still oppressed. But at least when I open my Bible, I get away from it all. That's what my
Amen.
Bible does for me. It takes me away from the oppression. For however long I am in my Bible, because I have to face that oppression for the days that I go to work. And trust me, it's very real. So real, I feel like I'm in the land of Egypt, waiting for Moses to come and get me out. So there's my battery. Battery's gone. Now my
This
alarm
was
is.
so good. Thank you so much for this, Lancescurv and Lady L. Thank you
Thank you.
guys so much.
Thank you so much also.
It's been
I really, really
amazing.
appreciate it. Really do. I mean, the passion, the expertise, holding your heads together and just letting it flow. And many people have texted me that are not really in the show, but they're listening. And they said, Lance, why don't you get in there? Whatever. I said, right now, I'm supposed to host and make sure things run smooth and allow everybody to talk and express themselves. Yeah, seriously. Because they were like, what are you scared to get in there? I said, no, I'm not trying to be here to beat up on any one side or the other side. I've spoken, and many people have agreed with certain parts and disagreed with certain parts. But the bottom line is that you know my spirit, and you know that I'm going to let you talk, and it's all out of love. And other people need to hear what both sides or all three sides or all 10 sides have to say, because that might be the very thing they need to hear to take them to a next level wherever they are on the journey.
Amen.
It's a bigger picture out here. You see, we have our dialogue here. We have our passion here. But you got to remember that people who are going to hear this years from now, and you might be saying something to them to unlock their mind in a certain way. Like I said, you may give thanks to me, but I appreciate it. But I'm just a platform, right? I mean, I could jump in on the platform, but when things get hot and things get going, I back up and let it flow.
Yes.
Platform sounds like plate. You all are the food, you're the meal. I'm merely the plate to hold up the meal. You know what I mean? Because I can get in, I do my monologues, I do my rooftops. I got one coming. I was working on stuff here. And look at this. I was about to start getting into the artwork tonight. I got the pad and the pencil and all my stuff. You know, I guess I'll do that tomorrow. But I never end the show whenever it's going good. Like a referee in a good boxing match, as long as it's going good, the ebb and the flow, the signature moments, as long as nobody's getting hurt, aka insulted or disrespected, I'm gonna let it go. Because I mean, I don't think I had a show. Listen, this is so far 5 hours and 38 minutes. That's child's play. That's a warm-up for me. My longest show was 14 hours. YouTube had cut at one point, and we had to get back on the conference line and continue, and I tacked it together. I can't really find it right now. I think YouTube might have took it down. I don't know. And one of their little sweeps that they do on me. But nonetheless, this is why I put things up on other platforms, Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts. It's a little extra work, but I got to make sure to do that because I don't want to be just captive to one platform. If they take away a video, I'm going to have the audio somewhere else. You know what I mean? But I really, really appreciate everybody who came tonight and the different points of views. And even when it got to a debating level, that's okay. We're adults. That's what it's all about. And that's what makes me proud to be here with some of the most brilliant minds on the internet in this chat room. This was not a fight. It was a passionate defense of our own thoughts and what we know to be the truth. So, like I said, let's chisel it away. There's only one truth, and we're going to find out one day. So my thing is, in that, the dialogue going back and forth is a teachable moment for so many people, where they stand. We may know and we may feel like, oh, this is where I am, this is where I stand, but somebody else doesn't know, and they need to hear a starting point. You're not going to hear this kind of dialogue many places online, and you're damn sure not going to see it on TV or any one of the propaganda platforms. They may see this one day and say, oh, we're going to take it down. Well, you know what? I have it so many other places. It's going to live on forever. So I really appreciate you, Harriet. And it's nice to hear a Ghanaian accent, even though you're in the UK and even though I'm in Ghana right now, hearing it all the time. And it's made me understand how much, you know, I love the American accent, but it's more and more growing on me when I hear the Ghanaian accent. I'm like, now I can hear it. Like before I was in America, I would say, you're from Africa. Now I hear the Ghanaian accent, knowing what it is because I'm here and I know exactly what it is. So I'm just listening to it. And you haven't missed a beat.
Thank you very much.
You haven't missed a beat. You know, I love this because at the end of the day, no matter what, we're all family.
Absolutely.
And see, yeah, you know, sometimes you can hear families as you walk down the street and you hear a family discussion that might be passionate, but you didn't know how it started. And you walk past the house, and by the time you get home, you say, you know what? I think I heard the so-and-so family arguing. They were intense. It got a little loud at points, and they were talking over. No, that wasn't an argument. That was a passionate discussion. And I'm glad that here we can have these things because, you know, every now and then I will go on other channels, very seldom, and listen to things because they send me stuff. And I'm like, man, they're just straight out cussing, disrespecting, and nobody's listening. Everybody's talking at each other. But because of the increased mental capacity on this show, you all can duke it out that way, but you are also listening because you answered at the same time. And that's very difficult to do if you are on a lower vibration. So, man, I enjoyed myself. Whenever you see me get quiet, I'm enjoying myself. You know what I mean?
That's good. That's good.
Look,
like I said, equally, I really enjoyed it myself as well. It was really nice to see the different schools of thought when it comes to these types of subjects.
Yes.
In the beginning, we all agreed that demons exist, evil exists. However, how will we deal with this spiritual realm may be different from one person to the other.
Right.
That's what that was my take home for this topic.
Yes. Let me show you something. As the show was going on, I had my drawing pad here, and I was taking down notes. Look at all the scribblings. Future topics. Wow. All the scribblings. I do that. I write on everything. I write on the back of pads, but all this on the front.
Yeah.
This was just now. I was sitting here, got my pen here. That's how I do it. You all said some phenomenal things tonight. I got ideas for T-shirts. I got ideas for quotes. I got ideas for future shows. For real, I do this. Yes, I do.
Amazing. I hope that this is the beginning of many more discussions. I believe you want to have another one tomorrow.
This is why, and we're going to come back tomorrow. It's going to be the same topic. I might not name it the same exact thing with the same banner, but it's going to be the same topic flow. And the reason why I do that is because when people who are not really into the channel, who pass by and said, wow, this was good, if they see the same looking banner, even if I put part 2, they might not come. They'll glance and say, that's the same old show. He probably uploaded it twice, but it's going to be the same flow. I'm going to have a title. I'm definitely have demon in there, but I'm going to do it in a way to catch your eyes in a little different so that you'll know it's a different show. We know it's a different show, and I'm not lazy, so I make a whole new banner. But I took time and distributed everything today. I did this early, Master Glam and a mixed genre faves, Sister Yell. We were all talking, and we said, we got to do this again. We got to do the demon thing. I'm like, okay, I got you. And she might have been surprised, but I know she said, Dag, Lance did it again. And I knew it was going to be something. And I want to really, I talk a little bit about everything. I do my little short monologues. I don't push things on people. But honestly, I really want to focus on, we have the mental, physical, spiritual. I have my own monologues I do. I could start out from left field, but it's got to be something I see in it. There's got to be an angle. Everybody's talking about one thing, but if I can't see a special angle in it, I'll leave it alone. I don't copy people. Whenever a topic comes out or something controversial happens, I don't listen to them because I don't want them to influence me. I'm going to come up with my own stuff after I listen to it. But I want to lean more toward things along these lines on a spiritual level where we can discuss these things. But it may come from a different angle. It may come from maybe something worldly that's people are speaking about, but under it, it's going to have a spiritual undertone where we can talk about it. Because see, in the business of this, with algorithms and different things, you want to go to where the people are. You see, I'm not going to run away from where it is, but I'm going to have my take on it. So if you see something worldly, trust me, I'm bringing it around to something that you can think about on a deeper level, unless I say this is adult entertainment and we're going to go there just for laughs. So, my Christian brothers and sisters and religious brothers and sisters, while you probably won't come into the chat room, I know you'll be listening and laughing because I could be crazy on all kind of levels, but we have to laugh in the trenches also with all the things that are going on. We got to chuckle. We're all human. And I'll take the blame for that. You know what I mean? I'll give you a good laugh too. I'll go there. But like I said, I have many gears on my vehicle, and I like to put out different types of content. And it's something I do. My brain never stops working. All this week, I haven't got this morning. I got to bed at 10, maybe 9. No. I got to bed 6:37. The night before was 9. The night before was 10. I'm not going to bed no time soon. I could be tired. Mr. Scurv is going to stay home tomorrow, but my mind is just always this energy. I don't know. Maybe I'm picking it up from the people who are watching all the other videos, and they shooting this energy to me. I'm laying in the bed like I can't sleep. So I got to put it to good use. If I want to, I can just grab a camera and I got it and I'm ready with his own battery at the bottom. I'm always strapped. I'm always keeping my stuff charged up. I got this digital recorder that I'm gonna start keeping around, because a lot of people don't like to show their face in Ghana. A lot of folks, okay, where are you putting this? And plus, I'm a brony, so they at first they don't until they get to know me, right? So I have this, and I can bring my mics and pump it right inside and get really great audio on the go. So that's another addition to my bag that I'll keep. So when I'm out there doing my thing, I'm not just aimlessly walking around. I'm looking for content to bring back. So that's what I do. This is what kept me from a midlife crisis. I'm 60 years old now, and I feel strong, for real.
Fantastic.
If I walk down the street and a Mack truck comes, you better bring something for the Mack truck, because it's going to get smashed, because ain't nothing steamrolling me no time soon. I'm too full of passion. Trust me.
That's amazing. That's great to hear. That's really good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Master Glam. We're going to continue. Yeah, we'll have a conference call tonight. We got to just burn it out. And all of those I will throw up on Patreon, just for the sake of having the long content there. And then because we can talk about those things there. See, if I did the conference line, which goes up to 5 hours, and when it's over with, you just call back again. I don't have to be there. Just know that if it's a designated time you all want to meet, you don't even have to call me and ask me. Just go on there, it starts recording, and you can flow. You know what I mean? Wherever you are, on the phone, on the computer, on a tablet, or whatever. If you go there and nobody's there, you're not going to hear anything. Let me just put that number out there for all the people who are new. I think I'm safe enough now and able to put the number out without looking for it. Don't let me speak too soon. This is the right number, I believe. Let me just put conference line there. And we do have international numbers if you want to call in there, toll free. There's no extra charge for that. It's set up that way. And I'm going to drop that link also, the international. But here's the conference line number. Let me go to the site. I'm going to drop the link here. And so you can look at the list of countries that are there to see if your country's listed. Definitely the UK is there. Anytime. And just listen, anytime you have a topic that you want to talk about, just let me know. Just let me know. Just tell me it. Even if it's something that you don't want to be associated with. You know what I mean? Lance, tell me the birth rate of transvestite midgets in Yugoslavia, whatever it may be. I'll talk about, I'm not afraid to talk about anything, even if it's me alone talking, right? Let me flash this up. And you can hit that link there, the conference call numbers. It shows you the international. Man, this thing scrolled up pretty fast. This is another thing I want to say. This got to be the show that has the most or the fastest chat room. The thing was going up so fast, I thought I was falling down off the side of the World Trade Center. Everything. I'm like, I had to climb all the way back.
Got heated.
For real, it did. I felt like a referee. I felt like God, I put this on. Only in America. Look at me. I'm so hyped. It's 3:51 in the morning and the windows are open. People walking by must be like, what the heck is going on up inside there?
Yeah.
That's just the way, yeah. Mrs. Scurv knows she's fast asleep. She doesn't. What are you talking about so loud? This is the way I always am. I live this. And I'm going to get on the conference line also when this is over. And I'm going to get in the bed. I'm going to talk in my sleep too. I keep a mic next to it. I say, if I'm making sense, just start recording it.
Right. Then I'm going to leave you guys.
Yes. Thank you so much, Harriet. Please keep in contact and let me know what it is.
Yeah, I'm in the process of making a couple of videos, but they are more Christian based.
Yeah,
And
right.
I was wondering if I don't know whether to start I may start a YouTube channel, but I don't have enough like followers. But I would is it if it's okay with you, if you can
Yeah,
perhaps
yeah.
maybe feature it on your platform.
Right. If you want to come in and
Let me
talk,
take people.
there are people who are, there are
Yeah.
people who aren't. Whoever, I've done this to start off other channels, and then you go on to grow, and then maybe I'll be a guest on your show, and I won't be diametrically opposed to anything, but I'm just saying I kind of blend where I go. But I'll help you out. It's no problem. It's no
Yeah, it's
problem.
just I want to make like a small, maybe 15-20 minutes video. It's more Christian based about
I
prophecy, the
understand.
end times, agendas, but from a Bible point of view.
Right. And I'm with you on that transhumanism thing, trying to keep everything is against, nature
Humanity.
and creation. I
Yes.
don't, I don't, I'm very much against all of that stuff. And it's
Yes.
happening right in front of us. And trust me, you know what's going to happen at some point? We know, and I said this years ago, and back in the 70s, and I'm not going to ask you your age, but we know my age. Back in the 70s, they had these pamphlets that were rectangular shape, just like these little boxes that we're in. And I think they were called Chick publications, right? And they were little comic books. And I love comic books. I'm an artist. I used to draw. I mean, I used to love drawing heroes and different things when I was young and everything. And here's Lady J back. Your line is open, Lady J. But I used to love to draw these things. But I used to see these, and they had biblical, but it was done in a way in the modern time. And I'll never forget it. I can't lie about this. They were speaking about how the homosexual movement was going to take over the world, and the government was going to be behind it. These things spoke about these things long before people understood what it was. And they were talking about computers and technology, how the technology would be so well developed that it would make us or put us in a position where we wouldn't think, or we won't think, right?
Yes.
We would get lazy in our thought. And then the next level would be to put a soul into the technology where it was breathing some type of artificial demonic life into it. And when they saw us as flawed, it was going to take us off the face of the earth. Because if you have people programming things, they're going to program a bit of their point of view into these things. So what if you have a few racist people who are programming things, and they see, what kind of scares me? I don't mean scared like I'm like a punk, but those little robot dogs that they have that they can send up inside of a hostage situation. You know what I mean? Like so fast they have this technology. I mean, it's been around for a while, but when you look at the wicked plan on so many different fronts of what they have for the world and us, right? It is alarming, because a lot of information comes to me, not any more than anybody else, but I have the time to absorb certain things. Some things are trash, you throw it away. But now more from what I could see here, and how here is changing right up under my nose, and how many people here are not even aware of certain things.
Yeah.
They want to embrace certain things to make life easier. And, come on, it may make it easier for a time, but it's like putting a noose around your neck, for your enemy, on all levels. So, it seems like I'm trying to live off the grid soon. I may have to go way out deep in Ghana where I can't even get a signal, where I got to drive 100 miles to do a show and turn around and come back. Do it. Yeah, I'll do it. But life now is going to change drastically. And you better have a foundation inside you to know what's going on and to be prepared. And however we prepare, we just don't know how we're going to be hit. Exactly. It's like fighting an opponent. You don't know his style. You didn't see tapes of him. You just know that Saturday we got to fight. And I don't know who I'm fighting. So I have to be a master of myself completely. And also to be able to let go of the technology. I'm ready to let go. I don't want to let go because I'm doing something with it, but it doesn't mean I'm hooked on it or it's my God. But I'm ready for it. I'm ready to get up and put my hands in the soil, get my breakfast. I'm ready to get up and not have a phone or a computer, and either write or draw and sit around a campfire and collectively do what we have to do. You know what I mean? And that kind of living, really is truly the best kind of living in the world, because this world is off the chain. I feel this is not what I expected. This is not what I expected. Growing up young, you know, you have a trajectory. That's like somebody saying 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 50, 200, 5,000, 10,000, a million. Like, whoa.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It does feel like that.
Yeah.
It really does. It feels like the past couple of years, everything has just escalated, you know, and things are just getting worse and worse. And people don't realize. And I think with transhumanism, I think they are going to two directions. So they are using organic, they are going to introduce organic life forms and inorganic life forms. So the inorganic life forms would be like the robotic types of entities. And then the organic life forms is where they use DNA to create human beings. And the DNA is going to come from what we call stem cells. This stem cell, so for example, let's say you, a man, want to have a child with another man, you can by using both stem cells. So both men are going to be biologically related to that child. Now you tell me, if you don't, if you believe in God, would God have made this child? Did God bring that child into this world? So which spirit is going to be operating in that child? There's research.
You're right.
Where they've come forward and told us stem cell technology, reproduction technology is going to be available very soon, because the Rainbow Coalition people want their own biological children. Now they have to get a female involved, they have to get a male involved, like a third party involved. They don't want that anymore. They want the couple to have their own biological child. And if two men have children, how is what spirit is going to be operating in that child? So that's the organic life form. And then the inorganic life form is the robots you see. And the inorganic life form, they're going to use amputees, people who've had their limbs removed. They will say, look, AI is so good, we can restore people's limbs, but we just don't want to restore your limb. We can create, like, let's say, an organic limb and attach it to your body. The next thing will be like, okay, why don't we download your thoughts into a chip and insert it into a new body that you pick? So, like, let's say, for example, you are in your 90s and you decide, okay, actually, I've really enjoyed this life. I want to come back as a 12-year-old. They can download your thoughts, your memories, and put it inside the 12-year-old.
Something about that is not going to work. No. I mean, I know what the intention is, but
yes,
that cannot work. There's something wrong with that. You can't do it. That's like somebody saying, I'm going to capture an orgasm in a bottle and dump it on you. And it ain't going to work.
This is the, like I said, this is the new technology that they're planning to bring out. Whether or not it's going to work, or whether or not people are going to buy into it, if you don't anchor onto something, and these are things that the Bible has prophesied.
Yes.
So I've just
put a link.
I've put a link to the human augmentation booklet published by the British government, which just basically outlines the title is Human Augmentation, the Dawn of a New Paradigm, which just basically outlines transhumanism.
Right.
But they're not going to tell you all of these things. They're just going to do subliminal programming through TV programs, bit by bit, and then eventually open it up. So now they're going to present it as, they're going to present it as if it's being used by the medical profession, where it's used as more of a restorative technology. So let's restore your missing arm. Let's restore your missing legs. Now, how about we transform you into a new body?
See, they always make it seem like something good at first. They
Yes.
always make it seem like something good at first and introduce it in. They're going to have the commercials of a little boy or a little girl who got a leg crushed in some accident. A vehicle
Yes.
fell on her, and they're going to have the kids. They're going to have the parents over the kids, and they're going to have Oprah Winfrey interview them and make it seem like something good. And we're going to be like, yes, technology. And they're going to be people who feel that the creator is involved in this. And,
Yes.
and agree with it and push it. If they
Yes.
can push two Batiman marrying each other and wanting to adopt a kid, and come on, Kamala Harris comes to Ghana to push what? She's not saying we got to get a better infrastructure over here. No, none of that. You understand? She's not saying that we want to join American Africans with native-born Africans here. No, Memorandum 46 speaks against that, to build business and infrastructure and trade. How about saying, hey, we ain't going to give you reparations, but we're going to talk to the governments over here in the countries that will agree with it in Africa, and we're going to repay you with land over there, and you bring your expertise over there and your skills and your knowledge to help build Africa, and you get a free ride. Not necessarily free, you got to do something for it. Why don't we do that? But they don't want to let us go from the UK and America and other places. They want to keep us there slaving, but yet and still they want to do this transhumanism thing. Like I said, we knew the homosexual thing was coming. I didn't know it was going to be like this. But
to pave the way for a new race, for demons to live alongside us. That's as simple as that. And for us to lose our let's say Adamic birthright. So if you lose your Adamic birthright, you take the chip, which means you're no longer redeemable. You're no longer eligible for heaven. It's you and hell. And I believe that, like I said, the fallen angels who followed Satan onto this earth are no longer redeemable. They have the same fate as Satan. Once you take the mark of the beast or take the chip, you're no longer redeemable. This is according to Book of Revelation.
Yep.
That's
Sorry,
That's right.
guys, my battery went dead. But yes, Harriet, 100% correct. And if you watch the movie, and you'll like this one, Salat, Eon Flux. There's things in that movie, that they're trying to bring
Right.
forward. And even AI, the movie AI, with all the robots that are very human, they've already tried to program us through the movies with all of this.
Everything is to program us. Everything. Social media, they gave it to us. We thought we'd get the free ride. This is nice. No more mail, no more long distance phone call bills, no more having to call at midnight and talk for 10 minutes and hang up. No more mail that we have to send out. And they learned all about us. That was a form to me. They say it's about gathering data. Yes, it was that too. But the so-called powers that be, they don't have no power over me, right? But they were sucking from our humanity. The jokes, the sorrow, the ambitions, the reactions, what makes us angry. And we gave up our emotional DNA. And I can't say spiritual, but they learned our rhythms. They learned what makes us tick. Now they got that. Now they're going to control what we can't say on their platforms. But now they have AI, which is programmed by certain people, right? And I love to mess with AI and ask them questions that I know they can't answer, right? So, like I said, if they ever try to take any part of me on an artificial level and put it into a machine or put it into somebody else's body, I promise you, I'm going to make that whole system explode. It can't contain me, and it won't. There's no way that all of the beautiful, wonderful people that we have here on the show, in the chat room, on the panel, and watching, they're going to duplicate you and make you what? Better. Yeah, they can take a lump of flesh and grow it somehow, and they can do those things, but the life that it appears to be is not real. You didn't go through the process. You know what I mean? You can't do it. A person can
And this is the
take the
thing.
body of a vehicle, tires on it, but if it has no engine, it can't really run. And you know what? Those of us who are born the natural way, the way it's supposed to be. See, when we transition, we going somewhere.
Yes.
See, those things there, it ain't going nowhere. And then there's going to be envy of that if you infuse it with some type of artificial emotion that they keep on living and living and living. And how what you do? Keep transferring things. We're not made to be here on this level, in this level of consciousness so long. We must go on. You're
And
only
this is what
go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
And this is what the Bible says, that I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Because God has created us. You know, he even formed us in our mother's womb. So, you know, the Bible says so much in how we are made. And it's there. It's only for you to see it. You know, the Bible is like an onion. It has lots of layers. One verse has so many layers. And each time you read a verse, you will find something else in there. It's like digging for treasure when you read the Bible.
Yeah.
You just keep finding this gem and that gem, and honestly, it's a treasure trove. That's what the Bible is. But yeah, my phone had went dead, and it was probably gonna cut out again. So when I disappear, it's because my phone's gone.
Well, I'm known to run batteries down on long shows like that, private conversations. You know what I mean? I don't know. I was always getting in trouble for school for talking too much. So I guess that's my gift.
That's funny.
Wow, that's amazing. Yeah. So, like I said, I'm going to continue on, I guess, in the conference line if you all want that. So, let me just put the number out there again. 321 521 2515. That's in America. You can use it in Canada also. And to also drop the conference line link, international numbers is right there. So first number.
Just to answer Sonia Cotton's question, I think she said stem cells are extracted from living cells within a person. Stem cells are just basically undifferentiated cells. So undifferentiated cells are cells that have not formed into it has not become its final product yet. So like when you're being formed in your womb, you're just basically a ball of stem cells. Some stem cells will become the leg, some will become the heart, some will become the ear, and so on and so forth. What scientists have discovered is that they have some stem cells that will become sperm, right? So let's say, for example, Mark and Ian wanted to have a child together. They would take Mark's stem cells that has not become sperm yet, and then do a chemical reaction and transform that into an egg, and then fertilize it with Mark's partner, which is Ian's sperm, and then in a test tube, and then put it in an artificial womb, or a woman who is willing to, give her womb to then have this baby. So that's the technology I'm talking about. So sorry, I just needed to clarify that.
Wow. See where we are? Do you see where we are in this Earth's history?
Well, let me tell you, you know what I see with all of this? How it hates the thought of womanhood. With all of this stuff, you know, we know what's going on with the Rainbow Coalition across the planet. But with all of this stuff that's transpiring now, the transhumanism, the stem cells, and just growing people like plants, they hate women. They want to get around womanhood. They want to get around how wonderfully made the woman is. I noticed this. Has anybody else noticed this? Because it's evident. You need the woman. The woman is the first. The woman is the force. So to me, all of this stuff is homosexual, angry, jealous, bitter, homosexual agenda. Because if you notice, you know, we'll see in the streets, in the clubs, in the downtown areas, we'll see several black women going out, dressed up, looking good, at least on the worldly sense. And there's always that homosexual dude or that cross-dresser who's trying to blend in with them to pick up the rhythm, of those black women, because they know that's the source. They know that that's where it's at. You understand? And it's like, that's what they want. And they despise you at the same time. It's not like they love you. They're trying to pick up your way. Hey, girl, so and so and so. They want that so bad, but they can't even pick it up by copying it. How are you going to do that? You can't do it. Ultimately, that's what is frustration with them. And I can pick it up, even if it's subtle.
They have a spirit
Look
of
at
jealousy.
in her essence. You cannot copy that. Even some of the, you know, and again, on certain things, we know they come after all of humanity, but with us, it's definitely something that we have. We have so much soul that they'll never have.
Yes.
And they want to take from us like we're pieces off of a vehicle in a junkyard. And they want to take all the best parts, you see, mentally, physically, and spiritually. See, they can duplicate the look of the physical. They can rob melanin from children, rob it and kill us and take it. We don't know what's going on in these hospitals, in those dark rooms below. Because you can't tell me there's a nurse or a doctor that's been in every single room of a sizable major hospital. To me, that's where they're doing their dirt, the organ theft, the melanin theft, taking us for experiments all over the world. It's got to be highly organized, with the police involved, the politicians involved. If we knew what was really going on in the world right now, we would be in a state of shock. If we really knew everything, like it was mentioned about the underground tunnels in cities that they already have. They already been planning stuff. And we're walking around here ignorant to so many things and ignorant in the knowledge of who we are. And yet we're going to their schools and bringing our children to their schools, and we're just fodder for them. But they don't like the black woman. They'll feign it, they'll act like it, but they're watching you. And they cannot get your essence. They'll copy it. They have their women who are not shaped like you. They might copy that for a little time. They might give them certain things because the men are taking the steroids and the TRT. They're trying so hard to emulate what we have naturally, because many of them are not natural. They can't do it. It's an envy. It's an envy over our melanin. Not just the melanin, but just all that we are.
Everything.
You can't tell me that. How we have little children that come out of the womb and they hear music and they know how to dance to the beat and balance themselves and make a certain rhythm, which is really mathematics. They want us to do their way and form of mathematics, which cuts against how we do. Tell us how you arrived to that. Hey, I got the answer, right? Why do I have to tell you? Because it's in me. I am mathematics. I am music. I am nature. But you want to take me out of nature and make me something that I'm not and laugh at it. where we're acting disrespectful to our women, where we're eating the wrong foods, where we're messing around same-sex stuff, and we got them they got those of us who are into that programmed so deeply to the point where we get mad when you say something about it. Instead of saying to themselves, I shouldn't be doing this. And it was mentioned earlier in the show that whenever men get into the man on man thing, the woman on woman thing, or men with young boys or whatever have you, that it's a hard thing to break. How did it become that? What's better than a woman? And I'll keep it decent. I ain't going to go there. But what's better than a woman? A woman that's made for you in this whole process. I'm not even just talking about the obvious, the sexual thing, but the soul our sisters have, the love when everybody's right now. If we've been in the system so long and we're sick with their ideologies, we're not going to operate right. And even on a reduced level, we are still stronger than those who want to emulate us. But what's better than a woman? All the down low men. I knew a guy who lived on my block growing up. And we had, I told the story. I used to have police scanners, right? And it used to pick up the cordless phone conversations, right? On the 46 megahertz or 46 or 49 megahertz. I was always a nerd with stuff like that. I wasn't purposely doing this, but I found out that my police scanner could do that. And I heard one of my neighbors who I grew up with speak so passionate to another man. Heard it. And what is it, man? I mean, I'm under control. Mr. Scurv knows that. But it can't be nothing else. You got these guys who live all their life and get to a certain age, and they want to get rid of their wife and kids and family, and they want to run off with another man. I'm 60 years old. I ain't running off nowhere. But if I had to run off anyway, you ain't going to see me sitting up there. Oh, welcome to the Lancescurv show. I have something to tell you. I have a new partner. Partner of what? Decadence? Spiritual crime? What is this hole that is making our brothers? I'm not worried about them other ones because they've been doing that. That's their thing. That's their thing. Let them do what they want to do. But us, back in the 70s, man, all our songs were romance songs and love songs to our women. And they sung back to us. Now we calling them bitchs and looking at them like they're just nothing but something to play with. It's like the feeling that I had, there are times when all of us in the neighborhood had that Christmas spirit, only for the toys, really. And when you got a new toy, you held it in your hand and you were like, oh, wow. And you don't want to put it down. You've fallen asleep with the toy with you because you love the toy so much. But those same feelings as we came through adolescence and started to see girls, young women, you wanted to hold them. It wasn't even a lust thing. You just wanted to be next to them and touch their hair and hold their hand and get near them. That's the way I was, at least. You ain't never going to see me with that homo business. Look, I'm going to tell you, I'm so hetero. And I know a lot of these homos ain't going to like that you go down my next 10 generations behind me. They ain't going to play that. Because I love my sisters so much in so many different ways. And that's the beginning of building a family, which builds community. And this is to destroy us. And Africa is a wide open plain for them to experiment and do their tests and do little things that are wicked, that are not monitored, sweeping up our kids that may be out in the village and may be unregistered by the so-called government, and you don't know where they went. There's all kind of things going on, but I just don't understand the rise in this homo thing. And the first thing they say, oh, Scurv, you always say, this has always been around. Yes, it has, from Sodom and Gomorrah time. And when you look at the numbers now, especially in America, it's not really as much as they want you to understand. It's not really that much. It's out, and when you see it, you see it. And when you see it in the bigger cities, it seems to be a lot because it's concentrated there. When you go to what they call the hood, and understand they're white hoods too, right? I know many in Florida, right? Like Christmas, Florida, Go to Christmas, Florida, in Central Florida. Go to Orlando and take Route 50 all the way out, going toward Brevard County, and go to Christmas. Nothing but trees, and you go in there and you see all the Billy Bobs and bathtubs and car engines in the front yard, pickup trucks, and you'll see all of that. They got hoods too like that, right? But anyway, we are in the bigger cities. It appears to be the ghettos are stronger and hoods are bigger, and that's all we are because there's a big concentration of that. And I understand that now most of the population of the U.S. is on the right side, the Midwest and in the East. You know, from the Midwest on over to the West, it's open. The population is not as dense at all. And there are reasons for that. But when you put concentrations of people together and you put social media and these wicked Hollywood movie industry people to want to portray us a certain way, it calls for our doom. We don't understand. We think it's hip. Oh, man, I got a contract, man. You know, yeah, you get a music contract or they put you up with a lot of money, put you out there and you feel good because you can feed your family and buy your mama a house. But what you're doing is selling your people out that way, especially when the content is nothing to build our families. So we got to understand that we're being used because, see, when the world sees this stuff and they see you as being famous, oh, man, look at him sagging his pants, talking about killing his brother, not taking care of his kids, calling his woman a bitch and cheating on her and breaking her heart and all that stuff. You want to be good for that? You're calling for your own doom and you're doing a disservice to your people. Because the whole world sees you as a lower subhuman. And you think because you're famous and they're pointing you out, but you're putting an image out about your people that is not necessarily true. We're all not like that. And other people are getting into that and seeing us that way. People thinking I could rap. I could rap a little bit, but I'm not rapping no decadence. I could dance pretty good, but I'm not somebody who just, as soon as I see white folks, I start popping and there's a little cup down in front of me so you can give me some change. Or I'm violent. Or I'm seeking to just leave a woman if I'm with her. Nothing good is attached to that. And that imagery has gone out to the world, and that's how the world is thinking about us. That's why it's easier to do us in. That's why. Anyway, I'm talking so much. Everybody muted. Come on, talk to me. Let me check the chat.
I just wanted to say, because I'm going to have to go soon.
Yes. We're going to go to the chat room after that, the conference line. But go ahead.
Well, you know, you said so many things. One, nobody cusses Hollywood and the rap industry, the music industry, that has dragged our people down into the miry pit of shit. No one, you know, attacks that because I guess the money is too good. And, you know, I think more and more of us wish to be in that limelight than in the light of God's word. And when you spoke about the family, well, this is what the Bible upholds. Family, man and woman, go forth and multiply. But with the alphabet soup agenda, they have to do it by other means, where it was given to us naturally to go forth and multiply. And when you spoke about the women earlier on, you know, it brought me to how women are hated, black women are hated. That brought me right back into the Garden of Eden. Who was attacked in the garden, led to sin? It was Eve, by Satan, the serpent. That is where the hatred has come from for women, from the devil himself. Hence why the transgender agenda is out there. Because when you look at the Baphomet, what is he? He's both sexes combined. He, plus with animal, he is the representation of Satan, that Baphomet statue. So, you know, and I also saw that there's a Nigerian village, I think it was in Nigeria, where they have to use a card that they have to put up against the water machine to get water now. They no longer can hand pump as much water as they want. They have to now use a card to get water in a village. So do you see where they're trying to snare us everywhere we are? There's no getting away from it. So, you know, all I can say is God help us, because it's all happening. And it's just so unnatural. So unnatural. It's like now you don't know who's who. I mean, I have seen some women that have become men. And I tell you, those that have really worked on themselves, you cannot tell that they were once a woman.
Look at their eyes. Look at their eyes.
Well, I ain't getting that close. I'm not getting that close to be looking. Just on YouTube is good enough for me. I'm not getting that close.
Close and look in their eyes. No. From across the room. No.
I'm joking.
No, I know. But you ever see a kid during Halloween? You know it's a kid in a mask or with a mask and costume on. And you see the eyes, and you see the ugly looking monster. It could be a superhero, but you look at the eyes, you see that it's a kid. You have to be in tune on a spiritual level to understand this and be able to see this, right? When you look in one of their eyes, they don't like it too long, especially when you're looking at them suspect. They could be sitting across from you on a bus or a train, and you're not staring down at them like that, but you're just kind of looking at them. They start batting their eyes. They don't want to look at you. They know there's something that they cannot emulate, no matter how much makeup, how much plastic surgery, how much hormones. And yes, there are some good ones out there that when you're not really on point, but it's something. I had one that was going through a transition, if you want to call it that, because it's still a man. It's man bones, man spit in your mouth. You know what I mean? Man brains, man eyeballs. You still got to keep some of the same parts. And this person would ride around with me on a full trip. And after a while, I did like maybe 5 trips a day on different routes. Toward the end, it was becoming a concern for me because there was a young lady that used to ride with me, and she had nothing to do. As a matter of fact, she was a lesbian, right? But you know, we were cool, talk about different things, whatever have you. And we had other things in common. But that's what she was. She never said anything, but I already knew it. But she's like, yo, what's up with homeboy? You know, it's a white guy that you can see as a white guy, but as time went on, they must have been getting the hormone stuff going on. But it looked like a monster because this thing was like 6'4". You ain't shaving down your hands when your hands are this big. You know what I mean? And it would get mad with my friend who was a butch lesbian because she was always sitting near me because we talking. And this thing would get on and catch an attitude. And the last time that I saw this thing, he was writing down, I didn't know, but he was writing down a number. He would stare at me, look at me. And the days that she wasn't around, he'd get that front seat and always sitting there and just looking at me in anticipation, thinking I'm going to strike up a conversation. I'd take my hat, tip it to the side, whatever, I'm driving. talking to other people, I'm driving, and I would egg this thing, and it was mad. It would make it obvious and stare at me. Then it started asking me questions. I'd try to give one word answers. It was mad, but it was determined to get with me. No, you're not. But I have never been fooled yet. Probably in a crowd of people walking by, and I'm not looking, but pretty much I know that spirit. Coming up in New York City, and you know how New York City is. New York City was with this stuff from a long time ago. But that spirit is something that I could spot it. And these down low brothers, they looking at you a certain way. It's all in the eyes. You can pick it up if you're very sensitive to the eyes and download, not download it. You know what I mean? Because to me, it's like I reject it immediately. You ever see a bunch of male dogs having fun with one female? And when it's the next dog turn, he takes his nose and sniffs the female and proceeds to mount. But when the dogs are around each other and they don't know what they are, when it's the wrong thing. Well, when I see them like that, it's a rejection that I give, and they already know I'm not with it, and they get mad. But I don't know what it is that makes this thing so powerful. I'm not trying to know, but what I'm saying is that the last thing I'm going to say is they have gone on, I believe, to different realms of actual spirituality, and they're there manipulating that on those unseen levels to a lower level, not the highest, but they're there already while we walking around on a lower vibration, not wondering how we're so easily controlled. I'll shut up. Don't get Lance started.
They are using very dark forces. And this is why a lot of people go into prostitution as well. It's not because they cannot get jobs or whatever. They are using very evil forces. And these evil forces put them in a place where they feel as though all they can do is to go into prostitution. And when they go into prostitution, the idea is not just to take money from that person, it's to take something away from that person. And they prefer straight men, by the way. We have one in my workplace. It's like once I was just sitting there and then it just dawned on me. And it's almost like you said, it's like a spirit. And they know you know, but they cannot confront you about it because we are both, well, quote unquote, she presents as a woman and I'm a woman. So we'll just stare at each other and she knows I know, but she cannot never confront me or say anything or ask me or, you know, but they have spiritual antennas, which lets them know that which lets them like navigate this world. They know which man to pick and which man not to go to.
They know that to come by me.
Yeah.
They put out the signal, but they don't receive anything back. That's how it's done. This whole download thing and the trans thing, a homosexual world.
Yes.
I'm not saying it's a spiritual thing, like good spirituality, because demons, they operate on a spiritual level too. Yeah. They can discern your spirit and discern your light. It works both ways. So a lot of folks say, oh, what do you mean spiritual? Like spiritual automatically means good. That's like radio frequencies. Radio frequencies, you can be talking all kind of stuff. You can have dirty rap music. You can have enlightening things, educational things. It's all one realm. What are you in it? What kind of energy are you bringing to it? But them there, it's definitely a spiritual something. And I do believe that CERN has flooded and helped to flood this realm with more negative energy. Some people would say demons. It has ripped the fabric between the physical and the spiritual, whatever's on the spiritual side. And these things are coming in like, they knock down the Berlin Wall, where they knocking down this, and there's stairs and portals everywhere. There might be a portal in your living room. They might be ripping through the fabric and stepping into where you are, and you can't even see it. Even on a lust level, even on an anger level, we focus on the sexual things with decadence, but all of this extra crime. In Orlando, not too far from the downtown station, dude had shot up his son, two other people in another neighborhood that I drove through. They shot up two people. And there, of all places, I mean, it's not that it's not supposed to happen, because Orlando is not what you think it is. You think Disney? Shoot, you got some hoods over there that when you walk through, you're going to wish you wore diapers because there's going to be a little substance in your pants after that. Not that you're going to run in fear, but let me tell you, you got some rough customers out there. And there's a spiritual stronghold. We got to think about this also. There's spiritual strongholds over certain places.
Yes.
Come on now. You know, I'm going to give you an easy one. Atlanta, Georgia. What you think the spiritual stronghold is over Atlanta, Georgia? Ow. But they got the anger and the frustration and the crime going on, people killing each other. I couldn't believe it. It was back in 2005 or 2004. I went to Atlanta and I'm walking through the mall and dudes, I mean, they're men everywhere, but they were dudes who were coming to like it was a salon. They had dudes doing hair, you know, like the church choir, what you call it, the choir leader. They came to the door and they looking out. They didn't know I didn't live there. What is it? You see, the thing is too, they see you as fresh meat on a spiritual level. They can pick that up. They can pick up that you're not into this and they want to rub the little cooties on you and violate you. They take pride in turning you out. They take pride in the fact that you're married and you go home to a woman, a real woman. And so now the challenge is not getting you. The challenge is getting you to come to them, knowing that you got a woman at home. So that makes them more woman than your wife. It's a victory for them. Absolutely. So it's not about.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
And they go on to devour the next one.
Yes.
That is a fact. It's true.
And they attach things to you that you keep going back for more and more and more and more, and you become addicted. You become hooked.
Well, that's one plate of the buffet. Right.
By the time you realize the good things, the things that God has established in your life, it starts falling apart. Whether it be your marriage, whether it be your children, because these spirits can transfer. So just because a man has gone to have an affair with a transgender, the spirit which is attached to him comes home with him and he gives that spirit to his wife. The children can also pick it up.
Yeah, big time.
That spirit can then start destroying whoever or whatever within the family structure, start bringing confusion.
That's right. That's all it is confusion and chaos against the family.
Yes.
And they don't know what role they're playing in that. I mean, come on. Imagine how many men have destroyed their family behind this down low foolishness. Really and truly. What do you think you're doing? How do you feel when you go home and lay next? I mean, it's bad enough for a man cheating on his wife with a woman. What kind of twisted energies are you bringing into your bedroom? And then you go and you want to cleanse yourself of the guilt of you doing what you do and enjoy a Sunday with your family. So on a Saturday night, you go make love to your wife just to kind of, get back in line on a straight level because you did stuff the night before to your heart's content in a twisted way. Now you want to go binge purge with that whole thing.
Yeah.
It's like folks who are in the club, whether your worship is on a Sunday or Saturday, the night before you've been doing your thing. And those are the ones jumping the hardest when they're in the service. We use it as a cloak. And so, like you said, they use the women as a cloak and a shield because of what they're really doing. It tastes better to them. And I'm talking about the down low brothers. The whole sexual thing tastes better to them when they can go back and lay with a woman that they don't really want to be. Because now they can act like a better father, bring you, when a man cheats and he brings the roses to the wife, right? That whole scenario, well, he can be a better father because he had a penis in his anus the night before or one in his mouth. What kind of thing is that? Look, why don't you just go full throttle with the Rainbow Coalition? Even those in the Rainbow Coalition are like, hey, man, you ain't really coming out and being who you are. We can't get with that. Look. I don't have no respect for none of that activity, but I will say it this way on a bold way. If you're going to be something, go all the way with it. See, if I was that, I'd go all the way with it, but I happen to be a flaming heterosexual. Mm-hmm. I can't help it. I love women and everything of the woman. I just don't understand it. My magnetic pull and electrical pull to vibrate and appreciate, not just looking at your backside in the street. I'm not saying that, but just who you are in your essence. There's no man who can replicate the essence of our sisters, the essence of a woman. Oh no, I'm gonna lay colored up with the next man. We're supposed to be out there doing battle to knock out the world for our women, to build the families and community. We're gonna cuddle up and do Netflix and chill. Get the heck out of here. I'll watch a TV show with a brother. You sit over there and I sit over here. We ain't cuddling up. No. I don't even like being around too many men anyway. You don't know what's on their mind. Seriously, these days, you don't know what's on their mind. You're walking down the street and you catching all these weird glances. When I was driving the bus and I was out there, I used to get all, when I was younger, forget it. When I was bodybuilding, forget it. I'm in the gym, I go to the bathroom, over 10 other people got to come and go to the bathroom. When I was in those areas like Greenwich Village that was known for that. But I had free memberships everywhere. I was like, what am I, the Pied Piper? I felt like that the cursor on the old computer where they had all 50 things around it, and if you move it, all 50 things come behind it. What the hell are you doing? I don't know. I'm not with it. Maybe I'm a relic. But I saw somebody in the chat room, or actually the comment section of one video, and he said, this is what he said. He said 60 or 55% of black men are straight. And then he went to say 30% are down low. That's scary. Gay. So what about that 35%? Sneaky looking. Because you know, I have gone to restrooms in New York and down in Orlando just to go take a leak. And it's not like you push open the stall and you see the oral activity. One dude sitting on the toilet and one other one standing in front of him. It was a problem where I drove the bus downtown. They had to have the cops keep going in there to break up the homosexual activity. Imagine that. In New York, it was worse, even way back in the day. You go to the bathroom, see all kinds of things. I just turned in the door and just pissed on the floor. I want to see that. One night came over drunk. Where was I? 23rd Street. 23rd Street. There was a train. I forgot what avenue it was, and you could see them all in them bathrooms were big. Ed Koch, who happened to be a homosexual mayor at that time, but he didn't come out. That's what he was. He closed it all down except the major ones. But when they were open, you go in there and nothing but homosexuals in there. Blowjob, blowjob, blowjob. Just come on, man. And it was stinking. They like the stink stuff. They like to be around funky stink stuff. It's more of a thrill.
It's so
I had to take a leak. I leaked real quick, and this dude came and put his hand on me. He didn't put his hand on me down there, but he tried to put his hand around my waist.
Yeah.
I knocked him out. I was crazy that I knocked him out and didn't feel no guilt. I was scared though because part of my hand was cut. I was like, I hope this guy don't got no AIDS. You know, it's crazy. So next time I'll kick him out. Even here in Ghana, Harriet, even here in Ghana, it's bad. Even at the Accra Mall, they have a sign in every store and one inside visible, right? You know, no peeing on the floor, but they don't say peeing. They have it where you see a figure in a stream of water hitting the floor or standing up on the bowl or whatever, and one says, and it says it, no sex. That's a man's bathroom, so there's no women in there. So what you talk about, men? Yes, they are. Yep. That was my homo rant for the night. I'll let you all continue.
It's all prophesied in the Bible, and it appears that everything that is prophesied in the Bible is coming true. It's really coming true. But if we anchor onto God,
I see that,
and take Him seriously, study the Word day and night as much as we can, as much as we physically can, we'll be okay. It's sad that people are doing this, living this lifestyle, but it is what it is. It's a shame that it's happening in Ghana, because Ghana, we tend to be very conservative, but things have changed. a lot in the last couple of years, because I lived in Ghana about 20 years ago, and it was so much. About 20, I was about 10 years,
Mm-hmm.
and Ghana was very peaceful, so much peaceful. And the thing is, you were even scared to tell your parents that you had a boyfriend, or you
I
were scared to tell your parent, or just let alone come out and say, oh, I have a boyfriend, but I have a lover, but it's of the same sex. It's crazy. But now it appears that because of social media, they see the Westerners doing it. They think it's fine to do it. And there are some people who also do it because of poverty. So you will have boys and girls selling themselves because they don't have money, and they have older people with money and will give them money to have sex with them. So sometimes
Yes.
it's money, sometimes they go in it because of money, sometimes they go in it because that's their sexual preference, that's their desire. And then some of them go in it because they've been turned out. Some guy or girl has tried it on them and they liked it, and since then that's what they prefer. I think in Ghana we call it supi. Supi is for a term for somebody who's been turned out.
Wow. It's. I'm telling you, you'll be very disappointed if you see what I see here. Because
Yeah,
it's
no,
not
I'm not
subtle.
surprised. I see on social media
Yeah.
they even tried to build a house. I think get like a Rainbow Coalition house in Accra for employment, and I think they shut it down very, very quickly. But behind the scenes, the thing with Ghanaians, and I'm Ghanaian and I can say this, the thing with Ghanaians is on the surface, it seems as though they are fighting against, they are against, especially the politicians. On the surface, it seems they are fighting against it, they hate it, blah, 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 but they are collecting money
Yeah.
from the West. And eventually, they will buy out all the politicians, and then it will be legalized. It is inevitable. It's
Sure
inevitable.
is. Kamala Harris came over here. Must be something going on.
Yeah,
She's like,
they are in bed with the politicians. I think Gabriel Union and Dwayne Wade were there as well. And I think Steve Harvey also went to Ghana. So there must be something going on.
that's right.
But they are all in bed together. They know what they are doing.
Exactly. Exactly. I always tell people that they need to check out the channel Vibes and Five with Arnold. You ever see that channel?
No.
It's a guy that does interviews with Ghanaians. And
Okay.
yeah, it's really, really, I mean, I put the link there. It's a YouTube channel. And this is the name of the YouTube channel right here. I want to put them both together. If you see that, you'll see that he makes jokes about it, but they highlight the decadent, off, ignorant, backward, out of control sexual things just for, I would say, the thrill of it all. You know what I mean? And
Oh yeah.
it's like lifting up a rock that is in your yard that you didn't know what was under it, but now you find out all of the bugs and little things crawling around, and he puts it out there. He appears to be a nice guy, but he's doing it for the attention and the hits and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There it
yeah,
is. I'm gonna put it in there again. Check that channel out. And once you saw it, just look at the thumbnails or the titles. It's like, this is Ghana?
Yeah.
When I first, I said I might as well turn around and go back to America.
People are not shy anymore.
They're not.
People don't care anymore. In the past, it wasn't like that at all. It wasn't like that, but things have changed drastically.
There was a young lady who worked in a restaurant that after a while I always had this travel tripod sticking out. And she realized that I lived there because months had gone by, and every now and then when I go out to shoot video, she got the courage to kind of ask me. She's like, are you a photographer? I kind of told her what I did, gave her a card. She checked it out, and she was like, really, like, wow. And the next time I saw her, and so she called me one time. She had my card. She had my number. She felt she can trust me. Plus, she sees what I do anyway, so she felt like she knew me. And she said, Lance, I have an issue. I said, what's the issue? How could I tell my father mainly that I'm pregnant? It was a big thing for her. And mind you, it wasn't like she was 12 years old, 13 years old. She was about 24, I'd say, right? And she was living on her own. And this was still a big thing, which points to that era of what you told me, how it's kind of hard to say you have a boyfriend. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
or whatever.
yeah.
She was from that era. Even though she's only 24 years old, there's still pockets of that big time. It doesn't mean Ghana's completely out of control, but it's ever growing, right?
Yes.
So she was, I must have had about 6 conversations with her, long conversations. When I'm doing my editing and stuff, I would talk with her. And she was just so distraught. And I was trying to coach her on what to say, how to say it. And at the end of it, she's like, that's good, Lance, but you don't understand my father. My father is so strict. My father is an old school Ghanaian man, and he is not going to see this. I am not married in this, and damn near, even if I was married, she said, I would still feel funny to tell him that I had sex and that was my husband. But this ain't my husband? Oh, no. And
because your father's joy is the biggest joy in Ghana is your father to give you away.
Right.
The husband pays dowry, which is like a bride price, and they have like a big ceremony where you wear the kente cloth. The man comes with the gifts and money and basically takes you away from the house. So, and everybody's advises you, and then you have a big party at the end. That's every man's dream, to be able to do that with their daughter. So if you do that, if you get pregnant out of wedlock, it's almost like you're taking away something precious from your dad. And
to disgrace the family in a way, like that's disgracing the family name. And then, there's going to be the gossip, because they're going on here too, but still there's a lot of the old school way. But I can see still at 60 years old in my lifetime, I'll see it change drastically even faster. Yeah. I don't want it to, because I love the fact that they have the traditions, that will kind of hold things together, even if they're not sincere in executing them all the way. At least it kind of holds the suit together, because without the thread, you'll be walking around naked if you don't have the thread in your suit. See? So I was quite surprised when I saw how it was, and especially, and I spoke about that before, I won't go into too much detail, but how the young girls here try to let you know without being too aggressive that they are available to accommodate you, if you know what I mean. So very subtle. And see, because it's obvious that I'm not born here, even though my lineage through Jamaica is from here, that being a Brony and having a New York accent, many think I'm passing through. So those who are a little subdued in their approach to that to make a little extra money will look both ways before being a little more aggressive, thinking that I won't be around to tell or remind them of what they did. Plus the perception that if he's from America, he has a lot of money. I don't care how bummy he looks, dressed down with them T-shirts with the holes in them. That's my costume. But they try me a lot. I mean, the eye contact and stuff, but I'm not saying they run me down like a Michael Jackson, the whole crowd behind me. But if I go and take a day trip out, I go to the mall, go to the beach, go different places, different supermarkets. I love to travel around. I'm not driving now, so I hop on the Trocho or take a Uber or whatever. It's inevitable, and I know that from the other looks.
Marriage.
Say again?
You'd be surprised some will even push for a marriage.
Push for marriage, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I already had 3 women
push
position
that
me.
you're married. They will push for marriage.
Oh, that they want to be married to me, or they want to break up the marriage.
That they want to be married to you. Either break up the marriage or want to be married to you as a second wife. Some would push
Oh
for that.
yeah. Oh yeah. See, with that aspect of it, they would joke about it. They would never joke about it in front of Mr. Scurv, but like regular places that we go to, and they can't figure it out because still some think that a lot of them think that me and her are not married. Like they see that she's Jamaican with a Jamaican accent, whatever, and they think I'm visiting like I'm some friend or something. Like when we go places that they don't know us. Because just the other day, we were in the Medina market in a little street that we never been down before. Because most of the people down here know me anyway. Like the chochos, if I stand out, they know exactly where I'm going. They know which one to, So we were there. We were getting something, and the young lady was there. She wasn't being disrespectful because she didn't know. So she said, "Oh, I want you to take me with you." And I didn't hear it first, and she said it again, and I said, "Oh, excuse me, what did you say?" She says, "I want you to take me with you." And I'm looking like, does she mean it that way? Because I'm thinking married mode, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So she says, "Yeah, I want you to take me with you when you go back to America." So Mr. Scurv just smiled a little because she knew that she didn't think that was my wife. And so I said, "Well, that's a little more complicated than what you think as a joke, So she laughed. It went right over her head. But then you have the kind that just don't care. Right? They'll see you together, but they come subtle. Like I said, it's just like the Down Low brothers. It's the eye contact involved. Me and Mr. Scurv sitting somewhere, and they'll walk by and they give you that look, and they keep looking at you, like staring you in your eye and making it obvious. They'll go stand to the side or just barely out of sight. So if I know what time it is, I can get up and go over there and just slip her a card or slip her the number. They slick. They've mastered that. They good. Good. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying,
Oh yeah. Some see it as and some people, and like I said, some see it as they may even know you're married, but some see it as a challenge.
Yeah. And they would do it too.
Yeah.
They would do it because the security. The security involved, and I mean, they could always find somebody. There's just so many men out here, but the whole Bruni factor, and what I find here also, okay, like in America, there are a lot of women that's not going to deal with an older man. You know what I mean? It's like, nah, I'm not dealing with nobody that old. He got to be real rich. I'll use him. I'll play him. But here, that doesn't exist. Unless it's a person with that kind of preference where they don't want to be bothered, but they look at me like they're available. It's like it's a certain way they carry themselves. I
think it doesn't exist until you guys get over here.
Yeah.
And then the game changes because all of them, and as much as they are making the moves and everything, they have a game plan. And sometimes what happens is, and I've seen a couple of people it's happened to, Ghanaian people who have brought people from back home. They bring them here, and then it's like, okay, time for plan B. Plan B would be maybe get a baby and get rid of him because perhaps he's not making as much money as they thought.
Right.
Doesn't have as many properties or whatever he has.
Yes.
He's just going to have a look around and make an assessment. Okay, I'm going to have a child with him and live off the welfare state. He's not really benefiting me. Let me just get rid of him and find somebody else.
Exactly.
That's how some people see it.
Exactly. They want to get to know you. Well, I've had 3 propositions for a child. Yes, 3. One strong one, one really strong one right up under our nose. Like it was somebody that I helped offer the chocho with some bags. She was sitting next to me and falling asleep. And the bags that she carried, like, I don't care if it was like 1 block. It was like just too much. And we both were getting off, and the mate who was on the chocho, the one who collects the money, he was helping her off and put the bags down. And so she stood up for a second. I didn't have much. I had 1 little bag over my shoulder. So I got off. Everybody got off. And so she's standing there. She was ahead of me. and she was obviously struggling and walking down the same block that I was, right? So I got side by side with her, not to catch up or do this on purpose, but that's how I am. I mean, you need help with the bags? Because they weren't going to be heavy for me. So she says, oh my God, thank you. Thank you. And after about a couple of steps, she said, you know, a lot of Ghanaian men wouldn't have asked me that. And I was learning the culture here, like, right? I said, are you serious? And you have some who are well-traveled, educated, that are mannerable, but some just, they ain't going to do that. Because I remember one time I tried to help another young lady one time, and she said, I can't let you carry this stuff for me. I said, why? It's going to make you look weak. I said, what? Make me look weak? Aren't men supposed to do things for women? You could say that, but not that. So I helped her home. She was almost to where my first apartment was. It was a long road. And she had the block before, she was like so many doors in. So I said, I'll take it to your gate. You know, I'll drop it there, you know. So she was just, oh, I'm so thankful. What is your name? And she wanted to ask me some things about America. So I chit-chatted with her like 5 minutes. Then I headed on home. Week went by. I didn't see her. I wasn't looking for her. I'm walking up the long road again. So she calls me and we're walking up. Then the next time, Mrs. Scurv was with me and she called me and I said, hey, come here, meet my wife. This is Miss Scurv. I said, this is the lady that I help with the bags. I'm always transparent. Plus, she's not touching that anyway, because I talk to everybody, right? Look how long we've been talking, right? So, you know, after a couple times of seeing her again, so she's like, listen, can I ask you something? I said, sure. She says, you're going to America soon? Mm-hmm. I said, no time soon. I said, and you know, I didn't know. I'm all enthusiastic. I said, we're building a house up in the mountains and we're doing this and we're doing that. I thought, you know, I'm so enthusiastic. I thought everybody shared in the enthusiasm. It's like, you come here like this and you're just going to build a house up there? A lot of people are like, we've been living here all our life and we can't do that. That was the mentality from a lot of people. So I guess she was going to be slick. So she's like, let me be honest with you. I need a child. I want a baby. And I like you. You seem to be responsible. And I couldn't believe this. She was kicking it to me like this, you know, but she says, your wife doesn't have to know. I need a child and I want to come to America with you. And I already knew what the plan B was.
I can believe somebody would do something crazy like that. I can believe it.
Yes. No, it ain't happening. I'm just saying that, you know, she wanted to go. I know what it was. Get pregnant, go to America after about 8 months of pregnancy or 8.5 months of pregnancy, have the baby there. And it's an American baby and we got child support and you're going to have to pay up there, buddy. But, you know, I found out that if woman gets pregnant here by an American and she has his credentials, she can go to the American embassy and ask for the blood test and thing and get the child support the same way without even having to leave the country. That's what I found out.
That's how you know these people already know the game. They know what they are playing for. You see what I'm saying? They know what they are doing. That whole demure, oh, I'm so nice, oh, I'm so sweet, oh no.
Yeah.
Very few who are actually like that. But no, I would be very, very, very careful. And some of them are operating in witchcraft as well. Like I said, I experienced the witchcraft aspect of it in 2015.
Oh,
when
I want to talk about that on the show.
It was even in England. It was a fellow Ghanaian woman who I think she really wanted my situation. I was just coming out of uni. I had a boyfriend who was also graduating with the same degree as me, and I think she felt very envious of that. And then she thought, rather than get somebody and perhaps maybe, you know, go to uni and do the same things as she has done. No. I'm going to focus on that and take what Harriet has already tried to put together.
Wow.
There was a lot of confusion back, and I'm not blaming just her. I think who I was dating as well, the guy I was dating as well, also had open the relationship up for that to happen. So as a man, you also have to be careful and very
Yeah.
wary of this, because
Yeah.
by the time you realize you've been had,
Too late. Yeah.
and what's
Too late.
most important, you may have lost what's most important, which is Mrs. Scurv.
Right. They don't care.
They don't care.
They
They
do
are
not.
just there. They're just there to get what they want to get.
Right. Right. Because I
Like
see.
recently,
I see.
like
Mhm.
recently, there was a guy who went back home. He's trying to get. He's the one who I was talking. I was talking to him for only 2 months. He went
Right.
back home to get somebody from back home here, not
Right.
because he wanted to get into a legitimate relationship, because
Mhm.
there are women like that who are waiting to meet up with guys. And the reason why he's gone back home, there's loads of Ghanaian girls in UK, but he doesn't want the Ghanaian girls in UK. Why? Because he plays for the same team, and he wants to bring a Ghanaian girl from
Right.
back home here. So
Oh,
even if she comes and leaves him, he can always make up stories.
right.
Oh,
Oh,
she was a terrible this, she was a terrible that. So he can still stay within the Ghanaian community. He can
wow.
still kind of move around. He can get church positioned. He can still be an elder. They'll be saying, oh, he was divorced. He brought his wife here. The woman was no good. Blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah, blah.
And it covers them. Let
It
me
comes.
ask you. Let me ask you a question. This is something I read and observed, and I ask around. Okay, when a woman doesn't have children by a certain age, kind of
Yes.
young, they look down on her. When a
Yes.
man, they don't come down so hard on a man, but after a while, it's like they start questioning him. So
Yes.
it kind of makes sense, because I can tell you, I'm not going to say like half the men here are gay, but there's a whole lot of them, more than what most would think, who come from the outside. And there's a lot of guys out here for money who are doing things for money. And these apps and these websites, they have gay apps to hook up with foreigners. They have these interracial apps for the
Mm-hmm.
women to meet affluent white men, Turkish men,
Mm-hmm.
Lebanese men. And when you go down to Osu, it's most evident, because I love going down there, because I get a shot of, it's not New York, but it's busy and the noise, the restaurants, the clubs. When I need that fix, I'll walk around there and videotape whatever. But I see a lot of that down there. And it's
Yeah.
obvious. It's
Yes.
obvious.
Absolutely.
Wow. Wow.
So yeah, when a
Fascinating.
man has reached a certain, or even a woman has reached a certain age and she hasn't had a child, is kind of looked down upon.
I've
And a
heard.
woman will be seen as more okay, maybe she has a bad attitude, or maybe she's not desirable enough,
Right.
or I think, yeah, those are the top two things that they will associate with the woman. If a man hasn't had a child by a certain age, and
Mhm.
you see, maybe it's okay, let's say if he was married, they will think, okay, they are having difficulty having children.
Right.
That's more forgivable than a man who's not attached to any woman at all.
Yeah. Yeah. Do they kind of think that he might be gay, or they just think he's a little eccentric? Does that pop
And
into the typical?
they would think he's gay in this day and age, because of LGBT
Right.
thing worldwide. I
Right.
think they would think they was, and he may not be. He may not
May
just
not be
want
right.
a woman.
Because I notice the Ghanaian men in general, especially the young ones, they don't have that American aggression. That
Yeah,
some do on a lower economic level, where it's a dog eat dog world. You know what I mean? I can understand that, because I observe this place really deep, but I don't come with any preconceived notions. I just look at the repetition of things that come at me. And there are a lot of good looking women here, but they've weaponized their looks like, I got to get something. I got to get something out of this. And,
yes,
and they make it easy to have them.
yes,
Not so much as fast for a Ghanaian man, but again, for somebody who may be from somewhere else that they think they can get something out of. It's like they'll be a little more aggressive that way. And from what I've learned through other friends of mine who have come here, they'll let you have your way with them a little easier if they
yes,
feel they can get, or they see that you do have something of note. you know,
Yeah.
and this is not everybody. There are some really wonderful people out here, male and female, but this this social media and the phones, and everybody's in their phone, and their minds are getting turned around really bad. And it's quite evident, even though I'm a Johnny come lately here. I got here in September of 2020. I came here in 2019 for the first time. I absorb things quick. I pick up on things quick. And another thing I noticed is that a lot of the working guys on a lower class level, and I hate to say it that way, who may be unskilled, coming from the villages, whatever, they come to work, maybe they know a little construction, maybe they might not be skilled, but it's almost like when they do a job for you, they can never finish it. They'll get the money, you don't see them for 2 weeks. They'll come back to do a job, but they just never seem to finish it. And I'm like, there was a guy doing some work for us on the house.
Building a house in Ghana would take forever if you don't really,
Right,
you don't
right.
really put them.
Yeah.
This is why the Chinese are succeeding so much,
Yes.
because they
Yes.
get on with it, and but Ghanaians, and their service is poor.
Yes.
There's a
You
Ghanaian
gotta-
lady.
Mhm.
There's a Ghanaian lady in London who literally, if like let's say she sells beans, right?
Mhm.
Black-eyed beans, and
Mhm.
when it expires, she takes it out of the original pack and
Oh,
puts it in a plastic bag
wow.
and ties it up and sells it. And the
See
thing is,
that?
one day, someone confronted her about it. And in front of everyone, this was in a London shop, she insulted her from head to toe.
Wow. Wow.
So
No, they'll do.
even if and the thing is, this is in front of other customers. So even if like let's say you want to return something, like
Right.
perhaps maybe you bought the wrong item and you want to return, you're scared to,
Yeah. Yeah.
you know.
But we bought this.
The
We were in the
service
market.
is poor, but it
Yeah.
is what it is.
Yeah. We bought this stuff. You know, there are a lot of things they don't have in the U.S. There's some things they have here that they also have in Jamaica. And there's some things that they don't have in Jamaica. There's some new things that they're not new. It's not new to the folks here, but for us it is. So Mr. Scurv went over and she was asking this one woman, and the woman was looking so evil. I mean, straight up like demonic. Like, I know this lady's into the voodoo deep, the evil voodoo deep. I know that. And it's like she didn't even want to talk, right? So she says, is this sweet? And she says, yeah, this is very sweet. This is very sweet. So she said, let me taste one. So the lady sitting next to her said, oh, this is for your stomach. You take this. This is like medicine. You'll go to the bathroom and you'll clean out. So Mrs. Scurv was like, well, I'll still get some. Is it sweet though? How does it taste? And she tasted it and she said, oh my God, this thing was nasty. But the lady was lying to her, you know? And this is another thing they've been doing within the last few years, even more so.
Yeah.
I'd rather get my fruits outside of Ghana, where they pick them and sell them when they're fresh. What they
Yeah.
do now is they pick the mangoes, they pick everything way before they're ripe. I mean, you're not going to get it like as it's ripe where the next day is spoiled, but
Yeah.
this stuff is not ready yet. And they sell it to you and you bite into it, and it's like, and they want a longer shelf life to be able to sell it. That's all it is. And even when I first came, the watermelons were so delicious because they have a truck that comes into the Medina market, and all the vendors, they go and get their stuff, but they're picking this stuff a little too early and it's not ready yet. So if you go way out on the side of the road somewhere, way out where they get it right and people are passing through, so they don't want to get anything that's not, you know, there's so many different things. I mean, for me, it's still a big change on a good level because I know how I like to live. So I'm all right. You know, it's not like I'm coming here as an adolescent, you know, and getting caught up in these girls, you know, because they will get you caught up. I'm not going to do that. You know what I mean? So I know how I live and I'm good. But
Yeah.
I could see how if you're not intact with who you are,
Or you're
you
not spiritually protected.
prepared, you will unravel and you will underestimate these young ladies here and they will get you.
Yes.
I had a guy, the landlord that I have now, you know, we're here until the house is finished. And he pulled me to the side. He said, Lance, do not let these Ghana girls get you. Do not. Do not underestimate them. I'm like, well, you telling me I'm all right? You know, I know the tricks of the trade. He said, even the guys know the tricks of the trade. They will get you. They will fool you. Like you said, they'll be so nice, and you're going to have problems with your wife, and you're going to be going to them. I said, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to go to them. And if there's something happen, it ain't going to happen. He's like, no, I have to tell you this as a man. I don't want to see anything happen to you, because already they're lining up to get you in this one street where you live now. I heard them. They said, don't make no move on Lance. I'm like, what? I started getting scared.
Yeah.
Like, what kind of apparatus do they have that, you know what I mean? That I'm not even going to try to take, but they're going to make me. Well, you know, like he said they will do all kind of things. Don't eat from them. And I really understood what he meant. That they're not going to put poison to kill me, but they're going to do something on a spiritual level to just try to mess my head up. You know what I mean?
Yes. And some will don't even mind calling Mrs. Scurv and confronting her.
Yeah.
Some don't mind doing that.
Yeah.
At all. Because they feel as though this is their opportunity to get what they want to get.
Yeah. No, I understand. There's a big chance, you know, because everybody I talk to in an interview or just talk off the record, because a lot of folks don't want to get in the camera. First thing they say, I want to go to America. I'm like, listen, do you watch the news coming from over there? Do you see what's going on over there? Yeah, but I want to go to. You don't want to go over there right now. Then some who are unskilled or whatever, they want to cut. I'm like, wrong move. If you have a lot of money, maybe, but it's a very unstable place right now. And if any place collapses, it will be there. And if you're already there, you can handle to a point if you're smart, like the folks in this chat room. But there are a lot of people out there that they wouldn't. The ones from here who don't know, they would not be able to take it. Number one, it's the same as the UK. The one they couldn't handle the rush, how fast it is, how cold it could be, as far as temperature, and on a spiritual level, how cold it could be. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. I wish them the best. But look, I'm too old for them to get me like that. I'd be ashamed.
Oh,
too old, man.
They don't mind. They don't mind at all.
I know.
They don't mind at all. And like I said, some don't even mind contacting Mrs. Scurv and telling her, Mrs. Scurv, you need to move on. I'm with your husband now.
Whoa! They're gonna find out the real deal about Lily Fire. You know, she might be Mrs. Lily Vegan, but they're gonna find out about Lily Fire. You know, what? And she's laid back. She's real laid back, right? She's not the jealous type like that, like on normal situations, right? You know, for me to be, you'll never see her. What are you doing talking to women on the show? I heard you talking some craziness, because, you know, I'll say some craziness on an adult show, but it's entertainment, right? She's not touchy like that. People see me in the street. Oh, can I take a selfie with you? Usually it's the both of us or whatever have you. But one day we were in a Sam's Club in Orlando, right? I wasn't paying it no mind. We would walk down the aisle, whatever, and there was this woman who was looking at me. It was an older Haitian woman, right? I mean, she wasn't like 20 years old. She was around our age, right? And she kept staring at me. So Mrs. Scurv might have thought, oh, maybe she's looking at him like maybe she sees him off of YouTube or something like that. And I didn't know what was going on until Mrs. Scurv busted out, you better keep your eyes to yourself, you know. I'm going to come over there and show you why you need to keep it. And I looked at her like, what the hell's going on? Maybe I thought it was a lesbian looking at her or something. You know, I didn't know this good lady was looking at me, you know? And I was like, I never saw her like that. And then there was a one time. But evidently she was like really like making it obvious and, you know. And I was dressed regular. I wasn't looking like anything. To me, I don't even get into all of that. I'm just in the suit, relaxed in the market. I didn't even look at her to see that she was looking at me. But I was like, and she was upset. She was ready to get up in somebody's backside. And she's not violent like that. That was just that day, but it shows you how people can pick up on things. But if anybody ever came out here and said that kind of stuff, what? Bring it. Because she got her other side.
Also, it's all down to, I think in these circumstances, it's all down to the man and how the man handles it. Because as a man, if you stand up for your woman, the other woman will back off.
Of course. If you don't
But
even go that
if you
way.
don't, if you are the one who's allowing it, and one day there are some women who have no shame, and I'm
You
talking
don't.
from experience. They have no shame. They will call you. You will get a phone call where they will tell you that you need to move on because I'm dating your boyfriend or your fiance, and you're just like, what?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I was in a
So,
situation type relationship, and it wasn't really a relationship, but it looked like one. Long story. I'll tell the long version on another show. Well, anyway, I was dealing with this other woman casually, but I had no intention. I told her, this is happening, but this is not going anywhere. I'm going to be your friend and tell you this is not going anywhere, right? I'm enjoying this and what's happening and everything, but I'm leaning toward this other individual, and I don't even know if I'm going to really go with that one either. I'm transparent that way. I'm telling her. I don't know how, but a couple of weeks of this was going on, and I'm sitting here in the bathroom, and I hear the phone ring. I was over by her, and she picked up on the speakerphone. And the young lady said, hello, you must be so-and-so and so-and-so. She says, yeah, how can I help you? Because she didn't know the number of the voice. She said, I just want to let, and somebody have no shame. I just want to let you know that I'm, and she didn't say it this way, performing acts on your man. And basically, you know, it's mine now. And I heard it. I was like, God. I heard it. What? You know that little adrenaline rush that you feel when
witchcraft ritual where you have to let your rival know. I don't know. It's probably part
yeah.
of a ritual.
Yeah, you got to leave it all alone. You got to leave it all alone because that definitely comes into it. You know, men are looking at the pleasurable aspects of it, but really they're using that as a way to get in, and you're very vulnerable. I mean, you go up with one of these women and you're somewhere in a hotel or over where she lives. She can take pictures of you nude and send it to your wife or your woman. She can put something in your food or do something to you, you know, and this stuff out here is strong. It may not always be where it's strong because there's a lot of hustlers professing to do certain things, but you know, you don't want to take no chance like that, you know? And like I said, you know, I never saw so many well-shaped women in my life. I said, thank God I'm out here at this particular stage of my life, because I probably have to have a mountain, a property and whatever. If I came out here when I was 20 years old, I'd lose my mind. And that's being honest. You know, thank God for old age. Yeah, it's, and they know how to, you know, and the thing is that those of us who come from the States, we think we so slick. And I tell these guys, you know, because they see the videos of me walking around and stuff, and they said, man, you know, look at them women. Oh my God, they're just so healthy. Oh, I can't wait to come out here. I said, you better make up your mind what mindset you're going to have when you come out here. Because like I said, don't come out here and get caught up, especially you don't know this place. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Because you have men who will try to get you caught up with women because they're like a tag team, like a pimp. I heard, and I actually heard a situation, saw a situation where the man was trying to hook up this woman with this next guy who came from America, and it was actually his wife. I mean, you know, and
so they dupe the guy together.
Yeah, to get money.
They get money out of him. Yeah, it happens like that.
Yeah.
Sometimes they marry somebody from here. So let's say a guy marries a girl from UK, and because the woman has money, he takes her back home, and the person that he says is his sister is actually his wife.
His wife, yeah.
And they all play their roles.
Yeah.
Just to dupe you.
Just to get their money. That's vicious.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
That's straight gangster, and not in a good way. How low can you go? Seriously. Straight gangster. To sit there and plan that out. And I mean, what kind of relationship do you have?
And the thing is, the person doesn't speak the language.
So you could be talking right in front of them.
They can talk right in front of you.
And it is very difficult to learn. But what I'm saying is that this is crazy. And it works both ways too, where you have women who try to push a man on somebody. They don't have no breaks with this thing. You know, and I know in other countries out here in the motherland, it may be similar. It is similar. Not every country, but that's how does a woman do that? Play the sister role, and you know that he's going to do whatever he can do to blow the next woman's mind behind closed doors and treat her sweet. And this woman who is the wife holds her head that she loves the man more.
No, they look at it as, let's look at the bigger picture. What the person is getting out of it.
Wow.
So most of the time, those relationships are not going to go the long haul.
Right.
So obviously, the person is going to be played. It's going to be dumped at some point.
Yeah. Yes, it can't last. Right.
It can't last. So they have to play the role, play the game, and get what they want out of that person.
Oh, man. This is a heck of an education this morning. I love it.
So once they get what they want out of that person, and then it's like, next, move on. Yeah,
that's the way it seems, because out here, and I know it's a different culture thing where the whole thing where it's more conservative. So you don't see the outward displays of affection as much. Yes. It's shocking to me when I see two Ghanaians, not a bronies or a mixture, but I see two Ghanaians like holding hands and arms around each other. Now, maybe at the beach or a nightclub, you may get a glimpse of that, but it's like, you don't know.
Even when you go up to them and speak to them, it's usually people who are living here, who are probably on holiday.
Yeah.
Back home. But Ghanaians born and brought up in Ghana don't tend to show affection in public.
I noticed that.
Yeah.
That's so. But there's a whole lot of babies running around here. There's a whole lot of newborns. Everybody got a baby on their back, but nobody shows it. Wow.
Nobody shows affection in public. If you're a foreigner, you can. But if you're, let's say, you're Ghanaian born in Ghana,
right?
Brought up in Ghana and lived in Ghana like all your adult life, it's not really proper.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
It's not really proper. That's what I'm saying, that bad things do happen. Like, things happen behind the scenes.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. They do happen.
A lot of things are going on behind the scenes, but in public, like all this LGBT stuff, people having affairs with people's wives, people are having affairs with people's husbands, and all these immoral things are happening behind the scenes. But on the surface, they like to present this whole conservative.
Yes.
This is what you have to be aware of.
I've seen it.
I think Nigerians are more overt with it.
Right.
Nigerians is in your face.
Look in your face, exactly.
Like, a Nigerian who, I mean, when you, and I'm sorry if there's any Nigerians in the chat, but when you meet a Nigerian from a mile, just know when he's approaching you, just have your wits about you. Because something is going to go down. But like with Ghanaians, it's more softer. It takes time.
Right.
You know, it takes time, and it doesn't seem, what's happening may not even seem like what's happening, but the outcome is the same if the person is there to dupe you. But having said that, there are good people within the Nigerian community as there are in the Ghanaian community.
Exactly. And I've known many in America, you know, and so we're not saying this is everybody, but we're just saying that this is how it happens, if it's going to happen. And there are a lot of good people in Ghana and in Nigeria, all over, and it's not everybody. But coming from America, where we have all of this stuff all up in your face, you come here and you see the surface conservative manners.
Yes.
And you just can't believe when you see the other things that's going on, that you still have to detect. You still have to look for it. It's not going to be the same way in your face. But when you acclimate yourself to the culture, you can see it for what it is, you know, and it's still done in a subtle way, in a very subtle way. Yeah, yeah, I've seen that.
Because nobody wants to be the one who is, oh, this person is a shawo. There's a word when we see someone is called a shawo, it means prostitute.
A shower.
Or a shawo, yeah. A
Yeah,
shawo means prostitute or immoral person. Nobody
right,
wants to be labeled as that.
right.
Because when you're labeled as that, it goes not just against you, but it goes against your whole family.
Whole
So if,
family.
like,
If you
let's
get caught.
say somebody's going to marry your sister or your brother, somebody else will say, well, that family is not that good because they've got
Hmm.
showers in their family, or they've got LGBT rainbow people in
Wow.
their family. So it's a
And that,
reflection on your whole family. That's why they do the so-called bad things behind the scenes.
yeah, yeah. Now, with this whole, we just say voodoo, but we know what we're talking about. I'm not
Yeah.
knocking those who are into African spirituality where it's dealing with the soil and the plants and the leaves and the roots and just really sincere things for good, right?
Hmm.
I don't know what I would call that. Different countries have it, but we have those people who use the voodoo for the bad thing, right?
Yes.
Would you say that of the church going people and most, that over 50% indulge in this? You can't put a number on it, but you know, of people who are here who may not be as educated, who may not feel like they have any hope, that the jealousy that seems to be like all over the place. If you can put a broad number, meaning that if you said 75%, it could be 85 or 65. If you said 50%, it could be 60, or it could be how many people, and you probably run in different circles anyway, because you're on a different level. But on that lower level, what would you say? Is it prominent? Is it something rare? Is it the norm, or is it something that doesn't surprise you? Let's not even put a number by it. What would you feel?
I wouldn't say I'll put a number by it, but it's something that happens.
Hmm.
It's something that is going on, and like I said, it's kind of brushed under the carpet. People do
Hmm.
it. People use their own children.
Hmm.
There are people who use they get into relationships where they do blood covenants.
Wow.
So, like, let's say with blood covenants is where when one party breaks up the relationship, the party who broke it up can either go mad or lose their life. So
Wow.
those people, that couple stay in the relationship regardless of what happens.
You know what? You know what? That explains something. There was somebody who was hot on me when Mrs. Scurv was gone, like just trying to. And I said in passing, because that's what it was. And it wasn't one of the little hooker types, because this person was married. I'm like, aren't you
Yeah.
married? You come to me for, I'm not doing that, whatever, whatever.
Yeah.
And they said, no, I really can't do it, but I want to bad. I said, well, you acting like, you're the only one who has a say so in that, because that's not happening.
Yeah.
I know. And what I'm scared of, where I come from, she came from a different part of Ghana. She said, if it would be a very bad thing, because when I got married, it was a really massive thing between the two families. See, it was more to it than that. You see what I mean? But basically what she was saying, that was a blood covenant, and really bad things would happen to her. And I wouldn't want to put you. She didn't say she was joking, but she likes to talk like that because that was in her fantasy. But she really wouldn't do it because something's going to happen to her, she said. I was like, wow. She says,
Yeah.
up in the mountains where I'm from,
Yeah.
what I've committed to, it would not be anything good. So I'm like, you're telling me this, but then you're telling me that it wouldn't be anything good, but you keep kind of harassing me about that.
Yeah.
And you know, they go. All these guys are trying to come after. Go one of them. Leave me
Yeah.
alone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there are people who do. They and some people perform the blood covenants and they are the sacrifice. So, like, let's say let's say for example, a couple gets together, whatever, and we've all got spiritual blessings that we're born with.
Yes.
Whatever blessings is supposed to come with, let's say to me, it goes to my husband, and my
Right.
husband manifests it. So, like,
Right.
let's say his business is supposed to boom 50%. If, like, let's say he gets with me, because of the blood covenant and because of my blessings being passed on to him, his business goes up like tenfold
Right.
and he becomes very successful.
Right.
And then he gives the money to me and I sit back and enjoy it.
Right.
There are those relationships.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, these days, I mean, marriages and relationships aren't all what it seems.
I
And
know.
you
It's
have to,
arrangements lots of times.
yes, there are arrangements going on behind the scenes. And if you are not careful and you go into it blindly
Mm,
thinking, oh, I'm going to get free sex from this person, you don't
right.
know what they are a part of or what
Right.
they need to offload.
That's right. Very
Because
important.
you may think of it as, oh, I'm just having sex with this person, or
Right.
having a bit of fun with this person. Oh, this guy has approached me. I'm gonna have fun with him. But
Right.
there are certain things that he can take away from me.
Mm-hmm.
I may think I'm having fun with him, but he doesn't see it that way. He sees it as a way of getting something from me because the spirit that sits in him wants me specifically based on something that I have.
Yes. Amazing.
So the spirit is like a demonic GPS that is picking up, okay, go for this person.
Right.
Don't go for that person. That person is rich spiritually. Go and get him.
Wow.
So this woman may have tens of thousands of women after her, but there is something about you that she feels as though will benefit her in her marriage or in her contracts or in the spirit realm, and that's why she came to you.
Wow.
So
Because
you have to be aware of those things.
there was another woman, an older woman, who has someone like a nephew. She was telling me about the nephew, and out of nowhere, right? His private parts out of nowhere, because he would mess with a lot of women, and he sent her a picture.
Hmm.
It wasn't to be lewd, that's his aunt, but she wanted to see what it looked like
Hmm.
because he was in the hospital, and his penis and testicles had all these odd sores on it.
Yes.
And when she saw it, and then she said, Lance, let me show you what this looks like. I want to show you what this witchcraft, this voodoo looks like, because see, he obviously did something to a woman as far as hurting her feelings or breaking her heart or something. And
Yeah.
she did this to him because one day
Hmm.
everything was good. He was, I don't mean it was really good, but he was functioning. He had like 5, 6 different girlfriends that they all didn't know about each other. And he was telling them all that they would have won. And he was going from this one to that one. He was portraying that he was very busy so he could have time for the other ones. And he was also getting money out of them. One had drove a nice car. I mean, he played it to the hilt. The next morning when he woke up, he had all of these sores on
Hmm.
just his private parts.
Hmm.
And this is the thing. He was in the hospital. He went to
Hmm.
the doctor. The doctors kept him there because they couldn't figure out what it was
Yeah.
on that level. But they knew what it was on a
Yes.
different level. And
Yes.
so they said, we can't do anything for you here. They had to
Yes.
find someone who was advanced in that part to undo it. And it was still hard to undo it.
Yes.
And ever since he was cleared up of that, he couldn't function as a man.
Yes.
Yeah. So
It happens. It
mm,
happens. I've heard stories where manhoods have been taken. It's like they take your manhood, you can no longer have an erection.
mm-hmm.
So
Wow.
you have young men in their 20s, in their peak years,
Right.
and they have erectile dysfunction, and it's not based on perhaps diabetes or cardiovascular problem. It's more
Mm-hmm.
spiritual,
Yeah.
and with that they
Yeah.
will just tell you it's psychological, and that's it. There's nothing they can, no medication they can give you, because if it's cardiovascular, they can normally give you Viagra,
Right.
But with these people, they can't even Viagra wouldn't even work for them.
This is amazing.
So
Wow.
yeah, there's spiritual wickedness out there.
Yes, I know. I know. And you know, there's some
There are spiritual wickedness out there, but also believe that there are people who were not born with the blessings of God. It's just my own theory.
right.
I don't think they were supposed to be here. And they become part of the system, but for them to function, they need to get something from people who have real virtues.
Yes.
You need to get into
Yes.
a relationship with people who have certain types of blessings. Take it from them so then they can function.
Right. Right.
It's like taking someone's national insurance card and using their number.
Every little thing you have to be careful because
Yes.
when we first moved to this apartment from the other apartment, we were the only people occupying one of the units. And they had guys working and staying because, you know, traditionally they'll live in a place until it's done, a house, or that cuts out the commute and they can stay more time. But it was closed in and we had these guys working there. So when we first got here, I didn't really put no heavy curtains right in front of the window. Now you can walk, it's strange to say, but you can, the hallway from the two, it's only 4 units, but there's a door across from me and you walk out into the hallway, but it's open when you look to the front and you see railing and you look in the street, you go right to the street. So some of the guys would hang out right by there. And before we got curtains, I have this retractable green screen that goes way up. So I used to lift that up at night when everything was bare here because we kept things bare here because we're not here to fix up the apartment and live luxurious. This is like a warehouse. All our stuff is in storage in the house, locked away. So sometimes I'm working for the daytime at my work table here and all of this electronics and things with weird buttons on it. And you see the cameras. This is like a little studio right here in this part of the living room, which those guys would hang out right there and some of their friends. So I guess they spotted it, right? So at one point at night, I went to the back and laid down, closed the windows and everything. Somebody had tried to stick their hand in and grab some of the stuff off the table because I didn't lock the window. It's the middle of the night. You see? Crazy. And another guy came by one evening. He just stood there looking in. So I went out there and said, how can I help you, man? I don't feel too comfortable with you standing, you know. Plus, they think Americans are aggressive anyway. So he says, oh, no, I'm looking at your equipment. I just want to let you know I repair computers if you need any computer repair. I'm like, this joker, I'd never see that computer no more. He'd find some way to lift up something out of there from banking that's permanently on a hard drive. You know what I mean? He probably knows all the tricks and would die just to get that computer. I said, nah, man, I'm good. Oh, can you employ me? See the mindset?
Yeah.
I'm not rich. I'm not over here with some business where I can need somebody and pay them some full salary. You know, but that's how they think, that you got money.
Yeah.
And
that's how they see it. That you got money and I have needs.
Right.
Just think that the people are always gonna put themselves first.
Always.
What their needs are above yours, and then your needs will come.
But it doesn't matter for you because you'll always replenish, you know, what you have. Because you see, it's different. You know, most people don't have a retirement check. So if you're sitting around and you have that, a lot of retirement checks are not something that's like really huge. Oh, they don't understand that concept. They don't understand the concept. And this is why I don't want to go to America, when they don't understand credit. So when they look at these young folks who may have had all right credit or a co-signer from a parent to get a vehicle that's very expensive, they think along the same lines here that you have to come up with cash for it. Most of the population, the people who have money can get it for cash, and the people who own businesses or might work a government job, they will help you a bit, the banks, to get a vehicle, something decent. You have a lot of nice cars out here, but you can tell the majority who they have to save up cash and they're not going to be able to afford something really pristine. So they think by going over to America, you can just go there. Like as soon as you get off the plane, there's a luxury car waiting for you, you know, that it doesn't cost much, you know. It's crazy. You know,
It's crazy, but that's how some people literally see it.
and
And there are people who will act very, very naive. Oh, you know, you are the greatest this, you're the greatest that, you're the greatest this. Once they get on their feet, you see another side of them. The real side then comes out.
Yes, I see it. And
The
another
real person comes out.
I've noticed with some, not all, but there's some Ghanaian men, older men, that like when I go around in Osu or the places or East Legon where it's a little more, you know, affluent, populated, whatever, and I'm mixing in those who may be working there, like they'll look at me and it's like there's a resentment in their eyes. I remember when me and Lazia 75, she's another vlogger, but she does so many things now. And she was a young lady who was on that video when we showed the house and the garden with Mr. Scurv and everything. I was with her, you know, her husband, and you know, he knows how I am, and we do what we do. So we meet up sometime and we'll do videotaping and stuff like that if she's free. So we were walking down the street and I was walking backwards on the sidewalk in front of this very small hospital on Oxford Street in Osu in the daytime. And I'm not paying the hospital any mind. I'm not videotaping the hospital. I got the camera up and she's walking toward the camera so you can have that effect. He ran out from the guard shack, ran up the block when we were almost off the property, trying to tell us we can't videotape there, and looked at me, what's your problem? So aggressive. I didn't even say anything to this guy. And I'm like, really? But she tore him a new one. She handled him. So, you know what I mean? But the way he was looking at me, you know, it was almost like you're living a life and I'm here suffering. I mean, he's an older guy, not much older than me, but there was just a resentment. I don't understand. And I've gotten these looks from a lot of the older guys that look at you can afford. It's that you can afford it mentality. Like when I hop in a cab that's not a Uber, but I have to take, there's nothing around and no cabs around, the Uber's all jammed up. I say, okay, man, how much is it to go over here? And they'll name me a price 3 times the average price.
Of course.
I said, wait a second, I might be a Bruni, but I live here, bro. I know what the price is. I know what the price is. So okay, no problem. Just get in. No, I'm not getting in until we know what the price is, because you're gonna still tell me when I get there, you're gonna pitch a fit. You know? No, just get in the. I said, listen, man, you listen. I'd rather wait 2 hours. It might be in the middle of the night somewhere before the church start running. I'll wait 2 hours to go. A few situations I've been in. And then they'll tell you, this is the thing. They'll a lot of these cab drivers, like, they don't want to work. Yeah. If you say you go in here, I don't go there. But wait a second. When I used to drive for a living, the main thing was to keep the wheels turning, because you don't know if you're going to get a fare next anytime soon. They don't think like that. They rather just lean up with the other cab drivers and talk, whatever. And you're refusing money? It's a lack of sense of urgency. But the sense of urgency now is to rip you off or to get it out of you. Yeah. I had one cab driver drive me all around. I told him, I said, listen, I know what you're doing. But this is what you're going to get. So you can give me a free tour all over the city. I have the time. But this is what you're going to get as far as money. And when he realized that I knew, he got right back on route and took it right there. You know, I said, listen, this is where I don't know where you're going if you're picking somebody else up. Another guy, and this is why you never give up the money before you get to your destination. You know what I mean? I mean, I should know that already, but the guy seemed like a nice guy. But he played me. We were driving from somewhere in Osu. And I had to come to the eastern region at the base of the mountains. And I said, oh, here you go. I was feeling good. I was like, here, take this, man. I even gave him a little extra more, right? So we driving and we drove like a mile. Then he jumped out. He said, oh, I got to check my tires. And so he went to the back, one of the tires on the right side, and he was kneeling down there, right? So he hopped back in. Everything seemed to be okay, but he was driving slower for some reason. Not too slow, but slow. I noticed that. I said, I know he's not some kind of mass murderer. They'll find him up in here first before me. So we're driving. Then we get near or halfway, he starts driving faster. And I noticed the tire, it was flat. So he drove up to the gas station and says, oh my God, I think my tire is going. And so he got out. He says, oh, look, my friend, I can't go anywhere. I have to get a new tire and another tire, and it's going to be hard to get the other tire this time of night. So I said, what are you telling me? Oh, I cannot drive anymore. I said, well, you brought me halfway. You give me half of my money back. Oh, brother, you already paid me. And he came with the sob story. I was like, look at this. Well, I had my pencils and a small drawing pad in one bag, in my little bag with my camera. I'm not vicious like that, but he was like laughing like, hey, I got you, brother. I cannot. What do you want me to do? Right? So he went over to go into the bathroom, and I said, okay, I'm going to find my way back up. I had an X-Acto knife. Those knives that you use, it's really precise. Them side walls of his tire, he caught a shock. I don't like to do stuff like that, but this guy, it angered me, man. You just outright, and that's what they do. Not all of them, but they're going to jack up that price.
Of course.
Man, shoot.
Of course. Everything is going to be 3 times. And I think what sometimes my parents, when they go to Ghana, what they do is they get somebody living there to buy, somebody they trust living there, to kind of negotiate prices, to buy things. So they think they are selling it to somebody who lives in Ghana, or they are selling something to a fellow Ghanaian. And the thing is, because of your skin, the way you dress, the way you look, they can tell straight away.
That's why I get those stares like that.
Yeah.
Even though I dress down, I try to blend in. I mean, even now.
Your skin is not being run through by mosquitoes.
Exactly.
It looks fresh.
From the knees down, from the knees down, I guess I'm Ghanaian because I came here with not a mark on my skin.
Yeah.
But I wear shorts a lot. And when I first got here, they would tear me up at night and I would scratch. So I got all kind of marks from the knee down on my calves. But from the knee up, there's no marks. But my arms, my face, everything, they can tell. They can tell. But even still, like even when I try to not try to blend in, because that you have a borehole, you can shower with that water, but you got to get your drinking water. So maybe like 6-7 minutes away, Special Ice, that's the place where you get your water, your drinking water, your big jugs or your little plastic things of drinkable water. So I usually keep 4 of them here, and that's what we cook with, right? We don't go out of the faucet. Some people do. But when it runs down, I go around the corner, I get it on my little dolly, and I'll put the 3 empty ones on there, get them refilled, come back. And people are looking at me like, what the heck? This guy's not driving in some nice car. He's walking, pushing a dolly around the corner and getting his water? What? It blows up. They're looking at me strange like, this guy is not Ghanaian. What is he out here? Because one person told me, oh, you're a real Ghanaian now. Look at you getting your water.
You're supposed to get a houseboy.
Say it again?
You're supposed to get like a maid, a houseboy, maid.
Right. Oh, I had offers for that when the house is done,
run all the errands.
One girl came to me and she told me, yeah, when you fix your house, I want to help you. I want to be the maid, And she said, you can come visit me in my room anytime you want. I said, no, I don't need that kind of hell. People holding their phones. Lancescurv's all scratched up. He has a white afro. Mr.
Yeah.
Scurv got rid of him. You get me like that.
People,
Wow.
people are vicious like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, people are
Mm-hmm.
vicious like that. You just have to be very careful.
Big time.
Because if they
Trust.
try on the physical, some people come with both the physical and the spiritual.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Or
they get it
both.
first. Or another way they can get in is to become friends with Miss Girl.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
another it's another tactic. I've
That was
noticed that
tried too.
some girls do that. So they
Yeah.
become friends with Mrs. Scurv, right?
Mm-hmm.
And oh, Mrs. Scurv, let me come around, let me do this, that. And then they'll find out your itinerary, your timetable.
Yes.
So they know when Mrs. Scurv is going to be out of the house.
Mm-hmm.
And then proceed to make them and become friendly with you through Mrs. Scurv. And
Mm-hmm.
then
Mm-hmm.
proceed to get closer to you.
Well, one young lady, we couldn't figure it out. There's a young lady down in Medina where we used to top our phone off, right? But
Yeah.
we know how to do it now. But when we were there, it's like, okay, let's just add on 150 CDs onto the phone, whatever. I got to top mine off, my Ghanaian phone off. But it's a young lady who she didn't speak much English, but she's a nice young lady. And there's always people around. And she was out on the street, like, had the little stands and stuff. So there's a friend of hers. We didn't know her. So we're standing there, me and Mrs. Kerr. So the other young lady is like, oh, wow, you seem like a nice person. Wow, I'd like to be friends with you. Please take my number. Yeah, she was just acting really genuine, but I knew it wasn't really genuine. So Mrs. Scurv said, okay, we first, came out here. And I was like, no, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. No, it's okay. She's not. I said, no. I didn't know what she was coming with, but I just knew that she wanted to get around us. And come to think of it, that probably was it. Because
they become friends with the woman first, and then proceed to get close to the man as a result, and then even start having an affair right under the woman's nose.
Yeah.
Or they could be in a couple. So the
Right.
couple approach you guys. So you don't think anything of it. It's a couple. They want to be friends with us because we're a couple as well. So you have to be careful. You have to
That's
be
true.
really careful who you get close to.
Oh man. Oh, my guard's gonna be way up now.
Yeah, you have to be careful. Like I said, there are genuine people out there.
Yes, they are. Yeah.
There
No
are
doubt.
genuine people out there, but there are people who will also take advantage of you properly. And
Right.
what I've come to realize is that when people come into your life and destroy you spiritually because they want to get into a relationship with your spouse or whatever, that spirit continues working even when everything is been broken down, if they've achieved their aim, right? So, like, let's say, for example, somebody comes and starts a relationship with you, right? And puts an attack on Mrs. Scurv. That spirit will continue working on Mrs. Scurv until she gets deliverance, until she realizes there's something wrong. It may seem as though she's depressed from the breakup, and no, it's not. Sometimes it's a spirit. It's like a hex that
It
stops
eats
you from
away.
thinking. It stops you
Spiritual
from doing.
termites.
Yes, and it's almost like it's eating away at you, and then it's like how I describe it's like a fog that's been put inside your head, and it's very, very easy to shake off. And you're just perpetually stuck. You can't do anything.
Wow.
It's horrible. It's really, really, that's something you have to, in this day and age, you have to be very, very careful who you allow into your life. Very, very careful. Very, very, people are not playing nice. People are really playing. There are desperate people out there as well.
They're playing hardball.
It's a hard ball. Hard, and once they are done with you, in fact, they'll probably put the same spirit on you as well.
Wow.
Get rid of you.
Yeah.
Maybe they've come to the States and realized, okay, he has certain properties in the States as well. He has a property in Ghana. The best way is to get rid of him as well.